Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel and finally welcome to Node.js part 5. And I know some of you are actually waiting for this part 5 for a long time. So in this video, you are going to learn a real-time threads notification and real-time chat application from scratch. Now before you are going to skip this video, this is my only one humble request that please at least watch this video for 5 minutes. Believe me or not, this video took me more than 1 month to record. Now what will happen, right? So I know that all of you are going to watch the video maybe later on in breaks, which is absolutely fine, but first time if you're not watching this video for at least 5 minutes, what will happen, like YouTube is not going to send this video to other users and this video will be done. So this is my only one request, that watch the video, just watch the intro part, and then later again you can come back. So first let me give you the overview that what are the things that we are going to use. So first we have, for authentication we are going to use Clerk. Now remember, this is not only front end side we are going to use Clerk, but I am going to show you that how in the backend side you are going to do the authentication. And remember, this is Node.js part 5, means this project will be backend heavy. So for database, as all of you suggested, and I'm not going to use MongoDB, so we're going to use Postgres with Docker. For real-time, definitely we are going to use Socket, and for image upload we are going to use Cloudinary. So it won't be only local file upload, we are going to use Multer with Cloudinary. For CSS we are going to use Tailwind, and for components we are going to use Setcn. Alright, so now let's see the demo. Okay, so as you can see that this will be a learning page. First let me just log out from this application. Okay, so once we'll log out, so this will be our sign in page. So first we are going to sign in, so we are going to implement Google authentication, and as I already mentioned multiple times, these will be backend heavy, means most of the logics we are going to handle in the backend side. Alright, so once user will log in, so this will be your landing page where you're going to see the list of threads that is created by all the users, and then on the left side you'll be seeing the filter. So you can just do filter based on category, and you can see all the list if you click on the all categories. Now if you click on new thread, so it will go to the new thread page where you'll be able to create a new thread. So maybe let's say creating a new thread. Now you select a category, maybe I'm going to select help, and you just give a description. And now once you'll do publish, so this will be saved and you'll be seeing the newly created thread here. So now once I'm going to click here, it will go to the details page. Now in the details page you are going to see the details, and now here you're going to see the like feature and the comment feature. Now from here we are going to have what, the real-time notification feature. So now what I'm going to do, right, simply I'm just going to do side by side for both the users. This user is also logged in as a different user. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to first refresh this page, and you'll see that you'll be seeing this newly created thread just now we have created. So I'm just going to click here, and now you see what will happen if I just going to like here. So here you'll be seeing a real-time notification, and this count we are going to increase in the real time. So I'm just going to like here, and you can see that now you just got a new notification that user to like your thread, and this now is getting increased. And the same thing will happen if you just comment here, hey, nice thread. Okay, so now I'm just going to post comment, and the exact same will happen. So here you're getting comment added, and here you're getting new notification and user 2 commented to your thread, and this is also getting increased. Now once now we will go here, and let's see if I click on this notification page. Now you'll see that you'll be getting two types of notification. One is the new one, that means this you haven't clicked yet, and this is the previous, that means this is the red ones. Okay, that means this you have already clicked. The moment you are going to click on this notification, what will happen, these we are going to decrease the count, and it will go to the details page of that particular thread. So I'm just going to click here, and now you see that these will be getting decreased, and you'll be going to the details page, and you can see that whoever liked that, there is a like, and this user actually commented. Okay, so now this will be about the real-time notification that you are going to create. Now although believe me or not, you may find this one very simple, but there will be a lot of logics that we are going to implement in this particular project, especially in the backend side. Now this will be the notification page. Now we can go to the profile page. So this will be where we are going to render the profile. Now remember, this is not only we are going to store in Clerk, but we are going to fetch the data. We will be storing all this in our Postgres also. So I'm going to show you that how you are going to connect your Clerk info in the backend side with Postgres. So you can just update this handle, you can update the bio. Let's say you wanted to update the bio, so you can just save all of this, and this will be saved. And if you refresh this, you'll be getting the updated data. So this will be our profile. Now coming to the main feature, which will be a chat application. So we can go to our chat page. Now here you'll first of all you'll be seeing how many users online. Now once you'll click a user, so I'm just going to do again side by side, and let's go to the home page first. Okay, and I'm going to go to the chat feature. Now here also you'll be seeing the other user, and here you can see user 2. Now you can select a user, and now what will happen, we are going to store all the messages, okay, side by side. And here also you'll be able to see the same thing. So if I click here, and we can do now communication with this user. So maybe I'm going to send from this user, hey, what's up, right? And then I'm going to send this, and you can see you'll be getting the message. So this will be sending as you, and this will be this user will receive that, okay, this Sangam1 send me a message. One thing you'll notice that whenever the other user is going to type, we are going to show a typing message here. Okay, so I'm going to do hello, and you can see you're getting a typing. That means this will be also real time. So I'm going to type anything, we're going to see typing here. Okay, so now let's say hello. So I'm going to send here. Now you'll be seeing as other user. You can also send an image. So let's say I want to send maybe let's do this image. So you'll be able to send image. Now remember, these images we are going to store in our Cloudinary, right? So we are going to save this. Okay, so this is saved, and I'll do a check this, and I can send this, and both the images and everything will be happening in the real time. And you can do nice, and this is how this will work. So that means these will be a lot of things we are going to implement in this project. You're not only going to now in many videos you'll see that, okay, most of the YouTubers that use Clerk on the front end side, but as I already mentioned, you will see that I'm going to show that how you can make the project or make use of Clerk and make this on backend heavy, and then how you're going to interact with your Postgres also, right? So most of the things, all the logics we are going to write backend side. I'm not using any Prisma or any NeonDB or anything. We're just going to use Docker with Postgres, and we're going to write our own migration from scratch. So as I already mentioned, this will be I think this is one of the best videos that I've created so far. So I hope that you'll learn a lot of things. So with this, let's get started. And one more thing I wanted to mention, the source code will be added in the description, and you can also join the waitlist on my website also, right? It's completely free. You can also download the source code from my website. So with this, now let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so now let's finally start our journey. Now remember one thing I wanted to mention, that this is like the part 5 of Node.js. So this is not this will not be a simple course, okay, and this is not a beginner course. So what I mean by that, so means that whatever things that we are going to write, so let's say for example writing SQL queries, okay, or writing some complex logic, I'm not going to explain each and every line. Why? Because then this video will be very long, and also will be bored. What I suggest, if you're doing this video for the first time or watching for the first time, I will suggest that please watch at least the part 1, part 2 and part 3 of Node.js. I already have uploaded part 4, right? So watch the part 3, part 2 and part 1. Then you can come here and you'll see that it will be very easy for you to do all of this. So I just wanted to give you a clear understanding that don't expect that I'm going to explain each and every line. Doesn't make any sense. So that is the reason this is like Node.js part 5. So I completed already part 4 parts of Node.js. So what are the things that we are going to start? The first of all, we will set up our backend and frontend entirely. So we are going to use Clerk for our authentication. And now remember, this is not like just we are going to use Clerk on the front end side. No, I'm also going to show you that how we are going to use both in the front end side and in the backend side. And also you'll understand how you can store all those data in your Postgres DB. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. First of all, I have an empty folder. I don't have anything else. So let's start with creating a backend folder. Okay, now if you're doing this one while watching the video, and at the same time you're doing, you will get the most of the benefit. Why? Because let's say if you're only watching and you are not writing or coding, then it will be difficult. So what I'll suggest, highly suggest, just do whatever I'm doing here. If you're getting any issues or anything, stop the video, go to the official doc or go to ChatGPT, ask that particular query, and then come back here. That is the best way you can learn all of this. Okay, so now let's create a backend folder, and let's go to the backend folder here. Okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do, let's open another terminal. So I'm going to just start with npm init -y. So we're going to create the package.json. So that is the first thing. Now once we'll create the package.json, because we are going to use the TypeScript, so I'll do tsconfig.json. Now let's go here, and I already have created. Okay, so now let's copy from here to here, paste it. That's it. You will get all of this. I already have linked the source code, completely free. You can download and then you can just copy from there also. Nothing different here. So package.json and tsconfig.json, this is done. So the next step will be, we'll go to package.json and just add a type here and add type as module. Okay, so now what will be the next step? So next step will be, now we are going to install all the packages that we need. So let's clear this. For now, let's explain. I'll explain that we are using Express version 4, course, helmet, Winston for login, .env, Zod, PG for our database queries and everything, and TSX. So now copy this and then install. Once we'll do that, then we are going to install all the types. So we'll copy this one here. Let's wait for some time. Now you'll see that I'm going to do each and everything very slowly, although I'm not going to explain each and every line. It will be very difficult. So let's install all the types. Okay, you'll get all of these details in the source code only. I'll add all of this. So once this is done, now we are not going to install all of this now, you'll see. So these packages we are going to install only when we are going to work on that particular module. All right. Okay, so I think this is done. So what will be next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create a .env file here. Now let's leave it the backend folder for now. So let's quickly create the front-end project. So I'm going to clear this. So side by side we are going to do backend front-end, or front-end backend. You'll understand how this is happening. Now many of you actually commented that, okay, why you are not creating backend first, front-end? Obviously I can do that. That is how it should be done. But this is a video, right? This is, I'm actually teaching to a student. For some people, if I'm doing only backend and then front-end, it will be very difficult for them to understand what is happening here. For those who are already experienced, for them it will be easy. So that is the reason what I'll do. Do backend, integrate with front-end, or do front-end, integrate with backend, like that. So now we'll go back and then let's create our front-end. So I'll do npx create next app at the latest. We are going to use the latest version of Next.js, and let's enter. So it's going to ask you the name of the folder. You can give any name you want. I'm going to give this one as front-end. Okay, so let's give this one as front-end, and let's do customize settings. So I'll do TypeScript yes, ESLint not needed now for now, so none, compiler not needed, tailwind says definitely yes, source code yes, app router yes, customize default import import aliases no, and then it is going to create. Okay, and in the meantime let's open this. Now what are the things that we need? So this will create. Now we are going to create our git ignore. See how we are doing, right? So we'll do git ignore. So in the git ignore, what are the things it will be there? So we are going to have node modules, and second we are going to have the env, these two things. And also we need to create our Docker compose, because we are going to use the Docker for our Postgres. So we will do that later, but before that we need to now set up a lot of things in this backend folder. So what are the things that we are going to have? So let's do one thing first. Let's start with the env. So for env, what are the things that we are going to have first time, right? So if you see, for now we are going to have the port, we are going to have the db host, which is localhost. We are going to have the port. You can change this port. Okay, db name, give any name you want, db user Postgres, password Postgres. So I'm going to copy this from here and then paste it. I'm going to change this one to 64 maybe 50. Okay, now save this. This one I'm going to change this one to maybe, let's do real-time chat and threads app. All right, and keep this one as Postgres, this one also Postgres. Port, you can change this one whatever you like. Hostname you need to keep localhost. Okay, so this is fine. So now what will be our next step? The next step will be all our code for our backend will go inside source folder. So I'm going to create a source folder. Now here we are going to create quite a few things. So I'm going to show you the best of the best folder structure that you can use. Remember, this is not a MAN application, so it's just going to create controllers, models. No, I'm going to show you that how you are going to create a proper folder structure, because we are using Postgres, right, not MongoDB. So see how you are going to do that. First, we are going to have the entry point, which will be server.ts. So this is our main entry point from where our server will run. Now, if you notice, most of the people will write all this logic here only for entry point. No, what we'll do, right, we are going to create another folder here that will be app.ts. Now this is where our Express app will run, and this is where we are going to call this app, and then we are going to run the server. I'm going to show you. Next, we are going to have another folder that will be our config folder. So inside config folder, we are going to create all the config, for example env related config, or let's say Clerk config, all this. So I'm going to create a config folder, and inside this we're going to have the env.ts. okay, next, what are the things we are going to have? Next, we are going to have a db folder. So this is where we are going to have the db connection and the migrations logic. So I'm going to do here db.ts for now. Okay, next we are going to have the modules folder. This is our main modules. Modules means this you can consider as like you're creating a MAN application. So you do what? You create a controllers, you create your services, you create your routes, something like that. So here we are going to have different modules. Okay, all right. So next we are going to have the routes folder. So this is where all our routes will go. Next we are going to have our middleware folder. So let's do middleware. Okay, what else? I think for now this will be more than enough. So now what we are going to do, right, we are going to create some very basic skeleton, so that later we can use all of this. So first we are going to start with what? We are going to start with env.ts file. So go to config, go to env.ts and close everything else, and first we are going to do what? So I'm going to import .env/config, and then I'm going to import z from zod. So we need z. Alright, now what we're going to do, we'll create our env schema. Always try to use, see, you can easily do that using process.that, but if you create a this zod schema, right, it will be very structured. So we'll do z.object, and let me just see if I can increase this. No, I think this is only 5. So now let's start with port. So port will be what? z.string, and here I'm going to give a default, and let's give the default as 5000, comma. Now let's copy this, paste it here. Now let's open the env at the side by side. So we have the db host. This also will be string, and this will be localhost. Copy this. What else we need? We need db port, db name, db user, and password. Okay, save this, and let's go here. So I start with db port, and this will be 6450. So I'm going to do 6450. Then we're going to have the db name, and this default I'm going to keep the same name. Next we're going to have the db user, which will be Postgres. So I'm going to do, this will be Postgres, and this will be db password. So this also will be same. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now what you can do, right, we can parse this. So we'll do parsed, and this will be env schema, and this will give you this safe parse method. And here you're going to pass what? But from where you're going to get all these values? Now this is where you need to pass a process.env, because this is how you usually used to do, right? So process.env.this, process.env.this. So we are simply creating the schema, and then based on that we are getting the values from process.envs. Okay, now what you can do, always you need to give a this check here, that if in case something goes wrong, you will simply do process.exit, or else what you will do, you are going to do export const env, and this will become this parsed.data. So this parsed will give you this data. This will be parsed. That's it. So now every time we are going to add a new env, what I'll do, we'll add the env here, and then we'll just add that env here with the correct type. If this is number, use number, something like that. So I think this is done. So env is done. Okay, so what will be next step? Next step, we are going to create one more folder here, and let's give this one as lib, and here let's create our what we can do, right? We're going to create some errors here. So first I'm going to create a errors.ts file. Also we need a logger file, so I'm going to create a logger.ts file. So what will be in this errors file? So let me just close this and open this one. Okay, so first I'm going to create a export class http error, and this will extend the error. Okay, first I'm going to take a status, which will be number, and we're going to take a details, which will be unknown. We don't know the reason. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a constructor, and here we are going to get the status, which will be number, and here I'm going to take a message, this will be string, and also we're going to take a details, the type will be unknown. So here we'll use the super, we'll pass the message, and then I'm simply going to do this dot status will be the status that you're going to get. So I'm going to pass this on as status, and then you're simply going to do these dot details will be the details that we are going to receive. Again, these all are normal JavaScript concepts, nothing to explain here. In case you're not able to understand all of this, again I'm going to repeat, please, you have to also do research by your own. You can't depend each and everything that I'm saying. So what I mean by this, I'm actually telling you for your good only. If you completely dependent on any YouTuber who are making videos, you are not going to learn things. What you need to do, right, in that case what will happen, you will watch 20 videos of creating project. Still, when you're going to create the 21st video, you'll not be able to do it by yourself. This is where you have to get out from the tutorial help. Why I'm telling all of this, because many of you actually commented, oh, he's just typing, he's not explaining. Nothing to explain here. In case here don't know all of these, that means you are in the wrong place of doing this project. I hope you're getting. Those who understand my point, they will clearly know what actually I'm trying to say here. So what I'm saying that, okay, you don't know the concept of constructor, super, what you need to do, you can do this project, you have to do the research here, that okay, what actually this thing is doing. Then again you come back here, then only you'll be able to do project by yourself, or else you'll be like watching videos and then nothing will happen. And now here first I'm going to do now, so now see, I already created a class, okay, which actually doing what, extending the base error class, error constructor. Now here I'm going to create one more class here, so let's create a class. So here I'm going to do, maybe let's start a not found error, and this will now extend what, this HTTP error that we have created. Okay, and here we'll do constructor, we'll pass a message, and message maybe let's pass as not found. And what we'll do, right, you're going to pass a super, and here you're going to pass two things. So first you're going to pass the status and the message. So I'll do 404, and message will be this message. Okay, so this will actually, we are setting here, right, these two things. Next, what else, maybe some bad request error. So let's copy this and then paste it here, and here make this one as bad request error. So here message you can do something like bad request. Okay, so do bad request, and here what you'll do, you're going to pass the details and pass this one as unknown. And what you'll do, you're going to pass this one as 400, not 44, not 4 message, and then pass the details. So this is done. Now let's copy this and then paste it here, and then you're going to do this one as unauthorized error. Unauthorized error. So here you're going to pass this one as unauthorized. So let me just copy from here. So we'll do unauthorized, and details we don't need. So we're going to pass what, unauthorized means it will become 400 or 401, right? Okay, now next thing we'll do one forbidden error. So copy this and then paste it here, and you're going to do forbidden error. Here I'm going to do this one as forbidden, and forbidden will be what? So it should know all of these things, so it will be 403. Okay, so now we have created a error class. Okay, so this is done. So now next let's go to logger. So in the logger, what will be the thing? So in logger we are using Winston. It will be very simple. So just import Winston from Winston, and then you'll simply create a logger. So you'll do export const logger, and you're going to do Winston dot create logger. So this is the method. This I have also used in Node.js part 2. It's like very advanced. You can see that also if you don't have any idea. So info, and you're going to do a format, and in this format I'm going to do Winston dot format dot, you're going to do something called combine, and here what you're going to pass, right? You're going to, so you're going to combine, we are going to combine a timestamp so that we can understand when these logs are happening, and second we're going to have a print formatter. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So we'll do Winston dot format, and this will give you a timestamp, and second you're going to do a Winston dot format, and this will give you this print f method. Okay, and this will give you the info, and what you can do simply, so you're going to return, so maybe I'm going to return a info dot timestamp. What else we can do? Maybe let's do something like this, arrow, and then we'll do something like that. Okay, let's do info dot level, and I'm going to do 2 uppercase maybe. That's it. Also if you want, we can log the info dot message. Now what do we need to do? So this is done, and here you're going to use a transport, and then you're going to simply pass a new Winston dot transport dot console, and I think this is done. So this will be very basic logger that we need, and this will do the job. So now errors logger, these two things are completed. So what will be the next step? Next step, now I'm going to use, let's create one global error handler, and you'll understand how you're going to do that, and also I'm going to show you that how you're going to create a global not found handler, because these things are very important, so don't skip all of these. Okay, so let's go to middleware, and then two things we are going to create. So first I'm going to create an error handler .ts, and second I'm going to create a not found handler. So I'll do not found handler .ts. So in this error handler, so now, so let's create a export const, and I'm going to do error handler, and what this the type will be, so you have something called as error request handler from Express, so that we can use. So we'll do error request handler, and then you're going to import this one as type. So this will be the type. Now what this is going to receive, so let's say it's going to receive error, so request response and next. So I usually give next like this. Okay, if you want you can directly give like that also, it's fine. So here what I'll do, so first thing, so let's take a status. So I'm going to do status as 500, and mostly what will happen, so maybe let's say there is a internal server error, so you need to render the message, right? So you're going to take a message, and for now I'm going to default, I'll take a internal server error. Okay, and then we're going to take a details, and details will be maybe, see, details we don't know, so we'll keep this one as unknown only, and let's keep this one as undefined. Oh, sorry. So this will be undefined. All right, so now what we are going to do, so here we can actually make use of these error classes that we have created, these error classes. Okay, so for example, let's say this HTTP classes, HTTP error class. Why? Because here we can simply check that if this error, listen carefully, so if this error is an instance of this HTTP error class, so we can simply render what? So we can render the status, we can render the message, and we can render the details. So this is the exact same thing we are going to do. So here what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to do, okay, if this error is instance, so how we are going to do that? So we'll do instance of what? HTTP error. Okay, so in that case what I'll do, you're going to pass a status. So status will be the error dot status Next you're going to have the message, so this will be error dot message. And last thing, we also have a details here. If you see, we have taken a details here, that this is unknown, so I'll do details. This will be error dot details. Okay, so this is done. So now what you're going to do simply, or you can also do something like this here. You can also take okay, else if this error is a instance of Zod error. So Zod error is another you can actually use from the Zod, right? So here also what I can do simply, so I'm going to take a status. I'm simply going to do 400, and maybe I'll do message, and I'll do invalid request data. And here if you want, you can pass the details also. So I'll do error dot issues dot map, so you'll get the issues. And here you can pass a path. So this issue is going to give you a path, and second, this is also going to give you a message which you can pass. So do issue dot message. Okay, so I think this is done. So now, so this error handler we have created. So now what you can do, right, simply we can, if you want, we can log error. Now logger is nothing but this logger that we have created. So what you can do, this logger you are going to import, and then you'll simply do an error log here, and then you're going to simply, maybe I'm going to pass request dot, I think we are doing something wrong here. This will be inside of this. Okay, so this will be request dot method. What else? Maybe we can pass request dot original URL, and we can pass this status also. So I'll give error like this. Okay, then give status, and also let's give the message. That's it. And then we can do raise.status, and here you are going to pass the status, because you don't know what the status will be. So we are going to pass this status here. So pass the status. Next we are going to do .json, and here you're going to do what? So maybe let's pass error, and in this error I'm going to pass the message, I'm going to pass the status, and I'm going to pass the details. Now details is optional, but still let's pass it. Okay, so now this is how you can create a proper global error handler. Okay, so now this is done. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, we're going to create the not found error handler. Now this will be very simpler. So what you can do, right, simply just create a function. So do export function, and maybe I'm going to do not found handler, and here you're going to do request. So request will be, type will be request. So you're going to from, let's do it from express. Then you're going to have the response. So this will be response. So let's import from express, and then we are going to have the next, which will be next function. And then what you'll do, pass next, and then call this. But how you're going to do that? Now here you have this, go here, see, we have this not found error, right? This is what we are going to call. So what you'll do, you'll do new, and then you're going to do what? Not found error. And then what you need to pass here, you need to pass the message. So see, if you notice here, normally we are actually passing the message not found. You can do that, but let's pass here also. So I'm going to do maybe route not found. I hope you're getting how we are doing here. Okay, so I think this is done. Now we can actually not using, so you can keep it like this. Awesome. And let's remove for this one, and I think this is done. So that's it. So now let's save this. So now we have created error handler, not found handler, errors, loggers, and env configuration. So what will be the next step? So next step will be, now we need to set up this app.ts server, definitely, but before that we are going to create our db connection. We are going to create our docker compose file. Okay, then we are going to create our migration logic. Once that is done, then only you can move to the front end side. So let's do all of this in the next part. Alright, so what will be our next step? So now next, let's do one thing. We are going to create the db connection. Before that, we also need to create our docker compose. Okay, so what I'll do, right, I'm going to create, now remember the docker compose you're going to create at the root. So I'm going to do docker compose.yml. Now let me quickly go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll paste it. So the only change we are going to do, right, we need to change this one to real-time chat and threads app. So I'm going to just change this one here, and also let's do one thing, change this one to container name threads container. Rest everything will be same, right? So this will be Postgres, this will also be Postgres, this will also change. So I'm going to change this one to 6450. So I'm going to do 6450. Okay, now let's save this. So I think this is done. So now what we are going to do, right? So now first from the root of the file, so what do we need to do? We need to do docker compose up-d, enter. Awesome. So I think this is created now. So if I go here, right, you'll see that we have real-time app, and inside this we have the real-time chat. So this is created. So now we are going to create our DB connection. So let me minimize this. Now if you remember all of this, I have actually discussed in my Docker video also, and also I have also discussed the same thing in the Node.js part 2. So first let's go to our backend db and db.ts. And then I'm going to close everything else. So first we need to import something. So first I'm going to import something from pg. So first I need the pool, and here after this I'm going to create the pool. So I'll do export const. So I'm going to do pool. This will be new, or not poll, this will be pool. So this will be new pool. And what are you going to pass, right? So we need to pass a couple of things. So first we need to pass the host. So what will be host? Host will be env. So I'm going to import the env dot host. Sorry, not host. This will be db host. Next we have the port, right? So I'll do port. So this will be what? So I'm going to convert this one to a number. So this will be env dot db port. Next we are going to have the database. So database will be env dot db name. Then user. So this will be env.db user, and at the end we are going to have the password, which will be env.db password. So this is going to create the pool. So now we are going to have a simple helper for our queries. So how we can do that? So I'll simply do export async function, and here I'm just going to do query. So here I'm just going to do this. Let's take this one as a generic. So this will be t extends. And here what are you going to do, right? So we need to import one type from pg, and that is called the query result row. So I'm going to import query result row. Okay, so this equals, so it will be query result row, and here we are going to get two things. So first I'm going to get a text, and this will be a string, and also I'm going to get a params if any. So this will be unknown, and the type will be, so this will be promise, and here we are going to pass this one as query result. So we need to import this one from pg of t. Okay, so this is done. So now here what we are going to do, right, simply, so first I'm going to do const result, and this will be await. So I'll do pool dot query, and here we're going to pass the t. And what you need to do, you need to pass this one as text, and also if there is any params, so you're going to pass the params as any, and here I'm simply going to return the result. That's it. Okay, so this will be our query. Now let's say we want to test the db connection, so we can create one simple function. So do export async function, and maybe let's give this a name as assert, maybe assert database or db connection, or let's do database connection. So here what I'll do, simply we'll do try catch, and let's take the error. So I'm going to throw the error, and in this try I'm simply going to do await pool dot query, and maybe I'm simply going to do a select. Let's do select one. Let's keep it simple. So I just wanted to test if this is working or not. So I'm going to import the logger, and I'll do a info, and I'm going to do connected to Postgres. Okay, and I think this is done. So this will be our DB connection that we need. Now we also need to create one more file which will be migration, that we are going to do later. For now, next we are going to create our app.ts file, and also we are going to start our server. So let's do these two things in the next part. Okay, so now let's create our app.ts file. And here first I'm going to, let's create export function, and I'm going to do create app. And the first thing, we need to create the express, right? The express app. So I'm going to do import express from, so I'll do express. We also need chords, so I'm going to do import chords from chords, and also we need the helmet, so I'm going to do import helmet from helmet. So first let's create the app, right? That is the first entry point that we need. So I'm going to do app, and this will be express. Then we are going to do app.use, so I'm going to call the helmet. So this will give us the basic security headers. Then we are going to use the chords, so I'm going to do app.chords. The chords are very important, or else you are going to get the chords related errors. So here I'm just going to do a origin, and for now here this will be http localhost :3000. Okay, and then we will give credentials as true, because we are going to make use of these cookies. Then we also need to do what? So we are going to use as usual the express.json middleware, and then we are also going to, now here you can create a health endpoint just to test, but for now just use these two things, right? So I'm going to do app.use. So first I need the not found handler that we have created, and also we are going to use the global error handler. So I'm going to do app.use, and this will be error handler, and at the end you're going to return the app. That's it. So these will be our main app, express app. But here again, normally if you see other videos and everywhere, they usually create, or I also created in previous videos also, which is fine, you can create only one, but I thought it will be much more organized if I have one page where I have all the app related or express app related logic, and then there is only one separate file where only server related logic. And now what you can do, now see, this file will be very clean. So what you can do, right, you can create a async function, and maybe just give this one as bootstrap, and then what you can do, the first thing, we'll take a try catch, okay, and then we'll take an error, and maybe you just do logger dot error, and what you'll do, we'll do fail to start the server, and then you pass the what you can do. So we can do something like, maybe let's do it here only, right? So I'm going to give a comma, and maybe I'm going to do error as error dot message. We need to, oh sorry, I think we are doing some mistake. Maybe let's do one thing, let's keep it clean. So I'm going to keep this one in 1, and this one I'm going to take inside the template literals. So here what I'll do, right, this will be, let's take this one in a bracket, and then I'm going to do this one as dot message. Yeah, so this will be cleaner. Now what I'll do, I'm simply going to do process.exit of 1, and in this try, first of all I need await, and I'm going to use this method here just to test that if this is working or not. Okay, so I'll do here as, oh, what name we have given, asset, not asset man, this will be assert, assert. So this will be assert database connection, and then I'm just going to do what, so I'm going to do const app, and this will be what, the create app, this one. Okay, so we're going to call this create app, and then what I'll do, it simply, so create a server, so I'm going to do server, and this will be http dot create, so we're going to import http from node http, so I'll do import http from, so we're going to get it from node :http. Okay, so we'll do http dot create server, and then what you can do, you can pass this app, and now what I'll do, I'm going to do const port, and this will be number, and then we have the env, so we're going to import the env will give you the port, or else you're going to keep this one as by default 5000, and then you're going to do what, you'll do server.listen, and server is going to listen on this port. You take the callback, and you're going to do a logger.info, and I'll do server is now. Okay, so here we'll give listening to port, and then we can just pass here. So let me just take this one in a template literals. Okay, and then I'm going to do maybe HTTP just localhost, and then what we can do right here, we'll take and then pass the port. Okay, save this. So I think this is done. Let's go to our package.json. We'll remove this, change this entry point main to source/server.ts, and you're going to take a dev script. So I'll do tsx watch source/server.ts. Save this, and then we're going to first clear, and then I'll do npm run dev. Okay, so now let's give a colon here. So that means connected to Postgres means that database connection is also working fine, right? Also let's remove this. Awesome. So now I think we actually have set up our backend properly, right? So the DB connection is also completed. We created all the utility files, middleware that actually we need. So we'll start with our modules first, but before that we need to now integrate Clerk authentication so that we can pass the tokens or the cookies to the backend, and based on that we are going to do certain operations. So first, in the next video, what we will do, right, we are going to complete the SADCN integration, because we are going to use SADCN, and then we'll be creating our sign up pages. We are going to create a proxy file, right? Proxy is a new logic that I am going to explain, and then we'll move to the backend part again. Okay, so backend setup is done. So now we'll start with our front end one. Okay, so let's open another terminal, and I'll go to the front end folder. The first thing we need to go here, and we need to install SADCN, right? So we'll go here, and we just need to copy this npx SADCN at the latest init. If you're using some other package manager, just use it based on that. And then I'll go here, and then we're going to enter. So it's going to ask you a couple of queries. Once that is done, then only we'll start. Okay, neutral, that's it. So now I'll go here, and let me just check. I already copied some of the see, we are going to add all this. So we need button, card, sonar for toast, and showing toaster, text area, avatar, badge, and input. So I'm going to just copy these, and we are going to install all at once so that we don't have to do multiple times. So copy all of this, just note it down whatever we are doing. Okay, let's wait for some time. Okay, this is done. Clear this, enter, and then install. So now we'll go here, go to Clerk. So first you have to you have the link in the description, click that, just create application, that is free. So you just come here. I already have some of the previous applications, so we'll do create application. And for now we are going to only have the Google authentication, because email, again, we have to do a lot of logics and everything. So Google is most safe, and it will give you a lot of extra security features and everything, right? So you're going to keep only Google authentication. Let's give this one as real-time chat and threads app. So now we are going to do create application. Very simple, just create it. So we are going to get the tokens and everything, so those things we need. So Next.js, so first we need to install this, right? So we're going to install the Clerk/Next.js. So I'm going to copy this one, and we'll go here, and I'm going to clear this, and then I'm going to install. So we'll do npm install @Clerk/Next.js. Remember to install this one inside front-end folder, not outside or not inside backend folder. Once we'll do that, you'll get these two, right? So we'll do next public Clerk publishable key, and also Clerk secret key. So I'm going to just pause this video, and I'm going to show you that what all the envs that you need, because I see some of you actually get confused and get errors, and then you ping me multiple times and you'll find a lot of issues, right? So I'm going to clearly explain that what are the things that you need, so that you can use the same env variables in your backend folder and also in the front end side. So I'm just going to pause this one quickly. Alright, so now let me just quickly show you that what are the environment variables that you need in the both front end and the back end side. So if I go here, right, so front end side we need this next public clerk sign in URL. So this is going to tell that what is actually your sign in URL. This is the fallback redirect URL, right, sign in, which is go to the home page, and this is also same fallback redirect URL for the sign up page. This is next public API base URL. So this is basically to interact with our DB because of interact with our backend, because our backend is running on port 5000, right? And this is where we have the Clerk publishable key and the Clerk secret key, which we'll get from here. So now I'm just going to copy this. Okay. Now we also need for backend, but this I'm going to explain later. So these all for the front end side. So copy all of these, and you'll go here. Go to the front end folder. Okay, don't make these mistakes. We already have the env for backend. Go to front end and create a env file on the root, and then just paste it. Okay, so sign in URL. Okay, let me just minimize this one. Sign in URL, fallback redirect URL for both sign in and sign up. Base URL, this is the API URL, means our backend URL. This is the publishable key and the secret key. So you go here, and then I'm going to copy this, right? And then I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, this here. I'm not going to show you that because I've done this on previously and most of you actually use this API. Should not do that. Click the link and just create. It's completely free. So I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, remember I'll paste in these two places. Next public Clerk publishable key and the Clerk secret key. So you'll go here. You just copy from here and then just come here and paste it. Okay, so I'll pause this and paste it here, and then we'll start again. Okay, so my env I already pasted also. So let's see next what it is telling. So next it's telling that create a middleware. So here I'm going to show you that instead of middleware, now I'm going to show you a different way that we can do it. And then we need to add a Clerk provider at the root. Root means our layout file. So first we'll add this on here. So we'll go here and let's go to our front end, and then we'll go to source, we'll go to app, and then let's go to layout.tsx. So this is where we are going to add it. So I'm going to now close everything else, and then we'll just wrap this one. If you see, right, it's wrapping at the root. So I'm going to just cut it from here, and I'm going to import Clerk provider. So let me just check it. So I think we need to import it from Clerk/Next.js. I think this we have already installed. So I'm going to import from, so you have the Clerk/Next.js. So this will be Clerk provider. Okay, so I'm going to use this. So I'll do Clerk provider, and inside this I'm going to paste it here. That's it. So this is the first change that we need. Now I'm going to show you that one thing that we need to do. Let me just go to their let me just check how to do that. Continue to Next.js guide, and then I'm going to show you one thing that is called proxy.ts. Okay, so this is another middleware that you can use. So if you're using the Next.js 15 less than Next.js 15, name this one as middleware instead of proxy, right? So these proxies now should be at the root, or you can put this one inside your source directory. This is similar to middleware, because we are not just doing the authentication on the front end side, because we are also going to implement the same logic in the back end side, right? If you see other videos, they usually use the Clerk. I know most of you actually use this one. They use in the front end side, but I'm also going to show you that how you're going to protect each and everything using backend in the backend side also. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to create a proxy.ts file, but I'm going to create this one inside source folder. Okay, inside source, because we are already using the source directory. So inside source folder, create a proxy.ts file. And then what you need to do right now, this is actually important. So here first of all you need to pass a config. So this config is nothing but, this is important, this is actually, we are simply skipping any Next.js internals and all static files, because we don't have to give authentication there. And also we are actually writing a logic that this config will always run for the API routes. I already have this one created here, so I'm just going to copy. So this one, right, so I'm going to first copy this, and then you'll just paste it here. You can also get this one from the official documentation also. But first what we need to do, right, we need to tell that which all will be public route for our application. Now this is very important. Now let's say you have 10 routes, for example, sign in, sign up, threads page, chat page, notification page, XYZ page. Now from that you need to understand, okay, what all pages will be public pages and what all pages will be private pages. Why? Because for all the private pages means if the user is not authenticated, then we will not allow those user to access those pages until unless that user will be authenticated. So here what we are going to do, right, before I'm going to write this proxy file, I'm going to create two folder. One will be our sign up page and one will be sign in page. So just go here and then what I'll do, right, I'm going to create, now remember how I'm giving the name, so I'll do sign up. Okay, and inside this, oh sorry, I'm doing mistake, this we need to do inside app folder, not here, inside this app folder. So I'm going to move this one inside app folder. So this will be inside app folder because all the pages we are going to write inside app directory, and here I'm going to write a this will be sign up, right? So I'll do sign up and then I'm going to create a page.tsx. So this will be our sign up page. Similarly we need to do one for sign in, so I'll do sign in and inside this create a sign in page. So this will be sign in and inside this you're going to create a page.tsx. Now these two pages will be anyone can access, right? If you're not authenticated, then also you'll be able to access these pages. So first let's do one thing, let's create these two pages. So I'll start with the sign up page. So first I'm going to do this one as, so I'll do export default function and I'm going to do this one as sign up, and here let's return. So I'm going to return main. Now again, now this is like, I'll be very honest, this is the most boring part for me, right, writing all these Tailwind CSS classes, but still I'm going to write for all of you, but I'm not going to explain each and everything, because if you are following my channel or even you're watching for the first time, these are very simple to understand. If in case you are not able to understand any Tailwind classes, right, I will suggest go to their official documentation, but explaining each and everything line by line, it's like very time consuming. Okay, I'm not going to do that. So now here what I'll do, right, I'll take a class name, so I'm going to do flex, and also let's do one thing. Okay, let's write it here first. So I'll do before that, let me just write here sign up so that it will be easy. Save this and then, oh, I'm doing opposite. This is sign in page, so this will be sign in. So this will be sign in. Save this, copy this, and this will be sign up. Okay, so now let's run this. So what I'm going to do, right, so we'll go here and then we'll do npm run dev. Oh, what it is telling, permission, maybe something else is running. Okay, let's for now what I can do, right, let's go here in package.json and we can give a port. Let's run on 4000. It's fine. So now let's run this. This is fine, this because we don't have any function export, which is okay. So but we need to do one change then. For me, actually, for you, if it is running on 3000, don't change anything. Okay, it's fine. So what I'll do, right, go to env and then we sorry, not here, we'll just change this one to 4000. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now what we'll do, right, so first let's go here. You're going to get an error that we are going to fix this one. So we will go to 4000. Okay, so let's quickly fix this, right? So we'll go to our proxy and here what we're going to do, right, we need to, sorry, after this, so we are simply going to tell now that what will be our public route, right? So I'm just going to do const and I'll do is public route, and this will be, so here I need something called create route matcher from Clerk Next.js server. And here you are going to simply tell that, okay, for us the public route will be the sign in page and the sign up page. So I think I already have written this one. Let me just copy this. Okay, we need these two, copy, and then we'll just paste it here. That's it. So now what you're going to do simply, so I'm going to export default, and these will be, let's do clerk middleware, and here what you're going to do simply, so these will be async, so you're going to get the auth and you're going to get the request, and here what you're going to do simply, so you're going to check if not equal to is public route of this request. So if this is not a public route, so it's simply going to protect, so I'm going to have it and do auth dot protect. Very simple, that's it. So now let's save this. Now you'll see that error should not be there, so it's now compiling. So you go here. Okay, so now it's going to the sign in page. Awesome, so that means this is working fine. So now remember this redirects and everything, this is happening because if I go to env, remember I told you this env variable to give, right, this redirect URL. Okay, so this is very important, so you have to add all these three. So now what I'll do, right, so I'll start with the sign in and the sign up page. So let's start with the sign in page. So I'm going to close everything else. Okay, so let's write some very basic CSS. So here I'm going to do flex. Let's do a mean height of I'll do calculate of 100 VH minus let's do 4 rem. So after this what I'll do, maybe let's do items center, we'll do justify center, and I'm going to do px of 4. Okay, and inside this let's remove this now. So I'm going to take maybe a div, I'll do a class name, and I'm going to do width of full, I'll do max wmd, and I'll do space y of 8. Inside this I'm going to take another div, so we'll do a class name, and let's do a space y of 2, and I'm also going to do text as center, and here I'll take a h1 and I'm going to do maybe welcome back. Let's take a class name and I'll do text 3XL, font bold, tracking tight, and text as foreground. Save this and we'll go here. Okay, so you're getting this. So now what will be, so here maybe after this, so we're going to take another div and I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do rounded 2XL, I'll do border, I'll do border of 70, I'll do BG card. Okay, now before that we also need to, I'm going to show you that why this is these colors will change, because I already created some CSS, the same CSS theme that we are going to use throughout this video instead of rewriting each and everything, right? Why? Because if you go to the global.css, right, you will see when you install the sadcn, it actually going to create some theme. Okay, so we are going to change this one. So I'm going to show you that, or else you can just directly download the source code. You can also copy paste, it's going to work. So I'm going to give a p of 6, padding of 6, and also let's do a backdrop blur sm. That's it. And inside these we are going to use the sign in component. We need the sign in component from Clerk Next.js. Okay, let's change this one to sign in page, and we'll do sign in. And here what we're going to do, so I'm going to do a routing will be path. We're also going to give a path, so which will be / sign in. Inside this I'm going to do sign up URL, and this will be sign up, and also I'm going to do fallback redirect URL will be /. Okay, I think this is done. So now let's save this and let's see what is happening here. So we are going to do continue to real-time chats and threads app, continue with Google because we have already selected Google, which is fine. Now what I'll do, I'll go here, and then you see I already have created this theme. So just copy this completely, go to the code, go to the global.css and just paste it here. That's it. Okay, and let's see if this is reflecting or not. Okay, still not reflecting. Okay, let me just check. I think this would work. Let me just rerun this again. we also need to change something in the layout file. Let me just quickly do that. So in the layout also we are going to use the class name as dark. I think that we are missing here. So let me just go to the layout page. Let me minimize this one. So I will go to the layout and we are going to change some of the structure. I think this is fine. Here we are going to give a class name and I'm going to do dark. Save this. See, so this is fine. And then in the body I think this is fine. Let's take one more div here. Inside this I'm going to take one more div and I'm going to give a class name. So flex, I'll do mean height screen, flex column, bg background. Okay, and then I'm going to do text as foreground. I don't know why this is very slow for me. So now inside this we are going to have, I'm going to keep a placeholder for navbar. We are going to do later, and here I'm going to take a main, and inside this I'm going to take class name. So I'll do flex, flex1, and I'll do flex as column. And inside this I'm going to take a div and I'll do a class name. So I'll do max of auto, I'll do flex, I'll do width of full, max w, let's do 6 xl, and we will do flex of 1, flex of column, px of 4, py of 8, and for md I'm going to do py of 10. And these children will now go into this div inside this. Okay, so I think this is done. Okay, now this is something we are doing wrong. Let's do one thing. Let's remove this max w 6xl. Let's see. I think because of this, let me save this. So this is fine. So now we also need to have the navbar, but for now this is okay. So let's go here and let's quickly create the sign up page. Now sign up will be actually exactly same. So I'm going to just go here in the sign up page, and then also you can do one thing, right? Maybe after this div I'm going to take a p and let's do something like already have an account, right? So then we are going to just use a link component from next link, and I'm going to do sign up, right? No, we are doing opposite. This is the sign in page, right? This is the sign in. We'll do already new here. I'm going to do new here. So in that case we are going to sign up, and we'll do href, and this will go to sign up page, right? And let's give a class name here, and we can do something like text center, text access, and I'll do text muted foreground. Okay, for link I'm going to do here, let's give a class name. So I'll do font medium, I'm going to do text primary, and I'm going to do maybe hover text primary divided by 90. Save this. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. Now see, these all colors and everything, this is coming because of the theme that I have created. Okay, so please use the same. If you want something else, feel free to do that. I always give I always told all of you that you don't have to follow me exactly. Use your own creativity, but use the knowledge that you are getting from the video, right? Something like that. So now this is done. So what I'll do, I'm going to copy this and then go to the sign up page, just paste it, and then this will become, first of all this will be sign up. All this is fine. Here I'm going to do create account instead of this, right? So I'll do create account, and this will now become sign up. So routing will be same, path will be sign up, sign in URL, this will be, no, I think we have done some mistake, right? Here this will be sign up URL, sorry, and go here, this will be sign up URL. So this will be sign up, because for sign up we need to do sign in URL, so this will become sign in. Okay, opposite. So here we have the path is sign in, sign up URL is sign up, fallback redirect URL is this, correct? In the sign up page, path is sign up, but sign in URL will be sign in. Okay, so this is fine. Now here I'm going to just do that already have an account, right? So I'll do already have an account, in that case you just do go for the sign in, and this will change to sign in. That's it. And also let's remove this, we don't need this one. Save this. I think this is fine. Now let's go here, let's click. Okay, so this is sign up and this is sign in. Awesome. So I think this is fine. So now if you see one thing, right, it is telling that fallback redirective URL is this. Now in the home page, right, what is home page? So this is our home page, right? So here what I'll do, right, simply, so for now I'm just going to do this one as, let's take a PE and I'm going to do home page, and I'm going to do class name and I'll do text as white. Okay, that's it. First I'm going to test it that if this is working or not. So I'm going to go here and let's do something like this is sign up, right? So let's do continue with Google. Okay, so now let's click on my this account. I need to save, give me some time, 1 minute. Okay, so I'm just going to select. Okay, so I'm going to select 97. So now let's see what is happening. Okay, let's select here, continue. Awesome. So that means this is working fine. So now let's go here, right, go to the Clerk. So I'm going to go to the dashboard, go to the users. I already have the account here. Fantastic. That means this is working fine. Now you can see here, you'll go to the home page. Now I'll try to go to the sign in page. It's going to the home page. Fine. Now you can add some kind of loader and everything so that the experience is very smooth, but at least the logic is working. So if you try to go to the sign up page, it's redirecting to the home page. So that means this logic is now completed. But remember, wait, this is not the only authentication part that we are going to do. You'll see other videos, right? We already mentioned multiple times. They will just use the Clerk on the front end side. Now each and every request that we are going to do, right, we also have a extra protection or guard on the backend side. So now the real coding will start. So till this part, what we have done, we use the Clerk to implement all this authentication. User is now getting stored. We implemented the proxy, which is the middleware, which is protecting the route on the front end side. Now what will be our next step? Next step will be, now all these users, see, now you have this one in your Clerk dashboard, which is fine. Now I know some of you actually mentioned me that, okay, you are using this, previously used something else, but now I'm going to show you that how we are going to store this one in your Postgres with your Clerk ID, with another ID, right? And then from the next part, whatever features that we are going to implement, each and everything, we are going to use that particular data that we are going to store in our Postgres, and then we will be implementing based on that. So it will be very, very interesting from the next part. So what will be the next part? Next part will be, now we are going to implement the backend logic for our user table. So we are going to have a profile page, okay, and in that profile page we can actually update the details which we are going to store in our Postgres. Now remember why actually we need that, because this is a thread application, right? Threads and chat. So we need a handle. Handle means each and every user will have a certain handle, and based on that we are going to understand everything that which two users are talking to each other based on handle. So it's something like you are having some kind of username, right? So that we are going to call as handle in this particular video. So now from the next video, let's start working on the backend part. But till this part, the main authentication or the base authentication is now completed. Alright, so now it's time to start working on the backend. So first we are going to implement the user module. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. Now from this point, you have to be very, very careful. Do not skip any of the section. Each and everything is linked to the next one. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, inside this source, now backend. Okay, so inside source I'm going to create a folder. Let's give this one name as migrations, and inside this I'm going to create the first migrations. I'm going to give specific like this so that it will be in order. So I'll do 0001 underscore and I'm going to do users.sql. So now let's close everything else. So see, remember, whenever I'm going to create any this SQL model and everything, also like any queries, SQL queries that we are going to write, I will try my best to explain that what actually we are doing. But if you're a complete beginner, it will be very tricky. So that actually I have covered in the Node.js part 3. You can check that part also. I just wanted to give a heads up. So first I'm going to do so I'll do create table if not exists. Okay, and here we're going to give this one as users. So first what I'll do, right, so inside this, what are the things that we need to have here? First we need an ID. So here this will be big serial, and here I'm just going to do this one as primary key. So let's do primary key. Okay, next we need, now very important, we need the Clerk user ID, because we're going to map the Clerk user ID that we are going to receive, and then we are going to store in our DB. Normally what will happen, right, we usually interact with the front end side only. So we authenticate in the front end side, we have different types of hooks that Clerk provides, and then we can do the job also. It will be done, but I wanted to move most of the logics to the backend. So here I'm going to have a Clerk underscore, and let's do user underscore ID, and this will be text, this will be not null, and this will be unique. Very important. So this will be the second thing. What will be the next thing? So let's take a display name. So I'm going to take display underscore name, and this will be text. Next I'm going to take very important handle. Remember I told you that each and every user is going to have a handle. So I'm going to do text, and this also will be definitely unique. What will be the next? Next will be avatar. So this is your image, so I'll do avatar underscore URL, and this will be text. Then I'm going to also going to have a bio. This will be text. Bio means kind of description. And here after this I'm going to have a created at. So I'll do created underscore at, and this will be time stamp. You always make the spelling mistake here. So I'll do TZ, and this will be not null, and this will be default. The value will be default now, so current value. Next we are also going to have the same for updated at. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this will be updated at. Now remember, we are not using any Prisma or anything, so we're going to use normal PG query. I think some of you actually are already used so many times Prisma and all other tools that you have, right? So I don't want to use all of this. So this will be the basic SQL properties that you need basically. So this is like user modeling. All the users is going to have ID property, Clerk user ID, display name, handle, avatar URL, bio, created at, and updated at. Okay, now let's save this. But now we actually need to migrate this schema. Where we need to migrate this schema in our Postgres, right? So that we are using Docker with Postgres. So for that we need to actually have a logic where we are going to write the migration. So for this one, remember in this DB I'm going to write a migrate.ts file. Okay, so first what we are going to do, first we need to do const, and I'm going to do migrate directory. So first how we are going to do that, so you are going to have the path. So path you need to import from node path. So I'm going to quickly do that. So I'm going to do node path from, so I'm going to do node colon path. So this path will give you a result property, and here you're going to pass process.cwd, right? And here we need to go to source folder first, and then inside source folder you have what, migration folder. So you do rename, copy the name, and then just paste it here. That's it. So this will give you the directory from where we need to pick all the migration, and I'm going to do async function, and let's do run migrations. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's log the info, and I'm going to do looking for migrations in, and then I'm going to pass this migration directory to check if this is picking from the correct or not. Let's do migrations directory. So this is done. So after this what I'll do, I'm going to take a variable, I'll take a files, and I'm going to do fs. So fs you are going to get from where? Node fs, right? File system. So paste it. I'm going to do fs, and this will be node colon fs. So do fs. Now fs is going to give you this read directory sync. So you have this read directory sync. You're going to pass the directory path, so which will be your migration directory, and then you're going to, I'm going to do a filter, not fill. We're going to do filter, and I'm going to take the file, and what I'm going to do, right, I'll do file dot here we are going to do ends with, because everything will ends with .sql. So I'm going to do if this is ending with .sql. I hope you are getting. Okay, and then what we are going to do, simply we are just going to sort it. So we're going to sort this one. So this is going to sort alphabetically, right? So we see that is the reason I've taken 0001 to explain. I think this is also a very good practice you can follow. So now this is done. If, so I'm going to do if this files dot length, if this is equal to 0, so maybe just log a logger dot info, maybe no files, no migrations file found, something like that. Okay, and then you are going to return from here. You don't have to do anything else. Or else what you will do, simply, so you're going to do for, I'll do const file of files, and you're going to get the full path. So I'm going to do full path. So this will be file, not file. This will be path dot join, and then we'll pass the root directory, and then we need to pass the file. So this will give you the full path. And then I'm going to do const, let's do SQL, and then I'm going to do fs dot read file sync. And what you need to pass here, this is going to receive the path, right? So here I'm going to pass the full path, and let's give this one as utf 8. So this is done. So now maybe we can log one logger, right? So I'll do logger dot info just to check that. Okay, now it's running the migration. So I'll do running migrations, and you pass the file here, pass the file. So I think this is done. And then what you need to do, so you need to pass the query, right? So how you can do that, so you do await, and you're going to import the query. So query you'll be getting from where? So query you're going to get from our db.ts. we have this query, right? So you're going to import this, and what you need to pass, you need to pass the SQL here. So you're going to pass this SQL, and then you're going to do logger dot info, and maybe I'm going to do something like migration is finished. No, not migration. Let's do finished migration, and then pass the file again, right? So let's do here only. No, I think this is fine. And also here I can be running migration is file. Alright, so I think this is done. So now what we will do, right, simply here I'm just going to do run migrations, call this, we'll do dot then, and here what I'll do, simply maybe we'll do logger dot info, and I'll do all migrations run successfully. Okay, and you'll do simply process dot exit of 0, and here I'll do simply catch, so we'll get error, and then you'll simply going to do a logger dot error, so I'll do migration failed, and I think this is done. And also let's do process dot exit with 1. Let's do one thing, let's log this here. So inside this I'm simply going to do that we have done, right, error as error dot message. So now we have our first schema that we have created, and also we have the migration logic. So what we need to do right now, remember we actually here need to do one thing, and that is we need to actually add a what that's called the script in our package.json. So we'll go to our package.json, and here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to do migrate, and then simply do what, tsx, then you'll do source slash, because you have to go to where, db, so go to db slash, you go to migrate dot ts. Okay, so now let's save this and see if this is working or not, right? So I'm going to open a new terminal. So we'll go to the backend folder, I'll clear this, and let's do first npm run migrate. Let's see if this is working. So enter. Okay, there is some syntax error is there. Okay, something we are doing, migration failed, means something we are doing wrong here. Is this one? Okay, let's see. Okay, let's clear again, let's run it. Awesome. So now you can see that this is running migration, finished migration, all migration is successfully done. So that means this is now actually this migration of this particular user schema is now completed. So now what will be our next step? Now next step will be we need to create a couple of logic, right? So remember I already mentioned that we are using modular approach. Modular approach means modular folder structure we are following. So in this module we will be having one users folder now, and this user folder will follow this folder structure. So we are going to have the types, we are going to have the repository. Repository is where we are going to write out all SQL queries which will interact with our DB. So you consider that one similar to your man controller, right? So in man project you create controllers, and then you're going to have the services, okay? And once the services is done, then we are going to create the routes. So let me just quickly create all the files. So first we are going to have one user.types.ts file. Second, we are going to have the user.repository SITORY, right? I think this is correct, maybe. Okay, if this is wrong, you just do the correct spelling. And then I'm going to do user.service.ts. So this is the structure that we are going to follow. And then inside routes we are going to have one root route. Inside routes we are going to have one index.ts, which will be a root route. This root route we are going to use in our app.ts, and then we are going to have all the individual routes. So for example, me or user, you can give user route also. Maybe let's give user.routes.ts. okay, so this will be a very well structured that you can follow. So that means we are using a modular folder structure where we are going to have each and every module. User module is going to have the types, we are going to have all the types here. Repository is where we are going to write all the SQL queries, we are going to interact with our DB, and also we are going to have the services folder. Now what we need to do, right, we need to actually create our Clerk logic or configuration here. So inside this config I'm going to create a clerk.ts, because I already mentioned that we are not going to do most of the logic in the front end side. Front end will be just for your interaction. Most of the heavy logic will move to backend. So here first of all you need to install this package called Clerk Express. So go here, let me just copy, so you have this one, npm install clerk@clerk/express. So quickly install this one in your backend. Clear this and install. Let's wait for some time. Okay, so I think this is done. Now first of all we are going to import couple of things, right? So first I need to import these from Express, and so I'm going to import these all as type. So this will be response, this will be request, and also we're going to have the next function. And now what we'll do, right, because we need to use the Clerk middleware, or let's say a Clerk client, all of these things in multiple places, what we can do, right, we can actually import all these things from this file, so that instead of importing in each and every file, I'm going to show you that how we are going to do in a better way. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to import from Clerk Express, and we're going to import the Clerk middleware, we're going to import the get auth, and also we need the Clerk client, these three things. And now what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do a export here, all these three. So I need the Clerk middleware, I need the Clerk client, and I need the get auth. So now what I'll do, I'm going to create a export function, and I'm going to do require auth API. Okay, so API set validation we're going to now manage. So do request, the type will be request, we are going to have the response, the type will be response, and I'm also going to have the next function, which will be type will be next function. This will be written void. Now here first of all we need to check if the user is authenticated or not. So first I'm going to do auth, and this will be get auth, and get auth is going to receive the request, so pass the request here. Now what I'll do, right, this is actually going to give you the user ID. So it's going to check if this auth doesn't have the user ID, that means this user is not a authenticated user. So what you can do, you can simply call the next middleware, so call the next, and here what you can pass, remember we created a unauthorized error, so I'm going to call unauthorized error from our errors file, from this file, say this unauthorized error. Okay, so now all this, how helpful all of this, right, using a proper folder structure. Now this is going to, you just pass here that okay, you must be signed in to access these route resource, or let's do resource. Okay, so I think this is done. If this is not the case, then in that case what you will do is simply call the next. So we'll do return and call the next, and this is done. Okay, we are not using this, let's keep it like this. Awesome. So now we have our this clerk, this one also created. Now remember, one thing is very important I want to mention, because some of you will miss this one. You need to add this clerk publishable key and the clerk secret key where in your backend env also. So if I go to env, right, you see for now we have all the port and the db related. So please add this one, copy this. Okay, copy this one, and then you're going to paste it here, and again you will get this one from where? You will get this one from your overview. Just go to the configure, you will get the token and everything, and then just paste it, not token, that key, that secret key and the publishable key. So you need this one. Once you'll do that, the next thing what we also need to do, right, you also need to add this in your env file in case you want to use that. So I mean here you can add this, right? So what I'll do simply, so let's go to the env, copy this both, go to the env and then just paste it here, right? And then you just simply pass your z.string, and you simply pass your z.string. Now secret key you don't have to do that. In case you can also skip this one, because don't pass your default here and then pass the secret key in this env file. You should not do that. So just you can keep z.string if in case you want to do it, right? Because anyway when you are going to deploy, right, in a prod deployment, this will go into your env variables. You don't want your secret keys to be exposed, but remember you have to add this here. So I'm going to pause this video and then I'm going to add this here, and then we'll move to the creating our user module. Alright, so now I pasted the envs here in the backend, but for now actually we don't need all those these publishable key and the secret key for now, because we already have the middleware, and from our front end side we are going to pass the cookies and everything. So I'm going to show you that how this whole process is working. Before that, the first thing what we need to do, right, we need to actually use the Clerk middleware in our app.ts file. So that is the first thing here. So here what I will do, right, simply after this, so let's do app.use, and then I'm going to import this Clerk middleware from, so we'll go to our config Clerk, and then I'm going to use the Clerk middleware, and this I'm going to use it here. So I'm going to do Clerk middleware. So this is the first thing. Now second, let's see if our backend is running or not. Okay, this is running. The second thing, now before I'm going to create any of these, I'm going to go through the opposite way. Now what I mean by that, so instead of creating the repository direct, that you need to understand the why actually we are creating all of this. So to do this one, or to explain this one in a better way, how you're going to do that, so we're going to do in the ulta means opposite. So we'll start from the routes. Now see how I'm going to make this one simple. So first you start with routes. Now first we need to understand, okay, how many routes actually we need here. So for now you need two routes. So first one will be /API, consider /me. Me means nothing but it will give you your own profile information. And second is, let's say I want to update something. So this will be patch, right? So it will be patch request. So this will be what? /API /me. Same only. So the difference is this will be a GET request and this will be a patch request. Why I am doing like this? If I directly start with types, create the repository, create the service, it will be difficult for you to understand. But if I go from this way and then go to the opposite way, it will be easy. Now see, so what I'll do right here, first of all, let's do one thing. Let's import from, so this will be express and this will be our router. Now what I'll do, right, simply first I'm going to create the router. So I'll do export const and I'll do me router or user router or whatever you want to keep. So I'll do router. So that this is the first thing. Now here we are going to create a SAP. SAP means what actually our user profile update schema will be, schema will hold. So see, we have the patch, right? Patch is nothing but we should be able to update the display name, we should be able to update the handle, we should be able to update the bio, and also we should be able to update the avatar URL or basically your image. So that will be my user update schema. So I'm going to do user update schema. So first let's import from Zod, and this will be Z. And here I'm going to do simply const, let's do user profile update schema. So this will be z.object, and I'm going to have a display name z.string, okay, and dot trim, maybe let's do max 50, and we'll do optional, comma, copy this, paste it, and this will be handle. So this also will be, maybe let's do 45, okay, or let 30. Then we are going to have the bio. So this also will be, let's make this one 500, optional. And then at the end we are going to have the Auth URL. So do Auth URL, and here we are going to have the z.string, this will be trim, and we are going to have a URL, right? So I'll do trim dot, I think there is something called URL, right? So we have the URL, and here okay, it's telling directly we can use, well, let's use that dot URL. And then what I'll do, maybe I'm going to do Auth must be a valid URL, and then I'll do dot optional, because we can update or we can't, we don't want to. So this will be our user profile schema. And then I'm going to create a simple function. So I'm going to do function, and I'm going to maybe do to response, okay. So this is just to convert. So I'm going to do profile, and here what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to create our first type. So let's go here and let's create our first type, which will be user profile. So I'll go to user types, and we'll see how we are going to the opposite way, right? So this user profile is nothing but, this is the shape of the combined profile we want to expose from the service layer. So here what I'll do, I'm going to do export, and then let's do type, and I'm going to do user profile. So this is going to have the user, and the type will be user. So here I'm going to create one more type. So I'm going to do export type, I'll do user, and this user is going to have what, ID, which will be number. Next, it's going to have the clerk user ID. Now remember what we are doing here, right? We need to have two user type. Very, very important. Why? Because what we are going to do, simply one for we have our DB, and one what we want to expose to the API. So basically we are doing that one DB, one schema we have for our DB structure, and versus one that we are going to expose, that we are going to expose to API layer. Now this is nothing but just to simplify things, that's it, okay. So this is what we are going to expose to the API layer, okay. Here we are going to have the ID. Remember what actually we have in our migrations, right? ID, clerk user ID, display name, handle, Auth URL, bio, created at, updated at, okay. So this is exactly what we are doing. So simply this is we are doing in the, we convert the snake case from Postgres to camel case, as simple as that. So here we are going to have the clerk user ID. So this will be string. We are going to have the display name. This will be string or null. What else? We are going to have the handle. So handle will be string or null. Then we are going to have the Auth URL. So Auth URL will be string or null. Bio is string or null. Created at date, okay, here date, and we have updated at date. So this will be our user type. Now for user profile, for user, this type will be now this user. Then we are also going to have one clerk email we are going to receive. So we'll do clerk email, which will be string or null, and second will be clerk full name, which will be string or null. So this will be our user profile, okay. So now we will go back. So while this converting, this profile will be the user profile type, and what will be the response. So for response also we need to have one more type. So let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's create one more one more type here. So I'm going to do export type, and I'm going to do user profile response. And here also what you're going to do, right? So let me just copy it from here and we're going to paste it here. So ID we are going to have number, clerk user ID string, then we are going to have, I'm going to return an email will be string or null, then I'm going to return a, I think display name we already have, let me just add one more here. So I'll add an email which will be string or null, handle we need to return, other URL we need to return, and bio we need to return. We don't need to return these two. Okay, so total we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so ID, clerk user ID, email, display name, handle, other URL, bio. So this is the structure that we want to return back. Okay, don't get confused. So now what I'll do, simply will go here. So this will be the user profile response. And now what I'm going to do, right? So now return. So let's go back here and then we are going to create one helper function. Now see why actually we are doing all of this, to keep the structure very clean, to use a best approach practices that you can follow, right? So now I'm going to create one more function here and then I'm going to do two user profile response. So basically we are converting in that format, the user profile response. So this is going to receive the profile and the type will be user profile, this one. So I'm going to do user profile and the type, return type will be user profile response. Okay, so that means this is going to do what? So I'll take the profile will give me the user, it will give me the clerk email and the clerk full name, and at the end I'm going to return the ID. This will be user dot ID. I'm going to return the clerk user ID, which will be user dot clerk user ID. I'm going to return the email. This will be clerk email or else null. I'm going to also return the display name. So display name will be if user has the display name. So user dot display name. Then you return the clerk full name, because this will give you the full name, or else this will be null. What else? We also have the handle. So handle will be simply user will have the handle, or else this will be null. Also author URL, user dot author URL, or else this will be null. And at the end we have the bio, which will be user dot bio, or else this will be null. Okay, so now we have the two user profile response, we have the type and everything. So now what we can do, simply when we'll return this right, so we can do what? We can do simply call the two user profile response and you pass this profile, pass the profile, that's it. So now we have created two helper function, we have created the user profile update schema. So now we need two routes. One is to get the profile information, one is to update the profile information. Now again I'm repeating why I'm doing opposite way. You'll understand very quickly. Now see, we actually see, okay, let me explain why I'm doing like that, so that you'll understand that why actually we need this user type, why actually we need this function. Instead, if I just do, say for example, let's say if I directly start creating the user types from user profile, you will not understand why actually we need this function. I hope you are able to understand. With this, if I start here, you'll understand, okay, while I'm going to update, that time I need to convert, right? So that is the reason we are doing in this way. So first I'm going to create the routes. Once we'll create the routes, we'll go to the user services. From user services you'll understand, okay, now how I'm going to talk to DB. So then I'll understand, okay, then that means I need this file. So that means you'll understand the purpose of the files, that why actually we are doing all of this. First let's create these two routes from the next video, and then we'll continue from there. Alright, so let's start with our first route. So here what I'll do, right, I'm going to use the user router dot get. So this will go to slash, and I'm going to take async. So this will be request, response, and next. And here what I'll do, right, simply, so inside this first we'll take a try catch, and here what I'll do, right, simply will call the next with the error. And in this try, what I'll do, first I'm going to do a const auth, and this will be get auth. So let me just quickly import this one. So I'm going to import the from so we'll go to the config/clerk, and I'm going to get the get auth. We can actually get it directly from the package, but we are keeping in one place so that we can import from this particular file, which is also fine. So I'm going to just call the get auth with the request, and I'm simply going to check if this auth doesn't have the user ID. So I'm simply going to throw a new unauthorized error with unauthorized. Okay, or else now what I'm going to do, so I need to get the profile, right? So I need to get the clerk profile. So how I'm going to do that? So first I'm going to do a profile, and now we are going to start going backwards. So I'm going to create Avid, and now let's create get or create user, maybe from clerk or whatever. Get user from clerk, get user from clerk, and here I'm going to pass the auth dot user ID. Okay, and then I'm going to do const response, and this response will be these two response that we have created. So I'm going to do two response, and I'm going to pass the profile, and at the end I'm going to do res.json, and here I'm going to pass the data, which will be response. So now we need to create this get user from clerk method, right? So this is where we need this service file. So now we'll go to our user service, and then we are going to create our first service. So first let's create this, right? So what I'll do, simply I'm going to do export async function, and I'm going to do get user from clerk, and what this is going to receive, this is going to receive the clerk user ID. So I'm going to do clerk user ID, and the type will be string, and what this is going to receive, return, so it's going to return promise of user profile types that we have created. Alright, so first what I will do, right, simply, so I'm going to do const, and then here I'm going to create one more function, which will be, let's create here, so I'll do async function, and I'm going to do fetch clerk profile, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to receive the clerk user ID, which will be string. But how I'm going to do that? Now here we have this method called this, you see we are using the backend SDK, not the front end one. So we are using this clerk client dot users dot get users, and if you pass the user ID, let's say user ID is user underscore 123, we'll be getting the profile back. So the same thing we are going to do here. So I'm going to do const, and let's do clerk user, and this will be avid. So let me just import the clerk client. So I'm going to import from, so we'll go to the users, not here, we need to go to config/clerk, and I'm going to do this one as clerk client, and in this one you're going to not this one, this will give us the users, and then I'm going to do get user method, and this here you're going to pass the clerk user ID, okay, which will be a string. So now I'm going to do const get full name, and I'm simply going to do, this will be, so this clerk user will have this first name, see here, or else this will be empty. Then I'm going to just we'll do a concat here, so you can use literals also, template literals, but I'm just wanted to do like this. So I'm going to do clerk user dot last name, so if this last name is present, we are going to just use that. So I'm just going to take, maybe let's do like this. I'll do clerk user dot last name, or else this will be empty. And then what I'll do, right, simply, so I think this is fine. Then I'm simply going to do const full name. So this will be get full name dot trim dot length, if this is greater than 0. So I'm just going to do get full name dot trim, and then I'm simply going to do, or else this will be null, so it will give me the full name. Next I need the email, so I'm going to do, so I'll do const primary email, and this will be, so you'll have this clerk user dot email addresses, right, dot find, so you need the primary email, so this will give us the email, and here you can simply do if this email dot id is this is equal to this clerk users dot primary email address ID. Okay, if this is the same, that means this is your primary email address. So in that case I'm simply going to do clerk user dot email addresses of 0. So now I'll do const email, and this will be primary email, and this will give you the email address. So we'll do email address, or else this will be null. And also I need the author URL, so I'm going to do author URL, and this will be clerk user dot author, not author, I think this will be something called image URL, or else this will be null. So now we can simply do return the full name, we can return the email, and we can return the author URL. That's it. So now this method we are going to call here in this get user. So I'm simply going to call this await fetch clerk profile and pass the clerk user ID. And here I'm going to receive what? I'm going to receive the full name, receive the email, and receive the this author URL. Okay. So now this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we'll do user, and now I'm going to do await, and I'm going to do upsert user from clerk profile. Now this is where we actually going to work with the clerk user repository, where we are going to talk with our DB. And what we are going to pass, right? We are going to pass these three things. So we are going to pass the clerk user ID, we are going to pass a display name, so display name will be this full name, and we are going to pass the author URL. Just wait for some time, or just bear for some time, and then you are going to understand what we are doing. And at the end we are going to return the user, this user, and we are going to return the clerk email, right? This will be full name, because this is what we are returning in the user profile, right? If you see clerk email and the clerk full name, and at the end we are also going to return the clerk full name, which will be what? Which will be this full name that we are having. No, clerk email will be email, sorry, this will be the email, and this will be the full name. Now we are going to create this, right? So this will be our first method for our repository file. So just open this. Now what will be what are the things that we are going to do here? So I'm going to do export async function, and I'm going to do upsert user, and this is going to receive params, and params will be what are the things that we are getting. We are getting clerk user ID, display name, and author URL. So copy these three, paste it here. So clerk user ID will be what? String. Then we are going to have the display name, so display name will be string or null, and author URL will be string or null. Okay. And what this is going to return, so I'm going to return this will be a promise of user. Now this user will be the type that we have created. So if I go here, right, let's go here. So these all the things we are going to return. Okay. So now let's start working on this. So what will be the first thing that we are going to do here? Now here we are actually going to do what? So we're going to upsert the user in the user table that we have created, but there is a catch, and that upsert that we are going to do, that will be based on the clerk user ID. So first I'm going to write the query, and then I'm going to explain what actually we are doing here. But before that we need to write one more type. So go to the user type. Remember I told you that one will be structure will be for our schema for DB, and one will be that we are going to expose to API. This is what we are going to expose to API. But for DB we need to have what? We need to have in snake case. So I'm going to create one more type here. So I'm going to export type, and I'll do user row, and this ID will be number. Now I'm going to do clerk underscore user underscore ID, and I'm going to do this one as a string. Let's copy all of this, right? Next we're going to have the display name, which will be string or null. Handle will be same. Then we are going to have the author URL, right? So underscore, this will be URL. Bio created at will become small, underscore same for this. Okay, so this will be the structure. Now we'll go to our repository. So first thing we are going to write the query. So I'm going to do const result, and I'm going to do await, and I'm going to call the query that we have created from our DB. And here we're going to pass the type. So type will be the user row. Okay, and here now let's see what actually we are doing here. Now I'll try my best to explain everything what we are doing, but again you need to have at least some idea or some basic knowledge that what actually all these lines are doing. So first I'm going to do insert into users. So this is our table. Then I'm going to insert what? So I'm going to insert the clerk underscore user underscore id, comma display underscore name, comma author underscore URL. Okay, next we are going to pass the values. So let's give 1, 2, 3. Okay, now so what actually we are doing here? So we are simply trying to insert a new row into our user table with these values, right? So this is our clerk user id, this is our display name, and this is our author URL. Okay, now next thing what we need to do, for example, let's see if there is any row with the same clerk user id that's already exist. So in that case we need to have some on conflict logic, right, which actually will help us to okay, let me explain in a different way. So for example, let's say we have multiple rows and there is one row with the same clerk user id that's already exist for that particular row. Now remember, when we created this one, if you see, this is actually unique, right? This clerk user id is unique, or it's like a kind of a primary key. So what you're going to do, you're going to have an on conflict clause that's going to run instead of failing. Okay, so let me just explain. So here after this, what I'm going to do, I'm simply take a on conflict, and here what you're going to simply pass on conflict will pass this clerk user id, and now I'm going to update. So I'll do update set, and here I'm going to update the following things. So I'm going to pass the display name. So I'll do display underscore name, and this will be, we are going to, let's take a small, so I'm going to do excluded and dot display name. Then we are going to give a comma. Then I'm going to do the same for author underscore URL, and this also will be same, right? So let me just give here. So this will be excluded dot author URL, and the same thing we're going to do for updated at. So I'll do updated at equals, and here I'm going to pass this on as current time, so we'll do now. All right, and at the end we are going to return, right? So I'm going to do returning, and what are the things we are going to return? So I'm going to take here, so I'll do id, then we are going to return the clerk user id, comma we are going to return the display name, comma we are going to return the handle, comma we are going to return the author URL. What else? We also have the bio, we have the created underscore at, and also we're going to have the updated underscore at. Okay, so let me just repeat once again what actually we're doing here. So first of all, we are writing a query. We are inserting a new row into our user table with what? Clerk user id, display name, and author URL. I hope this is clear. In case there is a row with the same clerk id that's already exist, because clerk user id, what? It's a unique key, right? So in that case we are setting a on conflict, right? This is a clause that's going to run on this particular property, and we are going to update the existing row where this id is already present by what? By this display name, this excluded dot display name. So that means this is the new value that we are trying to insert. Same for the author URL. So this will be excluded dot author URL, and updated at, definitely we are going to update because the time that we are actually updating this, which will be the current value. And at the end we are simply writing a returning block. Returning block is going to return the full user record after the insertion or the update is done with id, clerk user id, display name, handle, author URL, bio, blah blah. I hope this is clear. So simply we are telling that, okay, if the user is new, you create it or return the new row. If the user is already exist, you refresh their name on the author, and then we are going to update the updated at. Simple as that. Now again, I'm explaining all of this in details for the first time. I'm not going to do for each and every queries, because you will understand writing all of this is very, very time consuming, right? So I'm not going to write from next. If the query is very complicated, what I'll do, right, I'm just going to copy paste, and then I'm going to explain each and every line. That way it will be much more easier and it will be time consuming. At the end, the main idea is to keep the time less, because you see the project is very, very complicated and it is going to take a lot of time. So I think this is done. So now once this is done, then what we are going to do, simply so leave comma, pass the params. So this will be the clerk user id. Okay, where we are having the clerk user id. Now we need to take the Clerk user ID here. So I'm going to take this from the params. So have the Clerk user ID, have the display name, and have the URL. And then we're going to pass the Clerk user ID, right? And then we'll pass the display name and pass the URL. That's it. So I think this is done, and at the end we are going to return. So let's do one thing. I'm just going to create one more function here. So I'm going to do function, I'll do hydrate user, and it's going to receive row. The type will be user row, and at the end it's going to return the user. And so I'm going to simply return. So I'm going to return the format that we actually need. So I'm going to do row.id. We have the Clerk user ID, which will be row.Clerk user ID, display name row.display name, handle row.handle, what else we have in bio, row.bio, author URL, which will be row.author URL, created at row.created at, and updated at, which will be row.updated at. So this is the format that we want to return. So now what we can simply do, just call this hydrate user and pass this results. So this result, and then we are going to do dot rows, right, of 0th. That's it. So this is done. So this is the first method that we need. So now what will happen, right? Now we'll go here, user service, and we are going to just import this from here. Okay, so this is done, and now at the end we are going to import this from here. Now you see how everything will piece up together, right? This is very cool. So simply what we are going to do from UI side, when we are going to call this API, we are going to pass the user ID. Let's say this will be in the request. We're going to check if this is present, not present, return unauthorized, or else first you're going to get the profile from this service. So it will go here, it's going to fetch the current Clerk profile, right, based on the Clerk user ID. It's going to clear data and it's going to return. Then we are going to upsert this one. So we'll go here, we are going to go in this. We are going to first check if this is a new one, so you're going to insert, or else if this is already present, you just update these values and at the end return all of this. I hope this is clear. So with this, the first one is completed. Now before we are going to write the second route, which will be for this update one, right, we are going to first create the UI, because first we need to check at least this is working or not. Okay, then only we can work with the patch or the update one. But before that, we also need to do one more thing. What we need to do, we need to create the index route file here. So first I'm going to simply do import from express, and this will be router, and I'm simply going to do export cons. So this is our API router, main router, and this will be router, and I'm simply going to do API router dot use. So this will be /me, and here I'm going to pass the user router. I hope this is clear. That's it. And then at the end, what you need to do, you need to use this where in our app.ts file. So you come here, and after this, remember after the express.json, you're going to use app.use, and then what you'll do, simply /API and called what, API router. That's it. So that means every time we'll do /API and go to /API, then /me means what it will happen, it's going to call this, right, because this is a get method. If this is the patch, it's going to call this method. So with this, now this structure is now completed. So first we are going to integrate this one with our UI, and then we will see if this is working or not, because first we need to fetch the user information, then we are going to update this one. Okay, so let's do this one in the next video. Alright, so now we are going to build the profile page in the front end side. So first we'll see if actually we are able to load the data or not, and then we are going to work on the update. So let's go to front end, and then what I'll do, right, I will go here, let's go back, let's go to the front end folder, let's clear this, and I'm going to use npm install Axios. So we're going to keep this on simple, right? So we'll install Axios, and then I'm going to go to front end, let's go to source, let's go to lib, and I'm going to create a API_client.ts file, and I'm going to close everything else. Also we need our app, and here I'm going to create a profile page, and then I'm going to do page.tsx, and let's do use client, and this will be our profile page, and let's return a div with profile. Awesome. So I think this is done. So let's go to our profile. Awesome. So now we start with our API client, right? Okay, so I'm going to just minimize this one. Okay, so first thing, let's create our function, and then I'm going to do create, let's do browser client maybe, right, or API client. So what this is going to receive, very important, it's going to receive the token that we are going to receive from Clerk that we are going to pass to our backend. So I'm going to do get token, so this will be a method. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, so this will be a promise of string or null. Okay, so this, what this is going to return, this is going to return an Axios instance, and this will be as type. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do, simply the first thing we need to create the client. So I'm going to do const client, and this will be Axios. Okay, and here I think the method is create. We are going to pass the base URL. See, you know one thing, these things I have done so many times, like it's like I can, like, you know this one, right? I can memorize all of these things very easily. I know this sound like might be little tricky for some of you, but it is what it is. Okay, so here what we need to do, we just have to get this next public API base URL. Okay, so these we need to pass, right? So we're going to pass it here, or else you can simply just do HTTP and then you'll do localhost : it's running on 5000, right? So this is the backend URL, and we are going to pass the with credentials. For now we're going to do false because we're going to attach the token in our bearer. Okay, so I'm going to show you that how you're going to do that. So I'm going to take the client will give you this interceptors method, and here what you need to do, right, it will give a request.use. And now I'm going to take async, so let's take this one as config, and now what I'll do, right, now you need to get the token. Okay, and this token will be this get token that we are going to get. So this will be await get token. I'm going to show you that how you're going to pass this get token from this profile page, and this is the best way, one of the best way that you can do all of this, right? Now this is not about the Clerk. If you're using something else, you can follow the exact same process. Even if you're creating your custom auth library, you can do the same also. Okay, the process will never change. So that is the reason I always mention that it's not about Clerk or better auth or something else you're using. It's about learning the technology or learning the way that you can do that. There are multiple ways you can do all of this, right? So I'll check if the token is already present. So we're going to do what? So we'll do headers, right? Config will give you headers. So first I'm going to take the headers as it is, or else this will be what? Empty object. Next, this is the important part. So you're going to do what, right? So you'll do config.headers.authorization, and here you're going to pass a bearer token. So I'm going to do bearer. Okay, and then you're going to pass the token. This is the important part here. That's it. Now this is done. So once this is done, at the end you're going to return the config. Okay, so now this is going to attach this on every request, and then I'm going to do client.interceptor.response, because the request you have done .use, and here what you're going to do, you're going to get the response. So take like this, right? So we'll take a response, and this is going to return you the response. Then I'm going to give comma, if there are any error occurred. Error will be Axios error. Okay, and I want to take this one as type also. Let's keep it like this, that's fine, but you take as a type. Now type, and then what you'll do, simply you don't have to do anything, just return a promise dot reject, and you pass the error here. That's it. This is done. And at the end what you need to do, right, remember you need to pass an instance. Instance is nothing but the client that you have created. So here you need to return the client. That's it. So this is done. So now what I'll do, right, we're going to create one more method here. So I'm going to export async function, and then I'm going to do API get. It will take a generic, and what this is going to return, this is going to return a client, sorry, receive a client, not which will be Axios instance. It's also going to receive a URL, which will be string, and also it's going to receive a config, which will be optional, and this will be Axios request config. Awesome. So I think this is done, and what this is going to return promise of this T. If you don't have the concept of this generic and everything, I already have a TypeScript video also, you can check that. So you'll do await client will give you the get method, and what you need to pass, you need to pass here. So I'll pass a data, this will be of T, and then what you're going to do, right, simply you're going to call this with the URL and the config, and at the end you're going to return response.data.data. Awesome. And I think this is done. Similarly, you can do one for patch, one for delete, one for post, whatever you have, you can do that, right? So this is like a common place. We have created a API client. So now what will be our next step? Next step, we need to work on this profile page. Now there are quite a few things we need to do here, so let's do step by steps. Now believe me, even we haven't started any real time yet, like socket and notification, all those things. Managing profile is one of the core concepts that you need to understand. Even if you're creating any your college projects or your company projects, you will see that once you go to a real project you'll implement in a company, right, you'll understand that profile information and all those things are very, very important. So don't take this one very lightly. Now what I'll do, right, so first I'm going to take a const and I'm going to create a profile schema first. Okay, so I'm going to do profile schema. Okay, also I forgot one more thing, man. We need to install one thing, right? So we need to install this let's install the, what is this name, React hook form, right? React hook form we need, and also we need the hook form / resolvers, right? This is the correct one. Let me check. Yeah, I think this one resolvers. Also need to install the Zod. Install this one. Okay, so this is done. So now let's start working, right? Okay, so first I need to create, so I'm going to do Z. So we'll do Z. Not Z. Okay, let me just import this one from Zod. This will be Z. So I'll do Z dot object, and I'm going to simply do, so this I'm going to give this one as display name. We are going to have display name will be, so let's create one method here. So I'm going to do const optional text, something like this. So I'm going to do Z dot string, and then I'm going to do a transform, so you get the value. So we'll do value dot trim. Then what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to do one more. I'll do dot transform, and I'm going to take the value. So I'm going to check if this value is equal to empty, right? So in that case I'm going to keep this one as undefined, or else I'm going to keep this one as value, and then I'm going to also keep all of this as optional. And then what you can do, you can, instead of writing this thing multiple times, right, you can now use this optional text. I hope you're getting right. So that is the reason we have taken this. Now we're also going to have a handle, which also will be optional text. We're also going to have a bio. Remember all this we have, right? And at the end you're going to have a author URL, which will be optional text. So this will be our profile schema that we need. So what will be the next step? Now next step will be, we're going to create a type. So I'm going to do profile form values, and this will be z.infer of type of profile schema. Okay, next we're going to create a user response, and this one I'm not going to write, I'm just going to copy from here. Go source, go to modules, user types. Now we have all this, right? User, clerk user ID, display name. No, not this one, not this one. This one we need. Copy this, and we are going to paste it here. So first let me just quickly go. ID is number, clerk user ID is string, display name will be string or null, email is also correct. Just check all of these. If this is correct, you are writing right. Handle is string or null. Author, okay, this is correct only. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now what will be the first step? See, first step will be, you need to get the token, but how you are going to get the token? So this is where you are going to use the method from Clerk. So I'll do const, and I'm going to call this use auth from Clerk, and this is going to give you the get token method. Okay, so this is the first step. Second, we are going to take two state. One will be is loading and one will be set is loading. This is just to manage all kind of loading state. Then also I'm going to take one more. This will be is saving, set is saving. This is when we're going to handle the update. For now, just take all of this, right, of false. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we are going to take our API client. So I'll do const API client, and this will be, let's take a use memo, right? And here what I'm going to do, so we are going to keep so let's take, so we need to call the create what is the create browser API client, and this is going to receive the get token. So I'm going to pass the get token, and what I'll do, right, we're going to just pass the get token as a dependency. That's it. So this is going to create the API client. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to take a form, and this is just the React hook form concept. So I'm going to get a use form from React hook form, pass the type will be what, this profile form values. This is the type. So we're going to pass it here, and then what you're going to do, right, so you're going to take a resolver first, and this is where you're going to get the Zod resolver from the hook form resolver / Zod, and here you're going to pass the profile schema. So this is going to resolve this one, and then you're going to have the default values. So in the default values, so you're going to have the display name, right? I'm going to take this one as empty. You're going to have the handle, this will be also empty. I'm going to have the bio, empty, and also at the end we're going to have the other URL, which will be empty. Makes sense, right? That's it. So now what we're going to do simply, so we're going to fetch the data here. So I'm going to do use effect. Okay, so what will be the dependency here? So dependency, I'm going to keep two things. One will be my API client, and second will be my form, and then I'm going to just call this one. So first let's do something like this. So maybe I'm just going to do let is mounted as true, and then I'm simply going to take a function. So I'll do async function, and I'll do load profile. So I'll take a try, we'll do a catch, let's do error. For now I'm just going to log this, and finally I'm going to do set, I'm going to do if is mounted, so I'm going to do set is loading will be false. So first thing, we are going to make the set is loading as true. Once this is done, so then we are going to do const, let's do what you can do, maybe get user info or whatever you want to take, and this will be await. Now remember, we created this API get method, so you can call this. So we'll do API get, pass the response, right? So we have the response that we have created. Let me just check, user response. So this will be the type. Now what are you going to do, simply we need to pass two things. First one will be URL, first one is the client Axios instance, second one is the URL. So what will be the client? API client, just now we have created this one, and what will be the this URL? This URL will be, you go here, so you have what, /API, then if you go to the routes /me, okay, because if you go here, right, you see here we have this so that means when I'll go to /API/me, I'm going to call this, okay, everything is connected. So I'll do /API/me. Now what I'm going to do, simply I'll do if not mounted is mounted, so I'm going to return, or else here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do form dot reset, and here I'm simply going to pass display name. So this will be get user info dot display name, or else empty. Then we are going to have the handle, which will be get user info dot handle, or else empty. Next we are going to have the bio, this will be get user info dot bio, or else empty. and the same thing we'll do for other URL, which will be get user info dot this or else empty. Okay, I think this is done. Now don't remember to call this method, right, because we need to call this. So we're going to copy and then we're going to call it here. That's it. Now if you want to test it, what we can do, right, simply we can log this here. So log this get user info, save this. Now a lot of things you have done. I want to see what is happening here, or what the hell is happening here. Okay, so we need to check now everything is working or not. Okay, something is coming here. Okay, let's see, let's refresh this. Fantastic. Now you see we have the, this is awesome, right? So we have the display name, okay, we have the email, and then we have the handle null, which is fine. Bio is also null, author is also coming. But if you see the network, this is where you need to check. Now notice one thing, in the me route we are actually passing the token. Now these token, now how the process is now working, so you're passing this token, okay, and these token we are actually appending in this bearer, the authorization. It's going to your backend, it's first coming here, it's checking that if this is present, so in that case it is unauthorized, or else it will go here. You pass the auth ID, right, because this token will have the user ID. So it will go here, it will get the auth ID from this fetch clerk profile. So from here, right, now see, now we have done mistake. That's the reason I'm thinking this will be last name, not last activate. Okay, so now let me just see. That's why I'm thinking why that is happening. So now let's see the name is correct or not. Also let's do one thing, let's not trim this one here. Okay, still this is, we are using some trim or something, I think. Okay, we'll see that later, but for now let's understand this one. So first it is coming here based on the user ID, getting the full name, email, and it's returning. And then what we're doing, we are going to the repository. Repository is nothing but where it is talking to your DB. Then it is checking, okay, first time, if this is first time, you're going to insert this. If this is not, then you're going to just update. Okay, I hope this is clear. So this is the whole process that is working, right? So now with this we are able to actually get the information here. So first we are going to load this information, and then we are going to update the we are going to write the update route, because if you go to the user route, we haven't created the update route here. So we're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's write the patch route or the update route first, and then we are going to integrate with the UI, because we already have tested that on page refresh we are able to fetch the data on the UI side. So first what I'll do, right, so after this let's close everything else. So I'm just going to do user router, let's do dot patch, and I'm just going to do slash, and let's take async, and we'll do request response and next. And here let's take a try catch. So here in this try, first of all we need to take that whether the user is authenticated or not, right? So that is the same thing we need to do. So we'll do get auth, and then we are going to pass the request. Next we're going to check, so let's do the same thing here, and then we paste it here. Next we are going to actually create, I think, let me just check whether we have created the user update response. I think we haven't created, right? So we need to create one more here. So let's do one thing, let's create here only. So first we already have the user profile update schema. This is what I'm talking about. So we are actually going to use this. So first we are going to do a basic body validation, that the body response that we are going to receive from the UI side. So I'm just going to do const, let's do const, and I'm going to do parsed body, and this will be user profile update schema dot parse, and then you're going to simply pass the request dot body. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so let's take first start with the display name. Okay, so I'm just going to do display name, so I'm going to do parse body dot display name and parse body dot display name dot trim, and here I'm simply going to check if the length is greater than 0. So in that case we are going to take the parse body dot display name dot trim, or else we are going to make this one as undefined. Now next the same thing we are going to do for the handle. bio and avatar URL, all 4. So copy this, paste it 4 times, and let's quickly do for handle first. Okay, next we are going to do for the bio, right? So we have the bio, so this will be bio, and at the end we'll end with avatar URL. So these 4 things we have. Now what will be the next step? So now next step will be here let's do one thing. Let's take one more try here, and let's take one more catch. So first we'll just do, so here maybe I'm just going to throw the error, and in this try what I'll do, I'm simply going to do const, and let's do profile, and here I'm going to do await. And now what I'm going to do, right, I will be actually creating one more method that will be update, let's give this one as update user profile, something like that. So I'm going to do update user profile, update user profile, and this, where we are going to write this, we are going to write in our service file. Now same thing we are doing, we are going from the reverse order. Okay, so I'm going to do update user profile, and what are the things that we are going to pass here, right? So let's pass 3 things. So not 3 things, we need to pass couple of things. So first I'm going to pass the Clerk user ID, because definitely we are going to need this, and this will be the auth.user ID, because this is the Clerk user ID. Then we are going to pass the display name, we pass the handle, we are going to pass the bio, and we are also going to pass the avatar URL. These 4 things. Okay, now we need to create this method, and at the end we are going to simply just do const response, and this will be 2 response of this profile. These two response we already created here. Okay, so 2 response we need, and then at the end we are going to return back. So I'm just going to do res.json, and then we are going to simply pass the data, which will be response. And here in this catch, what we can do, simply we call the next middleware with this error. So let's take this error here. Okay, the first thing what we need to do, right, we need to create that update user profile method in our service file. So we'll go to user service, and you can see that we already have one more thing we are going to do here, right? If you notice, remember in the full name we are not getting any space, and the reason is because we need to actually give a space here. So what I mean by this, in this, right, so let's do one thing, let's give a space like this, so that in my name there will be a space in between with the first name and the last name. So this is one minor change I will do. Now here I'm going to create this, so I'm going to do export async function, and let's do update profile, update user profile, and here I'm going to get the params. Now what are the params we are going to receive? We are going to receive these params, right? We receive the Clerk user ID, display name, handle, bio, and avatar URL, 5 things. So first I'll start with the Clerk user ID, copy this. So Clerk user ID, this will be string. Next we have the display name, this will be string. Next we are going to have the handle, also will be string. Then we are going to have the bio, this also will be string, and at the end we are going to have the avatar URL, this also will be string. What this is going to return? This is going to return a promise with user profile. Alright, so first I'm going to get all of these from params. So we'll get the Clerk user ID, I'll get the display name, get the handle, get the bio, and get the avatar URL, 5 things. So now we'll do this. So I'm going to now I'll do updated user. So we need to update the user, and we need to store in our DB, right? So again we'll go to reverse order, means we are going to create a method here. Okay, so I'm going to do await, and let's do maybe repo. So we're using repository, repo update user profile, and here we are going to pass these 5 things. So pass the Clerk user ID, pass the display name, pass the bio, pass the handle, and pass the avatar URL. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, right, here first let's quickly create this, then only you'll understand. And also I'm going to show you that one minor change we need to do in this repository logic, where we are actually upserting the data, and I will tell you why. And this is I'm going to show you that what is the minor change we need to do once we'll do the front-end integration, then only we can do that, or else it will be difficult for you to understand. For now just do this. first let's use this repo update user profile, create this method. Okay, so what I'll do, right? Okay, let's do one thing first. So we'll go here. No, not here, man, I'm doing mistake. In this repository we need to do. So here I'm going to do export async, and let's give this a name as function, and I'm going to do, what is the name that we have given, repo update user profile. Okay, and here also we are going to receive the params, and we'll receive the same param. So you can go here and copy this thing and paste it here. What this is going to return, so this is going to return promise, and it is going to return the user. So in the user, what are the things we are going to have? We have this, all these properties. Okay, so I'm going to return the promise of the type will be user. So now here, the first of all, we are going to get all this. Let me just copy from here instead of rewriting. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So now how we are going to do that? Now see here, actually we need to update the values of this. Either user can update display name, either user can update handle, or they can update bio, or they can update up the URL or the image URL. Now it doesn't mean that they are going to update all the values at once. I hope you're getting. Update means what? Let's say you're having 10 properties and you only want to update the name. You don't want to update other things. So how we are going to do that? So for that we need to take something called, so I'm going to take a clause. So let's take a set clauses. Okay, and this will be a string of array, and by default I'm going to take this one as empty array. Now what I'm going to do, right? So I'm going to take values. Now values I don't know, so I'm going to keep this one as unknown, and here what I'm going to pass, right? So let's pass the clerk user ID, because clerk user ID will be always there, right? So it will be used in where, so something like this. So let's say I have $1 is always, I'm just writing for your understanding, the clerk user ID, and this is used in where. Okay, and now I'm going to take index. Let's take index, and index will start from 2. Why? Because the next placeholder index after this will be what? So it will be something like this. It will be $2, then it will be $3, and so on. Okay, so now what we need to do for each and every optional field, right? We need to do a couple of things. First, we are going to push a column which will be equal to the index, right, into this set clauses array. This is the first thing. Second, we are going to push the actual value into values. Okay, and third, I think these two only enough, right? So let me just write it here. So first I'm going to do push a column equal to the index, which will be a string type, and this we are going to push to what? So push into this set clauses array. And second, we are going to push the actual values. So I'm going to push the actual values into this values array. Okay, so let's see how this is working, or else it will be difficult for you to understand. So first I'm going to do, if the type of the display name is not undefined, right? If not equal to undefined, so in that case I'm going to do what? So I'll do set clauses dot push. Now see what I'm doing here. I am actually pushing the this column, so I need to update the display name. I hope you are getting. Now this is the schema for DB. This is the schema how you are going to send. So this will be the display name. So I'm going to pass what? I'm going to do display underscore name. So that means we are going to push this, and this equals how it will be. So we are going to do $, and here inside this I'm going to do IDX, which is our index, and I'm going to do ++. Okay, I hope this is clear. So that means we are simply telling that this display name, I'll just explain one, then rest you'll understand, become like this $2. Okay, and then I'm going to pass the actual, I'll push the values which will be the display name. This is the actual value. So let's say I want to change my name from Sangam to Raj, so that will be the value. And the same thing you need to do for the all other properties. Okay, so just paste it here, and you're going to do this one for handle. So here you're going to push handle, this also will become like this same, and you're going to push the handle, and do the same for the bio and up the URL all. So I'll do bio this will also be same, and we push the bio, and this will be the Avatar URL, and here I'm going to push the Avatar URL, and this handle will become what? Avatar underscore URL, because this is how we are going to store, right? So now what I'm going to do, so I'll do set clauses dot push. We need to update the updated at property, so I'm going to updated at, and this will become, no sorry, this will become now. Okay, so this will be the updated property. This actually you need to update all the time. This is very important. So now what you can do, simply will do const result, and this will be await, and you're going to get the query, pass the user row because that is the type we are going to use, and now you're going to write the query, right? So I'm going to write here, so we'll do update what? Users, right? Users table. Then you're going to do set, and you're going to pass the set clauses dot join. Next, how you're going to do that? Where we are going to check what? Clerk user ID equal to what? $1. Then you're going to do a returning block, so you'll do returning, and you're going to return all this, right? You return the ID, comma, clerk user ID. I think we already have written all of these. Let me just copy from here, it will be too much time taking. So all this value we want to return, so copy all this, and now you just paste it here. Okay, fine. So I think this is done, and then you are going to pass the values here. That's it. So now I think the update should work. So you just add a small check that if the result dot rows dot length, if this is 0, so you're going to throw a new error, and you'll pass that something like update no user found. I'm going to do no user found for clerk user ID equals, and pass the clerk user ID, and at the end we are going to return the hydrate user and pass the first row of 0. Okay, so this will be the update logic we need to do. I'll go here, and we are going to import this. Okay, so this is going to update. So after this, what you are going to return? So now, because this is going to return the type as user, right? And user will have what? Full name and email. You can see that, right, easily. So here, if you see, not here, this user, right? So this user is going to have what? This full name, not here. Okay, 1 minute. So let me just check. So this is going to return the user, and user, oh sorry, we are going to do like this, not this. So you'll go here, we have this fetch user program, this one we are going to get. So what I'm going to do, this update user is going to return the type as user. So now I can do like this. So first I'm going to call this, so I'm going to call this fetch clerk profile, and then we are going to pass this clerk user ID. So this is going to return the full name and the email, correct? So this is going to return the full name and the email, and at the end what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to return the user, which will be this updated user, and this is actually after updating in the DB. And then you're going to pass the clerk email, which will be the email, and then you're going to pass the clerk full name, which will be the full name. Why we are doing this? Because this is actually returning the user profile, which actually has the current user, current clerk email, and the full name. And I think this is done. So now we'll go here in the route, and then we'll just import this from our user service. Okay, and you can see now this is done. So that means the update logic is now completed, but there is an error. I'll clearly tell you, but I'm not going to do that now. If I fix that, not error I will say, but you have to do minor changes in this logic. Okay, so I'll tell you what is that, but first we are going to integrate this one with our UI, and we'll see where actually that issue is coming, and based on that we are going to fix it. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to implement the UI for the profile page. So let's do one thing, let's close this, and also we'll see if there are any error in the backend. I think I don't see any error. So now let's go to the profile page, and we'll start, right? So I think we have done some of the things already. So let's do one thing, let's start working on the UI first. Now remember, there are two components that we are going to use. Okay, the first one is something called signed out, and the second one is called signed in. That means if you're already signed in or auth user, so we are going to render that particular content. And if you're not signed in, so you're going to render the content inside that signed out component. So let's see how we are going to do that. So inside this, I'm going to first take this one as signed out, and then I'm going to take one for signed in, I think it's called. So user is signed in, okay, and here user will be signed out, something like that. So if I go here, right, so let's see what you're getting. So you're getting user is signed in. Awesome. So now the first thing, let's start with this one only. So for sign in, I'm going to just take here. So start with, we'll take a div. Again, I'm not going to explain each and every class name here, right? You have to experiment, learn if you don't have any idea for some of the classes. So we'll do flex, we'll do width full, we'll do max w2xl. Let's do flex as column, gap of 6, px of 4, and py of maybe let's do 8. And inside this, I'm going to take a div, and here I'm going to take a h1, and let's take a user icon, and maybe let's take a class name as width as height 8, height as 8, and text as primary. And here what I'll do, simply let's do something like profile settings, and for this one also let's take a class name. So maybe I'm going to do flex item, will do center, text 3xl, font bold, tracking let's do tight, and text as foreground. Okay, so now after this, maybe let's take a p, and I'm going to do manage your profile information. Let's take a class name. So I'm going to do here margin top of 1, text sm, and I'll do text muted foreground. Okay, so now after this, we are going to take a card component, and let's take a class name. So I'll do border divided by 70, and I'm going to do bg as card, and inside this let's take a card header, and I'll do class name pb of 4, and inside this we are going to take a div, and I'll do class name flex item start, and I'm going to do gap of 6, and inside this I'll take a Auth. What else here? Inside this we'll take, so first I'm going to take a class name. So maybe let's do a height of 20, width of 20, and here what I'm going to do, right, we need to actually get all the values first. So how we are going to get all the values? If you see, we have this form, right? Now because we are using the React hook form, so here it will give you one method. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to get the value. So here I'm going to do, let's say I'm going to do display name value, and this you can use this form, and form will give you this watch property, and here you can actually pass this display name. Okay, similarly you can do for the handle value. So I'm going to do handle value, and this will be also form.watch, and I'm going to do handle, and similarly I'll do Auth URL value. So do form.watch Auth URL. Okay, so now I think this is done. So what we can do, right, simply I think we can also, let's do one thing first. Let's go here, and then I'm going to take that, maybe if the Auth URL value, if this is already present, so in that case I'm going to render a Auth image. Okay, Now remember, don't import from the Redux CY, import from the sad scene component that you have created. So I'll do import Auth URL, and here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass the source. So source will be this Auth URL value, or else I'm going to give some placeholder, something like this. Okay, placeholder dot xyz, and then here what I'm going to do, I'm going to do alt, and this will be let's do the display name value, right? So we have the display name value, or else this will be empty. So if I save this, see, so it's coming here. Awesome. So now after this you can also take a after fallback in case, but for now I'm going to like skip that. After fallback is basically if you don't have anything, you can create initials, right? Let's say you take the first letter and the last letter, join it, and then render it. But for now that is fine. So after this I'm going to take a div. You can also add all these new features, actually extra features that I'm telling, right, so that you can learn more. So I'm going to do a card title, and in this card title I'm going to render the display name value, or else let's do your display name. And here I'm going to take a class name, and I'm going to do text as 2xl and text as foreground. Okay, now after this I will take one more div, and here what I can do, we need to render the handle. That is important actually. So here I'm going to do empty of 2, margin top, do flex wrap, and I'm going to do flex wrap, and then after this let's do item as center and gap of 2, and inside this let's take a span. Okay, and here I'm going to render if the handle value is present. So what I'll do, right, I'll render this with this at the rate and then render the handle value. Okay, or else maybe just render something like at the rate handle, and here I'll take a class name. So we'll do this, we're going to import the cn from our utils, and here I'm going to combine some styling, right? Maybe let's take rounded full, I'm going to px of 3, py of 1, I'll do text xs, and I'm going to do font as medium. I'll give comma, and I'll check if the handle value is already present. So I'm going to do bg as primary divided by 10, and let's do the text primary, or else I'm going to do bg as accent, and I'll do text accent foreground. So if I save this, so you can see that we're getting at the red handle font now, which is fine. So now I think this is done. So card header, after this card is done, close this card, and here I'm going to take the form now. So I'm going to take another card, let's take the same one, copy this, paste it here, and then after this I'm going to take the card header, and I'll do card title, and I'm going to do edit profile. Now here what I'll do, right, let's take a class name, I'll do text as large and text as foreground. So now after this let's take the card content now. So I'm going to do card content. So here inside this card content what we'll do, right, so we are going to take a form component now, and in this form component what I'll do, first let's take a y of maybe we'll do, let's do 6 only. So now after this I'm going to take a div, take a class name, I'll do grid gap of 6, and I'll do md, we'll do grid columns of 2. Inside this I will take a div, I'll take a class name, I'll do space y of 2, and here I'm going to take a label component. Now you can use the label from the side scene also, but for now this is fine. I'll do display name, and here I'm going to take a class name. So let's make this one as text as small, font semi-bold, and I'll do text foreground. I think this is fine. Save this, and after this label I'm going to take an input component now, import. So here take id, so I'll do display name important. And if you're taking ID, always do the best practices, take a HTML for same. And then we are going to do a placeholder, and I'm going to give my name. And here what I'll do, I'll just do the form, that form that we have, and then we are going to do register, and you're going to pass the display name. Okay, then you're going to have the disable. So disable is, we already have a loading property, right? It's this loading, so we can do that. So maybe I'll do is loading if this is true, or is saving. If both are true, this will be disabled. Take a class name, and you're going to do here border, and we'll do bg background divided by 60 and text sn. Save this. Okay, so you are already getting the value here also. If you want, you can take also little margin top, right? Let's see. Awesome. So this is done. Now I'll give you homework. Now throughout this particular video, right, I'm going to give you a homework. So what I mean by homework, so that you can also do experiment by yourself and try to apply here. First homework will be here, that implement error state. Okay, now this will be a first homework. So first homework or first task, you can say. Now what I mean by implement error state, if you go here, right, if you see here, we have this all this sort schema. Now let's say what you need to do, you need to actually make this one little complex or advanced, so that if for every property, let's say display name will be only 10 characters long, I'm just giving example, handle will be only 5 characters long, and if user is typing more than that, it is going to show the error, and it's going to render the error for every control. So this will be the first homework that you can do here. Okay, so now once this is done, so what will be the next step? Next step will be, I think, after these, right? Okay, so after here what I'll do, I'm going to take one more. So let's copy this and paste it here. So this will be now, instead of display name, this will be the handle, this will be handle, and what else, ID will change, and this will become handle. Okay, this is done. Next we have the bio. For bio, we are going to do this one as text area, not input. So I'll copy this, paste it here. So this will become bio. So here remove this and use a text area. And here what I'll do, I'm going to do ID will be bio. Okay, let's do a placeholder, tell about yourself, and here also you're going to give the handle here, right? So this will be handle @sangam, something like that. Now after this, what I'll do, I'm going to give a rows property. I'll give a 4 rows, and then I'm going to do register. So I'll do form dot register, pass the bio. Disable will be same, so you can copy this, and these also you're going to keep this on same, right? Same only. Save this. Fantastic. Now this is done. So what will be the last step? Last step will be, we also need to have the Auth URL, right? So let me just copy this one from here, and after bio I'm going to paste again, and now this time this will be Auth URL, right? So I'm going to do Auth URL, and here we can give something like, maybe instead of Auth URL you can give image. Or let's give Auth only. Change this one, and here in the placeholder what you can give some example, right? http abc.com, something like that. This will become Auth URL. This will be also same, and we'll keep this one same only. I think this is fine. Now let's save this. Let's see. I think what we can do, right, we can keep this on outside maybe. If I keep this on outside, let's see how this is looking. See, this is looking better. So now I'm going to take, so after this I'm going to take a card footer, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and let's do here. So I'm going to do a save icon. So I'll do class name, margin right of 2, width of 4, height of 4, and here I'm going to check that is saving, this is true, so I'm going to do saving, right, or else I'm going to do save changes. Let's give a type will be what, submit, and I'm going to do disable also same, if is loading or is saving, and give a class name here. I'll do mean width of maybe 150 px, bg as primary, and I'll do text primary foreground, and on hover I'm going to do bg primary 90 divided by 90. Okay, let's save this. Okay, I think this is fine. For class this one, let's do a padding of 0. Fantastic, awesome. So I think now this is done, right? Okay, but if you see, right, on if I refresh this value is actually coming from your API. Okay, this is the value. Now for now you don't have these two values, so this we are going to now save. So what we need to do right here, see, now we need to have a submit method. Why? Because now we are going to call the update route that we have created. So this route, right, so this is the route we need to call the patch method here. So go to the form part and let's do one thing here, right? So what I'll do simply, so take on submit, and you're going to do form dot handle submit, and you're going to take the handler. So I'm going to give this one as on submit, and this we are going to now create. Now remember, I already told you that there is one minor change we need to do in the backend side. So now I'm going to show you that what actually the change that we need to do. So I'll do async function on submit. So these will be values, these will be the profile form values, and first I'm going to do try catch, right, log the error, and finally I'm going to do set is saving will be false. So first I'm going to do this one as true here, then I'm going to take the payload. So I'll do const payload, this will be, let's take a record of string comma string, and this will be empty object. Now what I'll do, right, first I'm going to check if the values dot we have the display name, right? So if this is the display name, so I'm going to do payload dot display name will be values dot display name. Copy this. Similarly you are going to do for handle, and here I'm going to do handle, and I'm going to do this one as value dot handle dot, let's do 2 lowercase. Copy this, and what let's copy this one we need to do for bio. Okay, and this will become value dot bio, and do one for the of the URL. That's it. Now we are going to call the API response. So const API result, something like that, and this will become await. And if I'm not wrong, we already have this. We need to create one more. No, we need to create one more method, which will be the patch, right? So let's quickly create this. It will be easier. So here, what I'll do, right? So quickly create export async function API patch, and what we can do right here, I'm going to take t body, and let's do t response. So it will take the client, which will be the Axios instance. It will take the URL, which will be string. It will take the body, which will be t body, and also it's going to receive the config, if any config, which will be Axios request config. And here what this is going to return, so it's going to return a promise of this t response. Okay, so what you'll do, simply do const res, and you'll do await, and you need to do client dot patch, very important. Now here I'm going to simply pass a data. This will be t response, and you're going to pass the URL, you're going to pass the body, and you're going to pass the config, and return res.data.data. Okay, so now this method we are going to call here, right? So first what we can do, simply we'll do await, and now we are going to simply do API patch. And what you need to do, so here you need to pass the body and the response type. So first this will be type of payload, and comma, we are going to pass the response, right? What is the response that we are using? User response. So this will be my type, the type I need. Now you need to pass three things. We need to pass the API client, this one. Next, if you see, we need to pass the API client URL and the payload, right? So first this one will be what is the API name? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, /API/me, and then we are going to pass the payload. So I think this is done, and then once this is done, so we're going to do form.reset. So I'm going to do display name will be this API response, sorry, API result. Let's do API response. So this will become API response dot display name. Oh, what I'm doing, what else? Empty. Next we have the handle, so API response dot handle, what else? Empty. Next we have the bio, and at the end we have the Auth URL. So you'll do update API response dot Auth URL, or else this will be empty. And now we can use the toast, right? So now toast I'm going to import from sonar dot success, and you're going to something like the profile updated successfully, and then you can give also on description. Your changes have been saved successfully. And to use the toast, right, you need to do one more change, that is you need to go to the layout and you need to import this what is this called, toaster. So we'll do toaster from sonar. So this you need to install, or else this is not going to work. Alright, so now let's save this. Okay, so now we are going to test and we'll see if this is working or not. Okay, so first let's go here, refresh this. And let's maybe make this one to updated. Okay, let's save changes. Okay, there is some error. I think this is correct only. Okay, let's go here, update user profile. Okay, log this. Okay, we're getting the value. Okay, we are getting the value here also. We need to take comma here, that is the reason. Now I think this would work. Okay, so now let's see. So save this. Okay, we'll see this. See. Okay, so now this is fine. We need to actually give comma here, that we missed, but I told you, remember that we have one issue that we need to fix. What will happen if I just refresh this page? See this. Oh, I see. Okay, just now we have updated to Sangam Mukherjee updated, but this value is not getting updated. Every time you're refreshing the page, remember we are calling this API, the GET API. And here, if you notice that if you go to the top, we are actually doing what? So if the value is already present, you are actually overriding this display name and the avatar URL, these two things in this upsert method. So what you need to do, right, every time this will happen, we just need to update the updated at. We don't have to do this one. In case you don't have the update property here, then you can keep it, but for now, because we're updating the value, so you need to remove this. Okay, so I'm going to remove this one from here. Now let's save this. So you just only update the updated at property, that's it. So now I'm going to do Sangam Mukherjee updated. Now let's give a bio here also, Sangam Mukherjee's bio. Save this and now refresh this. See, you're getting the updated value. And here let's give this as Sangam _1. Save this. So handle is also getting saved. Now I'll just quickly pause this. I wanted to check if this URL is also working or not. Let me just pick one URL. Okay, so I'll just use this only. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let me just copy the open image in a. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to close this and let's update here. Okay, let's save this. Okay, this is updated. Fantastic. So now see, now you'll understand that this is not like we just use Clerk directly, we use the component. This is a complete backend logic we have written, custom logic. Using the Clerk ID, we are storing all this information in our Postgres, right? So basically what I mean by that, you have all the independent, you are independent basically here, right? You can do whatever things you wanted to do. So that means now display name is updated, handle is also getting updated, bio and avatar URL means profile is actually completed. So I'll keep this one like this and we'll see if this is working or not. Refresh this and you can see this is working. Now this is a very important thing before we move to the next one. Why? Because we actually need these handles whenever we'll be implementing the chat application, right? So what will be the next step? Next step will be we'll move to the thread page. Threads are basically nothing but we can create the post, right? So first we are going to implement the creating a new thread, listing the thread and the thread details page. And then we'll move to the liking or upvote feature, right? Or maybe like feature and the comment feature. After that only we'll move to the notification and the real-time functionality. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so before we'll move to the next one, so let's implement one more component first. So I'm going to close this, go to the front end, go to components and create one more folder. Let's give this one name as layout. Let's create our Navbar component first because it's actually important. So now close everything else. So start with use client and we'll create this. So I'm going to do Navbar. So first this will return a header component. Let's give a class name. So I'm going to do sticky. Let's do a top of 0, z index of 40. Let's do a border bottom and I'm going to do border sidebar. Let's do border. Let's do bg sidebar divided by 95 and I'm going to do backdrop blur sm. Inside this I'm going to take a div, take a class name mx of auto and then I'm going to do flex height of 16, max w 6xl, items center, justify between, px of 4 and md px of 6. And inside this we are going to take one more div and I'm going to do a class name. I'll do flex items center gap of 6 and here I'm going to take a link component. Let's take href which will be slash. I'm going to do a class name. I'll do flex item center gap of 2 and I'll do font bold, text as large and I'm going to do text sidebar foreground. And inside this, what I'll do, I'll take a span, I'll do s, and then I'll take one more span. I'm going to do forum, and for this one let's take a class name. So I'm going to do bg linear to r I'm going to do from primary to chart 2. Now these all the classes I added. I think I already told you that you can copy the same, or if you want you can use something else. And I'm going to do text as transparent. And for this forum, let's do class name. I'm going to do text foreground divided by 90. Now let's save this. First we need to use this, so we need to use this in app layout, and you can see we have the placeholder for the navbar. So here we are going to use the navbar. Awesome. Now I'll go here. So what I'll do, after this link we need to render the menu items, right? So I'm going to take a nav, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do hidden item as center, gap of 1, and I'm going to do md of flex. And inside this, let's do one thing. I'm going to create a nav items array, okay, so that if you want you can add more items later. And then here I'm going to add a let's do a method render nav links. Okay, so let's create this. I'm going to just create one nav items here. So I'll do const nav items. So I'm going to do href. So I'm going to do this one as chat. Let's do a label. This will be chat, and I'm also going to do a match here. So match, I'm going to do here, let's take a p of string or null, and here I'm going to do this one as p dot starts with chat. Okay, and then I'm going to also create these render nav links. So I'm going to do const render nav links. So here I'm going to get the item. So what will be the type? Type will be type of nav items, right? And here you're going to pass this one as number. Now what I'll do, simply inside this, let's return link. First I'll take a key. So here what I'm going to do, simply key will be this item. We have the href. This we can use. Href will be simply item dot href. Class name, I'm going to simply do flex item center, do rounded full, px of 3, py of 2, we'll do text sm, we'll do font medium, and I'm going to do transition colors. Let's do bg primary divided by 20, text primary, and I'm also going to do a shadow sm. Alright, I think this is done. And then what I'm going to do, simply here we are going to render the item dot label. Awesome. So I think this is fine. What else? We also render a couple of more things, right side we are going to render the notification icon. So for this one, let me just close this. After this, so I'm going to take another div, and here I'm going to do class name. So let's do a flex item center, gap of 2, and md gap of 4, and inside this I'm going to do a signed in. Okay, so if you're signed in, then in that case we're going to render a link, and href will be, this will go to / notification page. That we are going to do later, not now, but for now we are going to add this. And inside this I'm going to add a button. Okay, and for this one what I'm going to do, let's render a bell icon. I'll do class name and height of 4, width of 4, and here I'm simply going to take a span. Now one thing we are going to do, right, so let's take a state here that we are going to do later, not now, but we actually need this. So I'm going to do something like unread count, set unread count, and this will be use state of 0. Okay, then here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to check if this unread count is greater than 0, so render the unread count, or else render 0. And for this span I'm going to render a class name, so I'm going to do this one as absolute. Let's do minus right of 1, minus top of 1. I'll do inline flex, mean height of 6 or 5, item center. I'll do justify center, rounded full. bg I'm going to do primary, text 10px. What else? Maybe font I'm going to do bold. I'll do text primary foreground, shadow sm. Let's do a shadow primary, do shadow primary divided by 40. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. Okay, what will be the next step? Next step will be, so for this button also I'm going to take a class name. So here first I'm going to do a size will be icon, and I'm going to do variant will be ghost, and I'm going to take a class name which will be relative. I'm going to do height of 9, maybe do 8, width of 8, let's do 9 only, and then I'm going to do text muted foreground. On hover I'm going to do bg card /10, and I'm going to do hover text foreground. Something is wrong. Okay, we'll do one thing. We need to take mean width also. Okay, awesome. So I think this is fine. Now after this link we will take a user button component from Clerk, and then I'm just going to do after sign in your sign out URL, go to /. Awesome. So I think this is done. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be when the user will be signed out. So in that case what we are going to do, simply, so we'll take a link, and I'm going to take href will be /signin, and then I'm going to take a class name, so I'm going to do bg primary. I'll do text primary foreground. On hover I'm going to do bg primary divided by 90. I'll do shadow sm and shadow primary divided by 90, and inside this link I'm going to just do sign in. Alright, I think this is done. First let's check it, right? So let's refresh this. So if I do sign out, okay, sign in, it's coming. Size I'm going to do maybe let's do one thing. I think we are doing, so let's take a button, and inside this button take this, and I'm going to do size as sm, and this class name, right, let's take in this. Okay, so now I think this is fine. So let's log. Awesome. And we can actually now add one more here. So to chat, and then let's add a profile, right? So I'm going to add a profile. and we'll do this one as profile. Fantastic. Okay, so I think this is working. Now if you want, you can change all of these, so whatever you like, but I think this is looking pretty decent. Now for mobile menu toggle, I think I don't want to do that, but still I'll write. I told you, right, I'm very lazy writing the CSS, but still let's do it. Okay, let's take a button. Okay, so I'm going to take a type as button. I'll quickly do it. And what I'll do, right, simply let's take, okay, for now I think we also need to take one this state here. So I'll take a const, and maybe let's do this one as maybe mobile menu open, set mobile menu open, and this will be use state of false. Okay, so now what I'll do simply, so let's go here and let's take a button, and then I'm going to do on click. So this will be set mobile menu open, will be open, will be not equal to open. And then I'm also going to take a class name. So I'll do here what I'm going to do simply, so we'll take a inline flex, height of 9, width of 9, item center, justify, we'll do center, we'll do rounded full, we'll do border, sidebar border, we'll do bg sidebar accent, text, we'll do muted foreground. What else we are also going to do, maybe let's do a transition, colors. I think this is fine. And also, yeah, we need to do AMD hidden. Okay, now inside this button, what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to check if this mobile menu open, if this is true. So let's render a X icon from Lucid React, and let's give a class name of width of 4, height of 4, or else I'm going to take a menu here, and let's take a class name of width of 4, height of 4. So this is done. Now okay, now let's save these. So if I just go for the smaller resolution, it should, okay, so this is coming, right, you can see. So now what I'm going to do simply, and maybe after this button div, we'll check here. Okay, after here, so I'm simply going to do if the mobile menu open, if this is true, right? So in that case, let's render a div, and I'll do class name, I'll do border as top, I'll do border sidebar border, I'll do bg sidebar divided by 90 maybe, or 95, whatever, 90 let's do, and AMD I'm going to do hidden. This is actually important. And inside this I'm going to take a nav, right? So I'll take a class name, I'll do amax of auto, flex max w6xl, flex column, gap of 1, and I'm going to do px of 4, pb of 4, and pt of 2. Inside this I'm going to do nav items dot map, and I'm going to pass the render nav links. So if you go here, right, click on this, I think this is fine, right? Awesome. So I think this is working fine. So that means the navbar is now completed. So now we'll start with the backend again. So first this page, the home page, right, this page will be our threads page, where we are going to render all the threads. So let's start working on this one from the next video. Alright, so now let's start with the backend for threads. So first we will close this now, and let's start with backend. We'll go to source, and let's go to migration, and I'm going to create one more. So let's do 0002 underscore. What you can do, right, either you can give forum or you can give threads also, it's fine. Let's give threads only. Threads underscore core dot SQL. Okay, now see what are the tables that you need here. Basically you need two. One will be to handle the categories and one will be to handle the threads. So let's start with the first one. So I'm going to do create table if not exists, and I'm going to give this one as categories. Okay, and what actually this will contain. So first one will be id will be big serial, and this will be primary key. Second, it's going to have a slug. So slug, I'm going to do text not null, and let's make this one as unique, definitely, because this will be unique slug for each and every category. Then I'm going to have a name will be text not null, and then also I'm going to take a description, and description, let's make this one as text. That's it. Now next we are going to create one more table. So I'm going to create table if not exists, and I'm going to do this one as threads, and inside this, first of all, it will be same. So we're going to have a id. Second, it's going to have a category id. Okay, so category underscore id. Now remember the name, property name that you actually are giving. This is actually important. So I'm going to do big int not null, and I'm going to do references encs, and this will be what? So this will be from category then id. So references will be, so let's give a space, categories of this id. Then this also going to have an author, right? Author user id means which user is actually creating the threads, right? So let's say you have two users, so I'm actually creating it, so I will be storing my user id here. So this also will be what? Big int, definitely not null. So we're going to do references, and this will be from the users table, and users tables also will have an id, right? This one. Next, what else? So you're also going to have a title. So title will be simply text not null. Next, I'm also going to have a body. I'm going to have text not null, and also I'm going to have a created at. So let me just copy from here. Awesome, and I think this is done, right? So I think that's all. Also, let's do one thing. I'm also going to do, I'll create an index, right? So that we can query the threads by category and the created at both. So I'm just going to do create index, and to do this you have to check first if not exists, and I'm going to do idx, maybe threads, what else, maybe category underscore created underscore at, and here I'm just going to do on, and I'm just going to do threads, and here I'm going to pass the category ID, right? And also I'm going to pass the created at. That's it. So this will create index. Now what I'll do, right, I'm going to seed, or I'm going to insert some of the categories, default categories. So I already created, so I'm going to insert into categories. So I'm going to add the slug, the name, and the description of the category. So I'm going to copy this. I'm not going to write it, just take a lot of time writing all this, right? So I'm just going to paste it here. That's it. So these all the properties that we need for categories, threads, one index we have created, and also we are adding more 4 categories. Now if it's up to you, if you want you can add more, or 10, 20, whatever you like. Just modify, experiment by yourselves also. So now what I'm going to do, I'll go here, and then I'm going to go to the backend folder, and let's clear this, and then do npm run migrate. Awesome. Oh, migration failed again. I'm doing some mistake, huh? Okay, let me just check. I think this is correct only. Okay, let's try once again. Awesome. Okay, so I think this is done now. So now what we are going to do, simply first we need to create the, okay, first let's do the opposite thing only. First let's start with the routes. It will be easy for us to understand. So what I'm going to do, right, let's go to routes folder and create threads underscore routes underscore sorry, not underscore, I'm going to do dots, routes.ts. So now what I'm going to do first, so first as usual we are going to import from express and we're going to get router. Next let's create, so I'm going to do export const threads router and I'm going to do simply call the router. And then first let's start with the first endpoint, which will be to fetch the list of categories, and this will be very, very simple. So what I can do is I can do the threads router dot get and I'm going to do categories, so this will be my endpoint, and here I'm simply going to do async, so I'll do request response next, and here what I'm going to do simply I'll take a try catch, I'll call the next with error, and in this try now I'm going to create the method, right? So I'm going to const extract list of categories, so I'm going to do await and I'll do list categories. Okay, now remember we are going to create this, right? This is how we are actually doing, so that you'll understand why we need all of this instead of doing in the opposite or ulta way, right? So opposite way. So I'm going to pass the extract list of categories. So now what I'll do simply, so I'm going to create the first this method here where in our repository. So what I'll do, I'll go to modules. Now here we are going to create another folder, and now this time the modules will be threads, and then what I'm going to do simply I'm going to do threads dot repository dot ts. So first start with the first one, which will be the list categories. So copy this and I'm going to do export async function, so we'll do list categories. Now list categories is going to return the promise, and here I'm going to return a type which will be category. Okay, now I'm going to create this. Now to create this again we will go here and create our threads dot types dot ts. You see how we are doing, what we are doing the opposite way we are going, so that you'll understand why actually we need the type and everything. I hope you're getting what I mean by this, right? So now I'm going to create a type. So let's start with the first type, which will be category. So category will have what? ID. Just now we have created the schema, right? So it's going to have the ID, it's going to have the slug, name, and the description. So now I'll go here, ID will be number, slug will be string, name will be string, and also I'm going to do a description will be string or null. Save this, and then we're going to import this from types. So this is going to return the types. So now simply you can do what? You can create the result, right? So I'm going to do const result. So we're going to do await, import the query from our DB, and then pass the category, because this is also going to return the category only. Here I'm just going to do what? So we are going to do select. So we need ID, we need slug, we need name, and we need description, and then we need from which table. So table name is categories. So copy this, paste it here. Then you are going to do, I'm going to do order by, and I'm going to do name async. Awesome. I think that's it. This is very simple. And then what you'll do simply, you're going to return the result.rows, and then let's do one thing. Let's do a map, and I'm going to create a method here. So I'm going to do map category row. Okay, so I just wanted to keep everything clean. So what you can do simply, so let's go here and let's create a function. So I'm going to do export function, and we'll do map category row, and here I'm going to do row, and row will be category, and it's also going to return the category. Now here what I'm going to do, in case you're getting confused that okay, why these both, see, remember I told you that in DB we have one schema, the format, in snake case, and then we have the camel case, because in this case we don't have anything, so we're keeping same. In case you're getting confused, what you can do, right, you can just copy the exact same thing and then just make this one as row. I hope you're getting. And then you can do the same thing here. So this row will be typed as this row, and the same thing we can do here also, this category row. I hope this is clear. If this is not clear, you comment it down. So because we are taking, because if you see the properties are same in both the cases, so that's why I took one in case you are getting confused. So I just duplicate this, give a different name. So this is for our DB row, and this is the data format that we are going to expose to our API layer. So now this will be category. So here what I can do simply, so I'm just going to return, so I'm going to return an ID. So I'm going to do row.id. Now you should always practice all these practices, right, how I'm doing. So I'm going to do row.slug, and then you'll do name, you'll do row.name, and then we'll do description, you'll do row.description. That's it. So now this one you're going to return in while returning here. So you're just going to return this, save this, and this is done. The first one is done. Okay, and now let's import this, and also let's keep it like this. That's it. So the first one is now completed. You see how we are doing, we are going from route to repository to types, and based on that we are implementing. Now moving to the next one. Now next one will be, so let's start with the creation first, right? So we need to create, and then we are going to fetch, and we are going to fetch by ID. So all these things we need. So first we will start with let's do the maybe creation one, right? So let's do, so I'm going to do here form router, sorry, not form router, what is the name, threads router. So thread router will be so we are going to do dot post, and what name we can give here, so we'll do maybe, let's do threads only, and then I'm going to do async, and then let's do request response and next. So I'm going to do try catch, I'm going to call the next with error, and here what I'm going to do simply, so first I'm going to get the auth. So I'll do const auth, and this will be get auth. So let me just import these from the Clerk config. So here I'm going to do get auth of this request, and then we can just copy this one, right? Instead of rewriting that, just copy this and paste it here, and just import this. So if you are not authenticated, you can't create. Now what I'm going to do simply, so I'll do const, and I'm going to do parsed body. So let's do one thing, let's create what I can do, right? Maybe we are going to create a schema, right? So let's keep this one simple only. I will create here only. So I'm just going to do import from Zod, and here I'm going to create a, I'll do const, and I'll do create thread schema. So I'm going to do z.object. So this is going to have a title, so I'm going to do title. So this will be z.string dot trim dot mean, let's give 10, maybe no 5 will keep, max I'm going to do maybe 200 or whatever you want to keep. Copy this and do this on body. So body minimum will be maybe I'll do 10, and maximum will be maybe 2000. And let's do a category slug, because we need the category, because we need this one for filtering, right? This is actually needed. So we'll do z.string, and then we're going to do dot trim dot what you can give a minimum value of 1. So this will be our create thread schema. So now what I can do, right, simply, so we can just call this here. So you just have to do parts, sorry, we'll do create thread schema dot parts, and we are going to do request dot body. That's it. And then what we can do simply, we'll create a thread. Now we are going to create a method. So now we'll go again backward. So in the route we'll create the repository just like we have done for the category. So I'll do await and then create a method of maybe create thread. I hope you're getting. And then what I'm going to do simply, so we're going to pass these things, right? First we're going to pass the category slug, and this will be this parsed body will give you the category slug. Then you're going to remember very important author user ID. Why? Because you need this. Okay, so we're going to pass a author user ID. But how you're going to get? Now this you will be getting from, so let's do one thing. We need to do one more thing, that is we need to get the information, and that is very simple. So we just have to extract the profile from, if you remember, we have created one method that get or what is that, get or, let me just check quickly. I think in the service there is some method we have created, right? Get user from clerk, this one. So I'm going to do get user from clerk, and this is going to receive the clerk user ID. So how you are going to get the clerk user ID? Now this is very simple. Just get it from auth, and this will give you what? The user ID. That's it. And this profile is going to give you the ID. So what you can do simply, you can just pass here profile dot user dot ID. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now we are going to also get the title. So title will be parsed body dot title, and we are also going to pass the body, which will be parsed body dot body. Okay, so now this is going to create the thread, and at the end we are going to do res.status of 201.json, and we are going to pass a data which will be this newly created thread. So I'm just going to do newly created thread. That's it. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what you can do simply, we can create this in our repository, because we need to interact with our DB now. So what I'll do simply, I'm going to do export async function, and you're going to do create what is the name that you're given? Create no, this will be create thread. This is different. This is not the schema. This is the method that we need to create. So this will be create thread, and here we are going to get the params, and what this is going to return. So I'm going to do a promise, and I'm going to create a type. Maybe let's give this one as thread detail. Okay, so let's do create this. What you can do, so let's go to the types. Alright, so let's create the type, right? So we'll do export type, and I'm going to do thread detail, and here I'm going to do ID. This will be number. This will also have the title, which will be string. We also have the body, which will be string. Then we are also going to have a created at, which will be date. We are also going to have an updated at, which will be date. Then we are also going to have the category. Category will have the slug, which will be string, and also it is going to have the name, which will be string. And then we are also going to have the author. Alright, so author is going to have the display name, which will be string or null, and then also we are going to have the handle, which will be string or null. Okay, so this is the type that we need. So now we'll go back to our this repository, and then so create thread is going to return that type, but it's going to receive the params, right? If you go to the route, so in this one we're passing what? Category slug. We're also going to pass the author user ID, title, and the body. So let's copy all this, and then we are going to first paste it. So the category slug will be what? It will be string. Author user ID will be also author user ID will be number. Title will be string, and body also will be string. So now here the first thing, we are going to receive all this from params. So we'll get the category ID, author user ID, title, and the body. Okay, the first thing, what do we need to do? Now first thing, we need to first get we need to look up to the category collection, and we need to actually get the information or the category ID by the category slug. So how we are going to do that? So first I'm going to take const and let's do a category response, and I'm going to do avid. So this will be query, and here we are going to pass id, which is number, and here I'm simply going to do that select, not here inside this, so we'll do select id from categories. We need to check the spelling, check where the slug equal to what, the provided slug that we are going to provide, and we need only one, so we're going to do a limit of 1. Okay, give comma, and then you're going to pass the category slug, this one. Okay, so this will give you that particular information. And now first of all we are going to check if there is no category id present, so that means the slug is invalid. So in that case I'm just going to do if the category response dot rows dot length if this is equal to 0, so I'm going to throw new bad request error, and I'm going to do invalid category. All right, now after this what we're going to do, we are going to get the category id. So it's very simple. So I'm going to do const category id. So category id will be this category response dot rows of 0th dot id. Awesome. So now we are going to insert the information in our thread, because at the end we are creating a new thread, right? So in the new thread, what are the things we're going to have? The id, category id, author user id, title, body. So now we are going to just go here and I'm going to do const, okay, insert row or response I'm going to do. So I'm going to do avid. So I'm going to do a query, and here I'm going to pass the id, which will be number, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do insert into threads, because that is the collection name. And what are the things we are going to insert? We are going to insert the category underscore id, comma, author underscore user underscore id, correct, title, and the body, these 4 things. And then we are going to pass the values. So values will be $1, 2, 3, 4, and at the end we are going to do what? We are going to a returning block, and we are going to return the id. And here we are going to pass the values. So what will be the first value? First value will be the category id. Second value is our author user id, so we'll have the author user id. Then we have the title, and then we have the body. That's it. So I think this is done. So now what we can do, right, we can take the thread id here. So we'll do const thread id. So thread id will be this insert response dot rows of 0 dot id. So this is going to give you the id. Now what you're going to do, right, now remember how many API endpoints you need to create for this for now. So one will be to create a new thread, one will be to list all the threads, one will be to get the thread details by id, right? So now what I'm going to do, right, I will be creating one more method here. Okay, so let me just show you what actually we are doing. So this is just to avoid some repetitive work, so that we can just create one single method and we can make use of that. So I'm just going to return, and I'm going to just do a get thread by id. So I'm going to create this method, and here I'm going to pass this thread id. Okay, so now let's see what actually I mean by that. So now here I'm just simply going to create one more function. I'll do export async function, and I'm going to do get thread by id. So this is going to receive the id, which will be number, and here I'm going to return a promise, and I'm going to return a thread detail. Okay, this is the same thing, same response that we need. Now first of all we need to run a SQL query here, which will be very simple. So I'm going to explain what actually we are doing here. So first I'm going to do avid query, and I'm just going to do a thread detail row. So we need to create this. So let me just quickly create this one. So we'll go here, let me just copy this. So we'll do export const thread detail row. So here we are going to have id, title, body. So copy this, created at, updated at. We're going to copy all of this, but because this is what this is actually, we are going to, we need to do type. We are actually doing the db one. So in that case db means it will be like this, right? So you need to do created at, and this will be updated at. Okay, what else? We are also going to have the, so id, title, body, created at, updated at, also going to have the category underscore slug, which will be string. Then we are also going to have the category underscore name, which will be also string. Then we are going to have the author handle, which will be string or null. And then we are going to have the author display name, which will be string or null. Okay, so this will be the thread detail row that we are going to pass as a type here. Now we need to write the SQL the query here. Okay, so let me just explain what actually we are doing. First, let's start with select. Let's do slowly. So first what we need, right? So here we need to fetch one thread row, single thread row. So first we are going to do select, means what? Means you're going to pick the thread fields, id, title, body, timestamp, etc. Right? And here we are going to use aliases. So here I'm going to do select t.id, select t.title, means thread title, select t.body, select t.created at underscore at. Then you are going to do the same for updated at. I hope you are getting right. Then we are going to do category. So I'm going to do c.slug, and let's do this one as I'm going to do category underscore slug. Okay, then also we're going to have the category name. So I'm going to do c.name, and I'm going to do as category underscore name. Also you need to give comma here everywhere. Comma and comma. So here I'm also going to do now user. So I'm going to do user.display name as, so what is the property name that we have taken? Author display name, right? Then we are also going to have what? User handle. So I'm going to do user.handle as, so we're going to do author underscore handle. So now this I'm going to do from threads, and then I'm going to do what? We are going to join categories, right? Why we need that? Because we need to add the category slug and the name. Similarly, we are going to join users because we need the users display name, user handle, correct? So how we are going to do that? Simple. So you do join and then pass the name. So we'll do categories, that is the collection name, and we'll do c on, and you're going to do c.id equals t.category id, right? So we are going to have the category id. So we are going to do c.id. Let me just check what is the name that we are going, category id. Okay, similarly you're going to do join users u on, so you're going to do u.id, so user.id equal to t.author user id. See, we have this author user id, right? I hope you're getting. Then we are going to do where, so that means you're simply telling that only the thread whose id matches the function argument. How are you going to do that? So we're going to do where the t.id is equal to the provided id, and then we need only one thread per row, means you're going to do limit of 1. I hope this is clear. Now if you're a complete beginner, this will be little tricky, but if you already have worked, it will be very simple. Like, it's not that much very difficult. You need some more practice. So now here what you can do is just you pass the id, okay, this id that we are going to receive. That's it. So now what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do const row, and this will be result dot rows of 0, and then you'll simply just do, if the row is not present, so you throw a new not found error. Remember, we have the not found error, and you are going to do thread not found. Okay, if not, so you're going to return. So I'm again going to create one more method, right? So I'm going to do map thread detail row, and here I'm going to pass. So what are you going to pass? You're going to pass that row. So now let me just copy this. We'll go here, and I'm going to create export function map thread dot row. So I'm going to take row, which will be thread detail row, and what this is going to return, this is going to return the thread detail. So let's return again. This is so boring sometimes, so but we have to do it. So we'll do row.id, then you'll do title, row.title, then you're going to do body, you'll do row.body, then we have the created at, say row.created at, updated at, row.updated at, category, we'll have the slug, so we'll do row.category slug, then name, row.category name, then what else, we are going to have the author, and here we are going to have the display name, which will be row.author display name, and handle, we are going to pass the row.author handle. Okay, so this is done. So now we are going to import this from here. That's it. So I think everything is done. We also need to import this from here, and this is completed. So basically we created two, right? So this also will help us to fetch the list of the details, thread details, and at the same time when we are creating a new thread, and once the insertion is completed, then we are returning these details with the newly created thread ID. I hope you're getting. So this is actually to make use of this to get the current thread ID which just now we have created. I hope this is clear. So now we can import this from our repository, and you can see that this is now completed. So now we actually have completed the threads endpoint also. Now with this, actually we can now create another another endpoint, which will be to get the details. Why? Because we already have created this get thread by ID method also. So you can go to the routes, and then we can create one more here. So I'm just going to do what is the name, threads router dot get, right? So I'm going to do threads slash, so this will give us the thread ID, which is dynamic value. So I'm going to do thread ID, and this will be async. So we'll do request response next. So we'll do try catch call the next with error, and in this try, so first I'm going to get the thread ID. So this will be what? So this thread ID is the dynamic value. This is again express concepts also, right? If you have done MERN also, you know all of this. So you simply take from params.thread ID. That's it. And then what you can do, very important, you should always give check that if this is not a number, so do number.is integer of this thread ID, or if thread ID is less than or equals 0, so we are going to throw error, right? So we'll do throw new bad request error, and you can do invalid thread ID. And then what you can do, right? So we're going to get const auth, this will be get auth, and here we are going to do request. Also we can just give one more condition here, right? That if you're not authenticated, you just don't have to, you can't access this. We can do this also here. That's it. And now what I'm going to do, right? First we are going to get the views. Let's do like this. So I'm going to do let viewer user ID. So in that case, I'm just going to do number. And here what I can do, let's do number or null. So we will do null. So now what I can do, right, here I'm simply going to check that if auth.user ID, if this is present, so now I'm going to do, or else I think we don't have to do that because we are already checking this value, right? So if you are not authenticated, you are showing unauthorized, which is fine. So in that case, what you can do, simply you will get the profile. So we'll do profile, we'll do avid, and do get user from Clerk, and this will give me auth.user ID, right? And then we actually don't need this. Then what we can do, we can do const viewer user ID, and we'll do profile.user.id. So now what you can do, simply we'll get the thread. So I'm going to do const thread avid, and here what you can do, simply we are going to call this, what is that, just now we have created, right, get thread by ID. So we'll do get thread by ID, and we are going to pass the thread ID. What is the thread ID? We have this thread ID. That's it. And then you're going to do res dot JSON, and we're going to pass the data, which will be thread. I think we don't need this on now, right? We don't need the user ID for now. Let's comment this. We're going to do this on later. For now it's not needed. So for now we just have to get the details and we are going to return the details. Save this, and I think this is done. So that means we have created 3. So one will be to get the list of categories, one is to create a new thread, and one is to get the thread by details. This is done, but we need to have one more, right? We need to get the list of threads also. Means if I go here, right, we are going to list all the threads in our home page. So I'm going to create one more. So I'm going to do threads router dot. So in that case I'm just going to do let's do this will be get, and I'm going to do this one as threads. So we'll do async, and I'm going to do request response next, and here I'm going to do try catch, and in this try. So now remember, I am going to show you that how you are going to handle paginess and also, right? So you are going to have the page and page size, and I'm going to give you some homework also for that. Not here, I'm going to implement now. In the front end side I'm going to give some homework so that you can practice on this, but most of the things I'm going to show you. Now again, remember, these all I am giving you so that you don't dependent on me 100%. And believe me, this is the best advice I'm giving you. Do not dependent on any YouTuber who are making videos. What will happen, right? You will be stuck in a tutorial hell. What will happen, whatever I'm showing in this video, if you do only this, if you don't explore by yourself, you are in a very big trouble. I'll tell you, it will be very difficult to get a job, or if you get a job also, it will be very difficult to sustain that job in a company. What you need to do, right, if I'm doing 4 features in this project, what you need to do, right, you need to add some extra 2 features. Why? Because then only you will learn, you will explore, and then you will be able to create projects by yourself. Or else what will happen, watch 20 videos on YouTube, create 20 projects on YouTube, and that's it. If someone gives you, okay, create a new project, you will not be able to do it, I can guarantee. I hope you're getting what I mean by this, right? So do not dependent on anyone. You have to learn by yourself. So here I'm going to create a filter property, and what we can do, right, maybe here I'm going to create one, let's do one thing, let's create one function. Okay, so I'm going to create a parts, maybe let's do parts thread list filter, maybe something like this. So here first let's create this. So what I'm going to do, right, maybe we'll do like this. Let's go to the types. I think it won't be good. Maybe in the repository you can create this, or you can create one utility function also, file also, and you can create there also, but for now you can create here only. We'll do export function parts thread list filter, and this will going to receive a query object. So this is going to receive a page which will be unknown, and I'm also going to do a page size. Then we have also the category, and I'm going to do, then what else, we are also going to have a queue query which will be unknown, and I'm also going to do sort, and here. So now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to return a thread list filter. Okay, so this type will create, will go here to the types, and let's create this. So the export type thread list filter. So you're going to have the page which will be number, so I'm going to return a number. I'm going to return a page size which also will be a number, and then we are going to have a category slug which will be string. We are going to do a search which is basically the query, and we are going to do a sort which will be either new, or I'm going to make this one as old, something like that. So this one we are going to return. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, simply first, so do const page, so we'll do number, and we are going to do query object dot page, or else this will be always 1. and I'm going to do page size. So this also will be same, so we'll do number of query object dot page size, or maybe let's do 20. And what else we can do, maybe, or let's do one thing before that. I'm going to do a const raw page size, and for this one I'm going to keep it like this. So I'm going to do this on 20, and for page size what I'll do, right, I'll do math.mean of math.max. So I'm going to take the raw page size, comma 1, and then minimum I can do here 50. So now I'm going to do const category slug. So this one I'm going to do with the type of query object dot category. Oh, we have to do category. This is equal to string, right? And query object dot category dot trim. So in that case I'm going to take this, or else this will be undefined. Then we are going to do the same for search also. So I'm going to do this one as search. So this will be Q, and this will be also Q, and this also will be Q. And for sort I'm going to do const sort. So this will be, so we have already taken, so let's take here either this will be new or this will be old, and I'm going to do query object dot sort. So if this is equal to old, so I'm going to take this one as old, or I'm going to take this one as new, and at the end I'm going to return the page size, search, sort, and the category slug. That's it. Okay, so now in these routes, so we are going to call the filter, right? So we need to call this filter with the parts thread list filter, and then you're going to pass the page. So page will be, now remember, all this you're going to receive from your request query, right? This is how it will work. So do request.query, and you're going to do page. Then you're going to do page size, same thing, request.query dot page size. Same, you're going to do category, so do request.query dot category. Do queue, so I'll do request.query dot queue, and then you're going to have the sort, which will be request.query dot sort. So this will be the filter properties that we need. Now I'm going to get the list of threads. So I'm going to do list of no, let's do extract list of threads, have it list threads, and then you're going to pass this filter, and at the end you are going to return JSON data, and this will be extract list of threads. Now what you can do, just this method we need to create where? We need to create in our in our repository, right? So let's go here. So I'm going to create one more here. So I'm going to do export async function, and you'll do list threads. What this is going to receive? It's going to receive filter, and what will be the type? The type will be thread list filter. And then I'm going to do promise, and I'm going to return a thread summary. Okay, so we will create one more. So let's do one thing, let's create one more type here. I think the same type we have created for this thread detail, right? The same we can use. So we'll copy this, and then we'll paste it here. Only difference is we don't need this okay, let me just change this one to summary, and we don't need this body. Rest everything will be same. Okay, and I think what you can do, right, you can take this one as except, and this will be string. So now we'll go here and let's do this, right? So first import this. So first of all I need to get a couple of things from the filter. So you need the page size, category slug, search, and sort all this. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, so first I'm going to take the conditions, and this will be string. Then I'm going to do const params, and I'm going to do this one as unknown. And here again we need the IDX, right, index. So I'm going to start with 1, right? So we need to track that which placeholder we are currently on. First we need we'll start with the optional filter that if category slug, if this is present, or no. So in that case I'm going to do conditions dot push. So what you need to do, remember, we need to do c dot slug, right? And here I'm going to do what? So you're going to do IDX. This concept we already have discussed, IDX plus plus, and then you're going to do params dot push, and you're going to push the category slug. Next, same for search. So if search is present, do condition dot push, and here what you need to do, so I'm going to do here, see, listen carefully what you're doing here. So first of all you need to do t, which is the thread dot title I like, and here what you need to pass, you need to pass this index. I'm going to explain what we are doing, right? Or here I'm going to do t dot body I like, and here we're going to pass the index. So it's simply adding a condition that checks that if title or the body contains the searched text. So from our UI side, whatever we are going to search, let's say we put something hello, so we're going to check if that hello keyword is present in this thread title or in the thread body or not. I hope this is clear, right? So this is what actually we are doing. And then I'm going to do params dot push, and what we can do, right, here we are going to push. So I'm going to take this, where is that, this one, and then we are going to pass the search. That's it. Then we are also going to have we need to push this one. Okay, we need to increase the index plus plus. So after this, what we need to do, now we are going to build the where clause, right? So that means we need to check all the conditions. So first how you're going to do that, so I'm going to just write and then explain. So I'm going to do where clause, and this will be conditions dot length. If this is true, so in that case I'm going to do a where, and then you're going to pass conditions dot join, right? Here what you need to do, remember, you need to be space and or else this will be empty. So that means you're simply checking that if we have at least one condition, join them with and, right, and prepend where. Simple. If there is no condition, we are going to keep this where clause empty, means there is no filtering. I hope this is clear. I'm going to repeat. If we have only one condition, we are going to, at least one condition, we are going to join them with and we are going to prepend where. If there are no condition, we are going to keep this one as empty, means there are no filtering. That's it. So now what I'm going to do, so we also need to create the order clause. I'm going to do order clause, and here I'm simply going to do the sort is equal to old. So here I'm just going to do order by, this is simpler, right? So we'll do order by, so we'll do order by, we'll do t dot created underscore at async, right? Or else you're going to do order by t dot created underscore at, and you're going to do descending order. That's it. And then I'm also going to create an offset. So offset will be page -1 into the number of page size for every page. And then you're going to do what, params dot push. So you're going to do page size comma offset. I know this is little complicated, but again we don't have any shortcut. If you are doing complicated project, you need to know all of this, no options. So now I'm going to do const result. Now we need to write quite a few, so I'm going to have it query, and I'm going to do this one as thread summary. I think thread summary row we have created, right? Or no, we have to create again, man. One more we need to create, that is the thread summary row. So let's go here. So you created thread details row, we need to create one more. So I'm going to do this one as thread summary row. So we need the ID, which is fine. Title we are going to do accept, which will be string. Created at fine, updated at also. Updated at I think we don't need. We need the category slug, category name, all this. So after this I'm going to take the category. We need the category underscore slug, which will be string. We also need the category underscore name, which will be string. We need the author underscore display underscore name, which will be string. And we also need the author underscore handle, which will be string or null. Okay, so we need this. Also we make this one as or null. So we're going to do thread summary row. So we need to get this one. So now we are going to write the query, right? So first let's start. So we'll do select. So we'll do t.id. So we'll do t.title. And now what I'm going to do, right? So here I'm going to just add a short preview of the body. And to do that, you just have to take a left, and I'm just going to do t.body, and let's do comma 200. And now I'm going to do as accept. So that is the property you have taken, right? Okay, so sorts description we are simply showing here. Then I'm going to do t.created underscore add. Then I need this category slug, so I'm going to do c.slug as category underscore slug. Then I'm going to have the c.name as category underscore name. We need to take the comma. Then we need to have the u.display name, which is what? The user display name, as author display name. Then we need the u.handle as author underscore handle. Then we are going to have from, so we'll do threads t. Then I'm going to join, same thing again. So we'll do join categories c on category.id equal t thread.category underscore id. See, same thing we have done here also, right? Where we have done this one? Oh man, what I'm doing? I'm writing, see, I'm like out of my mind. This I'm writing in user repository. Sorry. We need to, okay, this is fine, just cut it from here. We don't need to do it here. Okay, we need to do it in our, so that's why I'm like too much into this. We need to do it in this thread repository, man. Okay, we paste it here. So just import this and also this one. Thank God we checked this one. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, that we have done the same thing here also. So if c.id will be t.category id, and then I'll be join users u on. So you have what? u.id equal to t.author underscore user underscore id. Then you're going to pass the where clause. You pass the order clause, right? And you do the limit. So how you're going to do the limit? Now limit you can't do one now because we need to have the page, right? So first we'll give index, and then we are going to do offset, and here we are going to pass the index. So now this is correct. So what we can do, we need to pass the params, because if you notice in the params we have already pushed the page size and the offset also. So now this is it. Okay, what we are doing wrong? Comma expected. We need to give comma here. Okay, so now I think this is done. and then what you can do, simply we are going to return result dot rows dot map, and then you are going to do map thread summary row. So I'm going to create this again. So we'll go here, and just like we have created this map detail thread row, right, similarly we will create that. So map detail summary row. So let's create this. We'll do function, and here this row will be thread summary row, and this is going to return thread summary. Okay, so we're going to return. Now let's copy from here instead of rewriting. We need to make some changes only. Okay, so ID will be same, title, this will become except. You can also give short description, it's up to you. And updated at is not needed, so created at is fine. Category, slug name, author, something we are doing wrong, is it? Updated at is missing. Why so? So in the thread summary, we don't need to pass this updated at. Okay, but here I think everything is correct, right? Okay, let me just import this. Correct. And then we are going to just import this one from our repository. And now with this, all the 4 is completed. So categories, threads, thread ID, and list of threads, all 4. Okay, so now what you can do, simply we'll go here, and then I'm going to do here. So let's do threads, and I am going to do threads router, and now we'll see if there are any error. Save this. No error. Awesome. So with this 4 we have completed. So that means now what will happen, in the list page we can render all the list of threads. We can also create a new thread, right? We can click there and go to a details page. You can render the details also, all these things. Once this is completed, right, then only you can move to the upvote or the like feature. I will say like feature and the comment feature. Okay, then only you'll move. Once you'll complete the like and comment feature, then only you'll move to notification and socket, or else before that it doesn't make any sense, right? Again, once you'll complete the notification feature, then only move to the chat feature. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start implementing the UI for our threads page. So what I'll do, right, so now for some time we are going to close the backend. So we'll go to app inside frontend, and then we'll go to the page.tsx. So this will be our threads page. The first of all, what I'm going to do, right, so let's do this. First let me just create the basic structure. So I'm just going to give this one as export default function, and I'm going to give this one as threads page. You can give any name you want, it's up to you. And then I'm going to return a div, and let's give a class name of flex, and we'll do width of full. I'm going to do flex of 1, and let's do a flex of column. And now what I'll do, right, so let's go to the components, and I'm going to do threads. I'm going to create a component here, and let's give this one as threads home, something like that, .tsx. So first let's convert this one to a client component, and I'm going to create this one as threads home page, something like that. And then let's return a div. And for now what I'll do, right, I'll take just a simple button, or let's do one thing, let's take a link component for now. And what I'll do, right, so let's take href, and I'll do /thread/new, and I'll do add new thread, because first we are going to create a new thread, then only we are going to render the home page. That will make more sense. So now let's save this, and then inside this what I'll do, I'm just going to render that threads home page. So now let's save this, and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting add a new thread, which is fine. So on click of that, we'll be going to that page. So before that, we also need to do one thing. So I'm going to do /thread/new. So that means we'll go to app, and then I'm going to create a threads, because remember we also need to create a details page here, right? So I'm going to create two pages. One will be new, so this will be to create a new thread. So I'll do page.tsx. so let's quickly create this, and I'm going to do function, and I'm going to do new threads page. So for now, let's return a div, and then I'm going to paste it here, and then there will be one more page inside these threads, and that will be our ID, means that will be a dynamic page which will be our threads details page. Now these are normal Next.js concepts. So we'll do page.tsx. so I'll use client, and I'm just going to do threads thread details page. Alright, so now let's save this. So first what we are going to do, first we will start with creating a new thread. Now this will be actually simpler. Now as I already mentioned that we are actually going to focus more on what? On the backend logic, because we need to understand how the notification socket and everything work, but that doesn't mean that we are going to ignore the front end, right? So I'm going to keep the structure as simple as possible. I already mentioned each and every video, if you're following my channel for a long time, that you don't have to follow the exact same thing I always follow, especially in the front end. And also so many of you actually they will message me with the new logics they have implemented, or maybe they have added a new features, and believe me, I am actually very happy to seeing all this, right? Because this is what actually I always told you, that don't follow, try to experiment and add new UI. Maybe for example, let's say I'm creating the UI in this way. What you will do, you are going to create a different way. So you're going to do your own research, not like just go to ChatGPT, just paste it here and then you get it. Not like that. Do own research, go to the official documentation and try to create. Also you can do this, go to blogs, read blogs, right, and see different components, then only you'll be learning more. So basically the sum up that, don't follow exactly what I am doing in the, especially in the UI structure. Experiment with the tailwind classes, go to the official documentation and create a new UI and share in the link. Also you can message me, especially in the Insta or in the LinkedIn. I'm actually little active, well not so too much active, but I'll try my best to reply all of you. So I'll see that what actually you have created, and based on that I can give you some suggestion also. So first what I'll do, right, simply, so let's import. So first I'm going to import the Zod. So let's import the Zod first. So I'm going to do Z, and first let's create the schema. It will be very simpler. So what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to do const new thread schema, and this will be z.object. So here I'm just going to take a title, because we have the title will be z.string.trim, and then I'm going to do, maybe let's do a min of 5, and I'm going to do title is to sort, whatever you want to give, title is to sort. Then we are going to have the body. So body, again I'll do the same thing. Let's copy here, paste it, and I'm just going to do this on maybe 15, and I'll do that body is to sort. Then I'm also going to do a category. So let's do category slug, and these also will be same. This need at least one, and I'm just going to do category is required. So I'll do category is required. That's it. So this is what I need. Now let's create the type. So I'm going to do type, and let's do new thread form values. So what this will be, so this will be z.infer, and you're going to pass type of, and then you're going to pass this schema. So you'll do new thread schema. That's it. So this will be your type. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first let's start with extracting the token. So I'm just going to do const, and let's do here, so I'm going to do use auth. Now this I need from Clerk, and I'm just going to do get token, and once we'll get the token, as usual what you're going to do, so we're going to create our API client. So I'm just going to do API client, and this will be let's do use memo, and pass this as a dependency. So you're going to pass this get token, And what I'll do, right, so here what I can do, let's remove this. You can directly call this one, and here I'm just going to do create browser API client, and then we are going to pass, so this is going to receive the token, so we're going to pass the get token. Okay, so this is going to pass the token, so this will create our API client with the token. So this is done. So now how many states we need? So basically I'm going to take 3 states. One is to manage the, so we have the categories, so that will be the first thing. Second one is to handle the loading state, and third will be to handle the submitting state. So whenever I'm going to submit and create a new thread, so I'm just going to show some kind of loader, so that page is now, form is now getting submitted, something like that. So let's quickly take that. So I'm going to do categories, and I'll do set categories, and let's do use state. And here what I'm going to do, right, so maybe what I can do, right, we can actually create one type here. So let's do one thing, let's create a type folder inside this. So I'm going to do maybe types, and let's do thread.ts. so let's create our category type. So I'm going to do export type, and let's do category. So category will have what? It's going to have ID, which will be number. It's also going to have a slug, which will be string. Then it's going to have a name, which will be string. Then it's also going to have a description. Okay, so this will be string or null. And also it's going to have, so maybe let's take a sort order, which I'm going to take this one as a number. That's it. So now let's go here. So this is the type that I want to use. So here what I'm going to do, so simply you pass that this will be type of category of array, and then by default I'm going to take this one as empty array. Then I'm going to take a is loading and set is loading, and this will be equals use state of true. And then I'm also going to do const is submitting, set is submitting, and this will be equal to use state of false. Okay, I think this will be fine. Then we are going to take the form. So I'm going to take the form. So form will be use form from React Hook form. Here you're going to pass the type of the form. Type of the form will be this new threads form values. Then inside this we are going to pass the resolver. So I'm going to import Zod resolver, and then what you are going to pass, you're going to pass the schema, that which schema you want to resolve. So in this case this will be our schema, so you are going to just pass it here, and then we'll take the default values. Okay, so default values will be, you're going to have the title, then you're going to have the body, then you're also going to have the category slug. Simple. So I think this is done. So these will be the very basic states, configuration, all these things we needed. So now let's create the UI structure. So first let's start with, so I'm going to take a div. Also let's do one thing, so let's try to click here, right? So it's going to the new threads page. So I'm going to start with, so I'll take a class name. So let's do a mix of auto, and I'll do flex with a full and max w to XL, and I'm going to do flex column, gap of 6, px of 4, and py of 8. Inside this let's take a div. So I'll do a class name, so I'll do space y of 2, and I'm just going to take a simple h1, and I'll do start a new thread, right? So let's save this. Let's take a class name. So I'll take text 3XL, font will take bold, I'll do tracking tight, and I'll do text foreground. Awesome. So now after this, what I'll do, I'll take a card component, and inside this I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do border divided by 70, and I'll do bg of card. Save this, and inside this we'll take a card header, and the card header will have the card title. So this is the structure that you need to follow, and here I'm just going to do, maybe let's say thread details. Okay, so I think this is fine. Now if you want, you can take some class name here. So I'll do text large maybe, and let's do text foreground. Okay, so I think this is done. So after this, after header, I'll take a card content, and inside this we'll take a form, and let's take a class name. So I'll do space y of 6. On submit we're going to take, but later we'll take for now. So let's create the structure. So I'm going to do div, so I'll do class name, I'll do space y of 2, and let's take a label, and I'm going to do thread title. If you want, you can take the label from side scene also. And here for this one, let's take a class name. So I'm going to do text sm, font I'm going to do semi bold, and we'll do text foreground. And this one will be, so I'm going to take a HTML font, and I'm going to make this one as title. And inside this I'm going to take a input, and here I'm just going to do a ID, will be title, placeholder I'll do thread title, and then we're going to just do form dot register, and then you're going to register the title property. Also let's take a disable. So disable will be whenever is loading or is submitting will be true. So disable will be true. Class name I'm going to do border, let's do bg background divided by 70, and text sm. So save this. I'm going to have this. Okay, so now next thing what we're going to do, I think we have taken, so let's do one thing, let's make this one as false for now. Also I will take a maybe margin top of 3. Awesome. So I think this is fine. So next we are going to have what? So we'll be having the select. So I'll just copy this structure, and then we'll paste it here. So now the only change will be this will be category slug. Okay, and this will be, let's give this one as category. Remove this this one and just take a select. And here what we need to do right now, remember here actually we need to get these categories. Okay, so these categories here. So now before that we also need to set the categories. So how we are going to do that? For that one we actually need to fetch the list of categories. Now if you remember, if I go to the backend, let's go to source, let's go to modules, threads, and then we have not threads, so let's go to the routes, it will be easier. And if you see we have this endpoint, right, categories. So this is going to give us the list of categories. Why? Now we can easily hard code this one in the UI, but for now I just wanted to show you that because we have already saved some of the categories while migrating that schema, right, we have some of the categories at the end. Now this will do what? So this will be definitely coming from the DB, so it will be easier to manage also, and it will be dynamic, because in future if you, let's say, want to add a new feature where you are going to have some kind of maybe admin panel where you can do what? You can just have a page where you are going to add a new category which will directly store in your category, so that you don't have to go in your front end and you have to hard code every time. I hope this is clear. So now what I'm going to do, right, okay, first let's render this, and then I'm going to call the API. So inside this select, so I'm just going to do categories dot map, and here what I'm going to do simply, so let's take a cat maybe, or category, whatever you want to take, and then I'm just going to take a option, and what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to render the category dot name, and the ID will be category, not this will be dynamic, so I'll do category dot slug, and key will be, I will take the same thing, right, so I'll do category dot slug. Okay, and in this one first let's take the ID, so ID will be category slug. And what else? So I'm just going to do here same thing, form dot register, and then register the category slug. Disable also same, and also let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do height of 10, width of full. Let's take a rounded MD, border, we'll do border, and I'm just going to do BG background divided by 70. I'll do px of 3, text SM, and text foreground. Okay, and also if you want, you can take a focus outline. Also let's take a focus ring 2, and let's do focus ring primary divided by maybe 30. Okay, so we don't have anything, but it's looking fine. Now again we'll take one margin top here of 3. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now definitely we are going to fetch the list of categories, but before that let's complete the others also. So now again I'll just close this, copy this again, and then you're going to paste it here. Now this time this will be the not description, this will be the body, right? So you have the body. So now this I'm going to give this one as maybe description, and now this will not be an input, this will be a text area. I think we have already installed. So I'm going to take the text area and let's do a ID, which will be body. Rows, maybe let's take 10. Then we are going to do a placeholder, add on a threads description, thread description. Then I'm going to do the same thing. Let's copy here from this. Okay, and what else? Maybe we'll take a class name here, same class name. So I'll do border BG background divided by 70, and let's do the text as SM. Okay, and also we are going to do this one the same thing. So I'll do form dot register, and this will be the body. Okay, now let's save this. Now let's see how this is looking. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's make the rows as 8 maybe. Also let's take the margin top as 3. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So we have the title, the category, and the description. Now if I go here, right, so let's see the thread, right? So we have the category, this is different, title and the body. These 3 things we are going to send, because author ID definitely we are going to get, right? So these 3 things will be sending from our UI side. So now this is done. So after this, what I'll do, I'll take a card footer maybe, and I'll take a button component now, and inside these maybe what I'll do, so let's do something like that is submitting. If this is true, so you're going to do submitting, something like that, or else I'm going to do publish thread. Okay, and here you're going to give type will be what? It will be a submit, right? Disable will be if is submitting is true, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do BG primary text primary foreground, and on hover I'm going to do BG primary only, but let's do divided by 90. And for this one, what I'll do maybe, so let's take a class name. So I'll do flex, let's do justify end, and what else, border top, border px of 0 and pt of 5 maybe. Fantastic. You can see this is looking very clean. So now what will be the first step, right? So okay, we have to go to the add new thread. Okay, so this is fine. So first we are going to fetch the list of categories. So that is the first thing. So let's go here. Okay, let me just close this. Okay, so we'll go here, and after this I'm just going to take a use effect, and what I'll do, right, so now here the first of all I'm going to take the API client, and what else, maybe let's take the form also as a dependency. Now here what I'll do simply is I'm going to do let is mounted as true. Now what I'll do, so I'm just going to do, okay, first let's do async function load, and at the end we are going to call this, and then first I'll do set is loading will be true, and then you're going to do const extract cats means category. Okay, so here I'm just going to have it, and I'll do API get, right, and here you're going to pass the type will be category of array, and what this will receive, so this is going to receive the client. So what will be our client we have already created API client, so we're going to pass the API client and the path. So what will be the path? So now let's quickly check here. So we'll go to threads routes. So if you see, we have the slash categories. Okay, so this is what we are going to use, but before that we also go to here, so we have threads. So that means if I go to the app.ts, so that means this will become slash API slash threads slash categories. Okay, so now here what I'll do simply, so I'll do slash API slash threads slash, okay, let's see, categories. Alright, so I think this is done. So now I'm simply going to do if this is not is mounted, so I'm going to return, or else we are going to do what, so we'll be just log this, right? So let's log this extract cats, and let's see what we are getting. Let's see. Okay, category is 200, response fantastic. So we're getting in preview, and we're getting the this one, right? So now you can see we are getting 4 data, and this is the categories that we have saved, right? And if you notice one thing, right, because see, it's not like that I am not a fan of MERN, because I also create a lot of projects. Definitely in the next projects also I'm going to create, but see, there is something about if you're using Postgres or SQL, right, it's like extremely fast, very fast. You will notice this one, right? What will happen, right, if you completed this project completely, and then I'm going to show you that I have to deploy this one maybe using Docker and everything. But if you're creating very large application, right, maybe a lot of users are going to use, and you'll see that a lot of big companies are also, definitely their backend will be in Java most of the times, almost 95 of the times, but you see they will try to use these SQL databases, right? It's very insanely fast, like too fast. Doesn't mean that MongoDB is bad, Mongo is also good, but these things are like too fast. So you'll notice this one, what I'll give you one simple homework, right? What you need to do, try to implement some extra features on top of this particular project, and I'm going to give you some list of features that I already have in mind. Now I'll give you one of the features, that is the edit functionality. Now notice that in this one we are only implementing the add feature, right? We are not implementing the edit feature. What you can do, you can implement a edit feature on this, right? So whenever you'll go to a threads page, you have a edit functionality or edit button for each and every thread. On click of that, come here, and then try to implement the edit functionality in your backend also, right? So do all these kind of experiments. Okay, so that means this data is now coming. So what I'll do simply, I'm going to do set categories will be now extract cats, and then what I'll do, right, simply, so now I'm just going to do if so let's do what I'll do, extract cats dot length greater than 0. So I'm just going to do form dot set value, and I'm going to take the category slug, and I'm going to take the extract cats of 0 dot slug. Okay, and then we'll do one thing, let's take a catch. So log here the error. We need to take a try here, so let's take a try. So we'll take a try and catch, and then I'm just going to cut it from here, paste it inside try, and then also I'm going to take a finally. So in the finally, I'm just going to do if is mounted is true, so make the set is loading as false again. That's it. So now let's save this, and fantastic, now you can see that this is selected on default, right? Refresh this. Awesome. Now you can change this is going to work. Now see, we have actually implemented this. So what is the last thing that is left? Last thing that is left is we have to take a on submit, right? and this will be form dot handle submit, and you're going to pass the method which will be on submit. Maybe let's take on form on thread submit. Let's do thread submit. Okay, so now let's create this. So I'll do async function on thread submit, and inside this, first of all, we are going to get the values, right? So we'll be getting the values, and values will be the new thread form values, the type. So again, first we'll take the try catch, and let's log this, and finally we are going to make what set is submitting as false again. And in the try, first I'm going to do set is submitting as true. These all are the same thing, right? So that's I'm not explaining all of this in details. And we'll do response, and we'll do await, and I'm just going to do API client dot post. Now if you want, again, now this is another homework, right? I can give here that, okay, now instead of using this API client dot post, you just create. So if you go here, API client, just like we have created API patch, API get, I'll do try to add a new method in API client file as API post, and instead of using this API client dot post, try to call this. Okay, that is the reason I already showed you with these two. I created the API get, created the API patch, try to implement a API post here, right? So this will be a homework, that implement a API post method, something like that. Okay, so now here what I'll do, so I'm going to call this client.post, and this will be API slash, so I'll go to threads, and let me just check the route. So I'll go to threads, and then we are going to have the post method, which will be threads. So this will be threads slash threads, which is okay. If you want, you can just change this, and here we are going to pass the title. So this will be the values dot title. Then we're going to have the body, which will be the values dot body. Then you're going to have the category slug, which will be values dot category slug. So now what I'll do, I'm simply going to do const created. So you will do response dot data as. So here let's do one thing. Maybe what you can do, right, you can create one more this type here. So let's go to this, and what I'm going to do, right, so let's create export type, and I'm going to do thread details or detail maybe. And so what are the things? So this is going to have an ID, which will be number. It is going to have a title, which will be string. It is going to have a body, which will be string. Then created at, which will be date. No, created at also will be string. Then we are going to have the updated at, which will be string. Also, what are the things that we are going to have, right? Let me just check. Go to backend, we'll go to this one, thread details. Okay, so we're going to have the category, the author, these two things. So I'm just going to take a category. So this is going to have the slug, which will be string. Name also will be string. Then what else? We are also going to have the author, display name, and handle. So I'm just going to do author. So this is going to have the display name, so do string or null. And then also we're going to have the handle, which will be string or null. Okay, so now let's save this, and then what we can do, right, so we'll go back. So now we can just simply, so we'll do this one as thread detail. Okay, so this will be the type. Now what I can do, simply we can show something like a toast dot success, and you will do new thread created successfully, and you can just add some description if you want, that your thread is now live. Okay, I think this is fine. Now let's do one thing. I'm just going to import const router from use router, and I'll simply just do router dot push, and I'm going to push to the home page, and I think that's it. So I think this should be fine. So now what I can do, right, simply first, also I can show you one more thing you can do. Okay, let me just show you. So this is our details page, right? Here, instead of it's up to you. I'll give you two options. Either you can move user to the home page, or you can directly move the user to that details page also. So maybe let's say here I'm going to do threads, and what this is going to give you, this created is going to give you the ID, right? So here if I just do created dot ID, okay, so this will go to the details page. So now I'm going to save this. Okay, so refresh this. Okay, so I'm going to do first thread added. I'm going to give this on general, and I'll do first thread added with description. So now let's see what is happening. So I'm going to publish. Fantastic. Now you'll see that it will go to the details page. It's actually compiling. Let's wait and see. So now this is going to the details page. That means our backend is working absolutely fine. And now we are able to create a new thread. So what will be the next step? Next step will be, first we are going to render the list of thread here. That will be the first thing. Okay. And here first we are going to work, and on click of that it will go to the details page. So these two pages we are going to do in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the home page. So now I'll go to the home page, right? So threads home, which is under components, and then threads home. So I'm going to just close everything else. Now let's start with once again the same thing. So first we'll start with, so let's do one thing. Now let's copy some of the things from here instead of rewriting the same thing. So first I'm going to copy the get token. Okay, this one. Also we need the router, and also we need the API client. So let's copy all of these. Same, also we need this also. So I'm just going to copy all these four and then just paste it here. Okay, so now I'm going to import this one from Clerk, use router from Next/navigation, use memo. We are going to import, create browser route, browser API client, import the use state, and also import the type. Okay, so now next thing, we are also going to need the loading state. So I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to just paste it here. So we need the loading state also. Okay, so I think this is done. What else now? We definitely need some more state, but that we are going to do later. First of all, what I'm going to do, right, we are going to now call two APIs on page load. So what will be these two APIs? The first one will be to fetch the list of categories, just like we have done here. But here, second one, we are also going to fetch the list of threads, right? So because here we are going to render the list of threads as well as the categories. So left side we are going to render the categories, right side we are going to render the threads. So now how we are going to do that? So now I'm going to show you, see, whatever things that we are implementing, all are best practices that I'm using. Now you can say me that, okay, you are not using server components, you are not using API routes. Absolutely, you can use that. There are multiple ways, but whatever way that we are implementing now, these all are best practices that I'm using. So what you can do to do multiple API calls, so you are going to use promise.all. So now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so again you'll take a use effect, and then simply I'm going to take what, so you're going to take the API client as a dependency. Now what I'll do, simply I'll do again the same thing. So I'll do use mounted equal to true. Now I'm just going to do async function load, and now here we are going to first take a try catch, and then I'm going to take finally, and finally I'm going to do set is loading will be false. Now here I'm going to log the error, which is okay, but I will give one homework here. Now these all I actually have covered in some of my previous videos. So one will be to handle error state in case of error and render. And to do this, what you need to do, you also need to take one this what this called state here, error state you need to take here. Okay, so now after this try, I'm just going to do a set is loading, so this will be true, and then I'm going to take two things, right? So first I'm going to do const, so here I'm going to get the categories and the list of threads, so I'm just going to do cats, and then I'm going to do threads, and here I'm simply going to do also, I think we have to take one more which is very important, we also going to take the threads here. Okay, so for this one I'm going to do let's do extract threads. Okay, and then do extract cats or categories, let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to do threads, and I'll do set threads, and this will be use state. Right now here what we can do, right, maybe we'll take one more type here, and that will be thread summary. So let's go to the types, and I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to make this one as thread summary. Now thread summary will be having the ID, title, insert body. Remember we have used the except. Now again, if you want some other properties, you can use that. Created at we have, we don't have the updated at for this. Category we have slug and name, and then we are also going to have the author, right? I think that will be fine. So now let's save this. So now what we're going to do simply, so we'll go back, and here we are simply going to pass this one as a type. So this will be thread summary of array, and by default I'm going to take this one as empty array. So now I'm going to extract both the things. So how you're going to do that, so we'll do await, and you're going to use a promise dot all, and these here how you're going to do that, so you're going to pass both the API calls. So to do this, because both are get request, right, both are get request, so we're going to call the API client, sorry, not API client, my bad, because if you do API client also, API client also you can use the get, but we already have the API get method, right? So here you're going to pass the type, because first one will be categories, so here I'm going to pass the category type, which will be what, array, and then you're going to pass two things. So first one will be the client, so you're going to pass the API client, and second will be the endpoint, right? So endpoint will be same, endpoint will be this. So copy this, and you're going to paste it here. So this is the first thing. Second, we are going to again do the API get, and here you're going to pass the thread summary of array, and again you'll pass the API client, but this time the API endpoint will change. Why? Because if I go to the threads, sorry, index, so we have the slash threads, and go to threads, you can see we are having the slash threads, which is get. Now don't confuse, this is a post request, this is a get request. So that means this will become what? This will become slash API slash threads. Now in case you're getting confused, what you can do, right, here instead of threads you can use forum, or you can actually use this one as a forum. So what will happen if you are using this one as a forum, so this will become slash API slash forum slash threads. But for now I'll keep it like this, it's not that much difficult to understand. So now this will do both the API calls, right? So you're going to give an extra check, if not mounted you're going to return, or else see I'm going to just log both the things, right? I'm going to log the extract categories, and I'm going to do extract threads. And now don't forget to call this load method, because we are going to call this. That's it. So if I now save this, awesome, you can see, so now you're getting these categories here, and you're getting the thread. Remember we have created the first thread, see data is coming, category, and also author is coming, display name, handle. This is working absolutely fine. So that means we're able to get the data. So now what we can do inside this, I'm going to now remove this, and I'll do set categories will be what, this extract categories, and set threads will become what, the extract threads. That's it. So I think this is done. So now what we can do, simply we are actually going to create the UI. Now before not UI in the sense we are going to render the JSX. Also we are going to implement the filter, but for that first we are going to render it. We will be taking a aside component where we are going to render the list of categories. Right side will be having the list of threads, and then on click of this categories, we are going to make use of the search params to get the query, and based on that we are going to implement the filter functionality. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's render the home page. So first I think we have to remove this. So let's start with, so I'll take a div, let's take a class name. So I'm going to do flex width of full, flex column, gap of 6, and for large I'm going to do flex as row. Inside this, first we're going to take aside. So this is where we're going to render the categories. So I'm going to take a card component, and here first let's take a class name. I'm going to do width full, I'm going to do shrink 0, and for large let's take width as 72. And for this card I'm going to do a class name. I'm going to do this one as sticky, top 24. I'll do border sidebar, let's do border, and then I'm going to do a BG card. So after this I'm just going to take a card header, and here I'm just going to take a div, and let's say okay, first let's do one thing, let's render a card title, and I'm going to do categories. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now what else we are going to do? Okay, before that let's take one thing. So first I'm going to make this one, let's make this one as flex. I want to render the plus icon so that we can go back to the adding a new thread in that particular page. So here I'll take a class name, I'm going to do flex, I'll do item as center, and I'll do justify, we are going to do between. And so after this card title, what I can do, can take a link component, right? So here I'm going to take a button, and first of all here I'm going to give a href. So this will go to where? So we'll go to threads/new, and for button you're going to give a size. So I'm going to give the size as icon, and I'm going to give a class name. So I'll do height of 8, width of 8, so I'll do rounded, let's do full, BG primary, I'll do text primary foreground, and I'm going to do a shadow SM. Okay, let's do a shadow primary divided by 40, and inside this what we can do, simply we're going to render a plus icon. I'll do class name as width 4, height as 4. Save this. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now let's do one thing. If I click here, right, it will go to the home page. Okay, so I think this is correct. So now what we are going to do next, what we can do simply, so first let me just close this from here. So after this we are going to render the card content, and here let's take a class name. So I'm going to do my space y of 2, and inside this first what we can do, right, let's render all categories, so that whenever we are going to click all categories we are going to render all the threads, and then we are going to map through these categories array that we have created, this one, to render the individual categories. So first I'm going to take a button, normal button, and here let's do one thing, maybe we'll do all categories. Let's keep this one simple only, let's do all categories. And here what I'll do, right, simply I'll take a class name. So I'll do flex width of full, I'll do item center, gap of gap is not needed, I'm going to do px of 3, py of maybe 2, or let's do 3. I'll do text sm, font medium, and also let's do here transition colors, let's do text muted foreground. And what I'll do, right, on hover I'm going to give a BG card divided by 80, and also on hover I'm going to do text foreground. So save this, let's see how this is looking. See, fine, right? Awesome. Also if you want you can give like cursor pointer. Okay, so let's leave it there only. So now I'm going to do categories dot map. So I'm going to get the category, And here what I'm going to do simply, so again I'll render the button, and first I'm going to give the key, so which will be category dot slug, and here I'm simply going to do, so let's do same class, don't want to do right again, so I'm going to copy from here and then I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, and inside this, so let's do one thing. So here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to do we are going to just directly render, so look at dot name. Alright, so I think this is fine, so let's save this. Okay, this is not getting rendered, cat.m. Let's refresh this. Something is wrong here. Okay, let's log these categories. So we'll go here. Oh, you're getting 0. Why that? Okay, something we are doing wrong. Let's see. Maybe, okay, I got it. Is loading will be true in that case. So let's check the is loading, what is happening here. Okay, so what I can do, right, maybe we'll do if is loading is true, so we'll return null. But nothing is getting saved. Okay, this is interesting. Alright, not because of that. See, we need to do if not mounted, that's why. See, I will do this kind of mistakes. Okay, sorry, but anyway it's fine. If it is loading is true, return null, which is okay. We have to check if not equals not mounted, right? So in that case we are going to return. Okay, so now what we need to do, so after this I think this is fine, so we need to actually now handle the apply filter, but that we are going to do later. First let's render the main content, or basically the threads content. So after aside is done, right? So let's close this, and here I'm going to take a div, so let's do a class name, and also I'm just going to do a flex of 1, and let's do a space y of maybe 6. Okay, and after this I'm going to take a card, so let's do a class name, and I'm going to do here maybe let's do border divided by 70, and I'll do bg card divided by 95, and inside this I'm going to take a card header, and also I'm going to do a div, maybe let's take a h1, and I'm going to do latest threads. I think this div is not needed. Okay, so let's take a class name, so here I'm going to do text to Excel, font let's do semi-bold, I'll do tracking tight, what else, I'll do text as foreground, and I'm going to do MD text 3 Excel. Also let's give a padding bottom here, so I'm going to do class name padding bottom of 5. Awesome, so now I think this is fine. So after this what we're going to do, so after this card header we'll render the card content. So here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do space y of 3. Now inside this I will take a div, so we'll take a class name, so here I'm going to do flex as column, gap of 3, MD we're going to do flex as row, and also I'm going to do for MD items center. Inside this I'll take one more div, take a class name, so I'll do flex as 1, items center, and gap of 2. Now here what I'll do, right, we are going to render the search icon, or sorry search input, right, with icon, because we also have the search functionality. So for that let's take one more div, so we'll take a class name, so we'll do relative, and flex as 1, and here I'm going to just take a search and we'll do class name, so let's do absolute, and I'll do left as 3, and I'll do top 1/2, height of 4, width of 4, right? And also I'm going to do minus translate, let's do y of 1/2. Okay, let's do text muted foreground, and after this I'll take a input, and here I'm going to give a placeholder first, so I'm going to do search threads. Okay, so we have to also give, so let's do class name, so I'm going to do PL of 10, I'll do BG secondary divided by 80, I'll do text SM text foreground, and also I'm going to do a placeholder text muted foreground. I'm going to do a focus visible, I'm going to give a ring which will be primary. See, awesome. So I think this is done. Now definitely we are going to handle the on change and everything, but first let's create the structure at least. So after this div, right, so here what we can do, so we can simply take a button component maybe here, so we'll take a button and I'm going to do simply search, and let's take a class name, so I'm going to do BG primary text primary foreground, and I'm going to do on hover, let's do BG primary divided by 90. See, awesome. So I think this is looking good. So after this what I'm going to do, so this is closing here, so after this I'm just going to take a, now it's up to you if you want to make it, so you can add one more plus icon here which will go to the latest thread. So let's just add it so that it will look little good, but it's completely optional. So I'm just going to give href, so I'm going to do /thread/new, and here what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to take a button, and inside this I'm going to just do a message like thread new thread, something like that, and here I'm just going to take a class name, so I'll do width of full, I'll do BG as primary, text primary foreground, and maybe hover I'm going to do the BG primary, the same that we have used, divided by 90, and for MD I'm going to do width as auto, and here you can also take a plus icon and take the same class name, width of 4, height of 4. So you save this, so it will just look good here, so you can click of this also, it will go to this page, right? That's it. Okay, so now I think this is fine. So now we are going to do what? We are going to render the main content. So after this card, right, so this card is closed. Now let's start the thread list. So I'm just going to do a div, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'll do a space y of 5, no, let's do 4, and here I'm just simply going to check now, but anyway we are actually rendering, this is loading here, right? Or maybe let's do one thing, let's remove this, I will take here. So I'm just going to do if this loading, sorry, is loading, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to render something like loading threads or something. So here I will do maybe loading, no, let's take a p, loading threads, and here I'm just going to take a class name, so I'll do flex items center, justify center, we'll do rounded large, I'll do border, and I'll do BG card and py of 10. For this one, let's take a class name, so I'll do text small, and text let's give muted foreground. That's it. See, we are getting that, right? Now again, if you want, you can do the same thing exactly here also, right? So what I mean by this, let's do, so if I just copy this on here, right, so you can do the same thing here also in this part, I'm just showing, so maybe loading categories. Okay, see, awesome. So now I think this is done. So we are going to do one more thing. So I'm just going to take if is loading. See, I'm showing you all kind of edge cases that you should cover. That also you need to also check, right? So let's say if the loading is false, but you don't have any threads created, so you have to show some kind of message to the user, right? So in that case, what you can do, right, take a card simple and take a card content, and what you can do, maybe no threads found, no threads found maybe, or and do create your first thread, something like that. Now you can take some class name, so I'll do class name, I'll do border, and let's do a different dashed border and bg card. For this card content, let's take a class name by of 10 and text I'll do center. And for this one I'll take a class name, let's do a text sm and text muted foreground, something like that. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we are going to render the main our threads content here after this. So what we can do simply is, after this I'm just going to check that if is loading is false. In that case, now I'm going to render, so I'll simply just do threads.map. So I'm going to do thread, and here I'm going to take a card first. So I'll do take a card, take a key will be thread.id. Okay, so now I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do group cursor pointer, border divided by 70. I'll do bg card, let's do transition colors, and let's do a duration of 150, and for hover I'm going to do border primary divided by 70, or maybe you can do 80 also, and on hover I'm going to do bg card divided by 90. So inside this, so let's dial do hello. Now let's see what is happening here. So you see, okay, so you have one only, so that's why you're getting. Now if you want, maybe let's do this on as 70, right? So it's up to you. I think maybe, okay, let's see 90 how it is looking. Okay, I'll keep 90 only. It's looking little bright. Okay, so now after this I'll simply take a link, and inside this take a href. So href will go what? So we'll go to threads slash, so you have the thread dot id, so it will go to the details page, right? So that means if I go here and let's say if I click in this, it should go to the details page from here. Okay, so first let's do this one, later test it. So first I'm going to render it, so I'm just going to do, so let's do a card header, and inside this I'm just going to take a div. So let's take a class name, so I'll do flex items start, I'll do justify between and gap of 4. Okay, let's also take a class name eb of 3. Now inside this I'll take one more div, and here I'll take a class name, I'll do flex of 1 space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll take a class name, I'll do flex wrap item center, gap of 2, I'll do text access and text muted foreground, and then I'm going to do a batch, and here let's render the category name. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to render thread dot category dot name, and for this batch I'm also going to give a variant. I'm going to give this one as outline, and also give a class name which will be border border divided by 70, bg secondary divided by 70, and let's do text of 12px. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now after this, what we can render, maybe we can render the handle. So I'm just going to do if the thread dot author dot handle, this is true, so in that case we're going to render. So I'm just going to take this pen and I look by, and then let's do at the rate. Okay, and here I'm just going to render this, and let's take a class name. So I'll do text muted foreground divided by maybe 90. Okay, so now let's click here, let's go into the details page. Okay, so now I think this is done. So after this we can also render the created at. So just take one small span and you just do new date of, so you'll do thread dot created at, and you just do two local dates string and pass a class name. So I'll do text, let's do the same thing, let's do text muted foreground divided by 85 maybe. Awesome, so I think this is done. So now after this, what I can do, okay, this div will close. After this I'm going to render the card title, and I'll render the thread dot title. Okay, now I'll give a class name. I think this is not needed. Okay, so now here what I'll do, so let's do a text large. I'll do font semi bold, and then I'm going to do text foreground, and let's do group over, and I'll do text as primary. See, awesome. So I think this is fine. Now what else, we can actually render the excerpt property also. So here I'm just going to do card content, and here I'm going to give a class name. I'll do space y of 3, and I'll do pb of 4, and inside this I'll take a p and just render the thread dot excerpt, and then I'm just going to do a class name, and I'll do line clamp of 2 text sm and text muted foreground. Save this. See, so you're getting this. Now let's click here. I'm going to the details page. In case if you want to test it, what you can do is go to a new page, and maybe let's do one thing. Let's push this one to home page for now, just to test. Save here. I'll go to new. So let's give a title maybe. Okay, let's open the network tab also. Okay, so I'm just going to do second thread added. Maybe I'll select help, and let's give description. Okay, so now let's select. Okay, we are getting 400. Okay, let's see when we are getting 400. Alright, so that means something we are doing wrong here only. Let's see. We need to give value, that's why. So we need to give a value property here, category dot slug. So now let's save this. Okay, so now so I'll select help. So now let's publish. Fantastic, and you can see that you're getting the new one, right? So now let's add one more. Third thread newly added. So I'll select maybe Q&A, and let's add this. Okay, so this is working fine. So now that means you can say handle is also working, means all the data is getting rendered, and if I click here, it's going to the details page. So now what will be our next step? Now next step will be, we need to first implement the filter, also the search, two things, and after that once we'll click, we need to render all the details in this page, right? But before that, what we're going to do, first we'll implement the search and the filter. Once that is done, first we are going to implement the backend for the upvote or the like and the comment feature. So both like and comment features first we'll implement, just like we'll first implement the backend and then we'll start working on this details page, right? It will be easier. Or else what we need to do, right, if I just render this, again we need to go back, implement the like and comment feature, again we need to come back and finish the rest. So let's focus on the backend first. First we'll implement the like and comment for backend, and then we are going to implement the details. But before all of this, first we are going to implement the filter and the search functionality. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's implement the filter one and the search one, right? So we'll go to the not new page, we'll go to the threads home page. So let's close everything else. So first we'll go to the top, and what I'll do, right, so I'm also going to take the search params. So I'm going to do const search params, and this will be use search params. This is the first thing, and second thing we also need, we need one more for the search. So we'll take set search, and let's do this one as use state, and I'm just going to do the search params dot get. So I'm going to get this query params from there, or else if this is present it will automatically set, and or else this will be empty. Okay, so the first thing what we are going to do simply, so we need to actually apply search. We have the input, right? So let's see that where we have written the input. So we have the categories. Okay, we have in this one, maybe this one. Okay, so this is the input. So here first of all what we are going to do simply, so first we'll pass the value. So value will be search. Then I'm also going to take a on change, and let's do a event, and you're going to simply do what, set search will be e dot target dot value. Very, very simple. Also if you want, we are going to take a on key down. Okay, and then I'm simply going to take a event, or let's take e, and you'll simply check this, right? So if the e dot key, if this is enter, right, so in that case I will be creating a method which is called apply filters. Okay, and in this one I'm going to do what, so we need to actually now pass two things. So in this particular function we need the current category, means which category is currently selected, and second we need the current search value. Okay, so in that case I'm going to take an active category. Now definitely we need to take this state, we haven't taken this, so the active category, and we are also going to pass the current search. Okay, so I'm going to take this first. So let's go to the top, and here I'm going to, maybe let's take after this only. So I'm going to const, and you'll do active category, not here, active category, and we'll do set active category. Okay, and this will be use state, and you're going to get search params dot get. So I'm going to get the category, or else I'm going to keep this one as all, means all are selected, means we are going to render all the threads. So now let's create the method. So I'm just going to simply create, let's remove this. So I'm just going to do async function, and I'm going to do apply filters. So this is going to receive what, two things. One will be the next category, right, or the current category, whatever you want to give. Let's do current category value, current category val, which will be string, and we'll do current search val, which will be string. All right, so I think this is done. So now what we need to do, see, first we will go here, and you can see we have these all categories, right, where we have the all categories. Okay, this is the button. So here we need to take, we'll take a on click, and we are going to do this, right? So first I'm going to set the set active category will become all, and then I'm also going to do apply filter. So here we are going to pass two things, current category value. So for when I'm going to select all categories, so the value will be what, all, right, makes sense, and then you are going to pass the current search value. Similarly for each and every individual category, so if I just go here, let's say if I select these, so I need to pass what, I need to pass the slug of that particular category, right? So what you're going to do, simply you're going to do on click and you'll do the same thing, right? So you'll do set active category will become the cat dot slug, and also you're going to pass apply filters will become cat dot slug and the search value. Simple. So I think this is done. So now we will start working on this. So first what I'm going to do simply, so first I'm going to create a params, and this will be new, I think it's called URL search params. URL search params. So now I'm going to check if the current category val and current category val, if this is not all, so in that case I'm simply going to do params dot set. So here we're going to pass, now remember if I go here, right, I'm getting what based on this key, so I need to take this, so I'm going to set what, this is going to take the name and the value. So name will be the key category, and what will be the value will be the current category value, right? That's it. Similarly you're going to check if the current search value dot trim, if this is true, so in that case you're going to do what, params dot set. And then for search, how you're getting, so search you're getting based on this. Now if you want, you can take this one as query, whatever you want to like. I'm going to keep this one as queue for sort, and then the value will be what, so you're going to do current search dot trim. That's it. And then what you're going to do, we already have taken this router, so I'll simply just do this. So I'm going to do router dot push, and here I'm simply going to take, so here you're going to pass params dot to string. That's it. So it's going to push to that particular route, which is actually basically in this route only with this search params. And then I'm going to do set is loading will become true, and then we are going to take the try catch block. So I'll do catch, so I'm going to do log, so I'm going to log the error, you can handle the error state here, and finally I'm going to do set is loading will be false. And in this try, what I can do simply, we are going to take const threads list after search and filter. So here you are going to do await API get of thread summary, and you're going to pass, first you're going to pass the API client, again the same thing, right? We don't have anything extra here. So the API will go to threads slash threads, because this is what we have used here, right? If you see, we have API slash threads, and then the only difference is now here what we are going to pass, right? We can pass the config, okay, and we need to actually pass the params. So I'm going to pass params, okay, and here we're going to first pass the category, because category we need to pass definitely, and category will be what, this current category value, right, and current category value, if this is not equal to all, so in that case we are going to pass the current category value, or else this will be undefined. So this is the first thing, and second we need to pass the queue, which is our search query. So in that case this will be current search val, or this will be undefined. That's it. And I think this is done. So then in that case we are going to do set threads will be this thread list after search and filter. Okay, so I think this is done. Now let's save this, and if I go here, right, so let's open this one, and what I'll do, right, maybe I'll select this general, so you can see this is coming here, and if you notice what you're passing, see here, category is passing as general, and data you're getting only one, because here you're passing the category as general, which is working fine, right? And now what we can do simply, if I just click all here, you can see you're getting all the values, that means this is working fine. And maybe let's see, if I select help, you're getting this Q&A, you're getting this showcase, we don't have any category. Awesome. We don't have any threads. So if we select all categories, you're getting all. Now let's see, if I search for third, enter, you're getting only third. If I give some random value after this, you're getting no. Why? Because if you notice here, we are passing the query. Okay, so that means this is working absolutely fine. Now we have actually completed all of this. So all of this, in the sense the threads listing page and creating a new thread. Both the things we have completed. So as I already mentioned, before we are going to implement the details page, first we are going to implement the like and comment feature backend. Okay, first we are going to create the backend in the next part, then we will be implementing this page. Once we will do that, then only we can start working on the notification and the real-time features. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the like or upvote or comment feature, but before that we need to do one issue fix. So I'm going to show you that what actually we need to do. So now let's say if I just click on this general filter, right? So you can see we are actually pushing the router URL and with this search param, which is okay, and then we are also filtering, which is also fine. But if I refresh this, that time you can see we are getting all the list, although this is actually updated already here, right? So that means this is actually wrong. So what I need to do, when I'll be refreshing the page, that time also I need to check if my search params are already present here. So in that case I need to take this general value as well as for the filter and both search. For both the things we need to do, and it's very simple to do. What we need to do, right? So I was just testing the feature, so then I noticed this. So here, right, when we are actually calling the same API with these params, we need to copy this, and then what we need to do here on page load, right? You can see on page load we are calling this category and this list of threads. We just need to pass it here, and the only difference is instead of this current category value, what we need to do, if you notice, we are already setting here the value, so we can pass this active category here. Okay, and the same we can do for search. That's it. So this is the change needed. So if I now save this, see what will happen. See, so even if you refresh the page, it will give you the data with the filter. Okay, so now let's say if I select on help, and let's say if I go to the new threads page and come back here, see, this is getting updated, right? If you click on all categories, now you are getting all the list. So this is just a minor fix that we need to do. So with this, now we have actually completed all the listing feature, filter and search. So now again we'll move to our backend. So now I'm going to just close this front end. So let's start with the migration first. And here I'm going to create one more, and this will be now 0003 underscore, let's give this one as replies, and I'm going to give this one as maybe like. Okay, replace like, I think this is fine. Okay, so what are the properties that we are going to have? So first I'm going to create the table. So I'll do create table if not exist, and I'm going to give this one as replies. So this is the first. So here first of all I'm going to have the ID. So ID will be again big serial, and this will be my primary key. So this is the first. Now second, I'm also going to have a thread ID. Definitely we are going to need, because for which thread we are writing the comment, right? So we need the thread ID. So here I'm going to give this one as big int, and let's give not null definitely, and we also need to give a references here. So references will be the threads table that we have created, and if you go here, this is the threads table, and based on the ID we are going to refer. So I'm going to pass the ID, and I'm also going to take a on delete cascade. Awesome. Next we are going to have the author user ID. So this will be again big int, not null, same. We'll take references, and references will be users of ID. Also we are going to do the same thing. That's it. Then we are going to have the body, means the comment actually, that what comment we are going to write, which will be not null. Then we are also going to have a created at. Let me just copy it. I don't want to write, so I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to paste it here. Awesome. So this is the first thing that we need. Then also let's create an index. So I'm going to create index if not exist, and I'm going to do IDX, maybe IDX means index, let's give, and then I'm going to do replies underscore thread underscore created underscore at, and then I'm going to do this one as on. So this will be on replies table, and I'm going to take the thread ID, and also I'm going to take the created at, and I'm going to do an async. So now I think this is done. Now next what we are going to do, we also going to take one more table. So I'm going to do create table if not exist, and this will be my thread reactions. Okay, now you can give any name you want. You can also give like or upvote also you can give, but I'm going to give thread reactions. This also will be same, so I'm going to copy from here, so I'm going to paste it. Next we are going to have the thread ID, so let's copy this one. Okay, and what else? Also you can take author ID, but let's take this one as maybe user ID, right? Instead of author ID, let's take user ID, and we'll also do the same thing. Copy this. What else? We also going to take a created at, so I'm going to do this one, copy this. Next also we are going to have a constant, unique constant, right? Why? Because this unique constant is going to ensure that a particular user can only like a thread once. Okay, so this is important. So how we are going to do that? So I'm going to do constraint int, and then you're going to give something like maybe unique, and let's give thread underscore reaction, and this will be unique. Okay, and here you're going to pass the thread ID and the user ID. That's it. So I think this is done. And also let's create one more index. I'm going to create index if not exist, and I'm going to do again idx underscore thread, and maybe let's do reactions and underscore thread, and here I'm just going to do on, and I'm going to pass these thread reactions, and I'm going to pass a thread ID. That's it. So these two tables and the index that we need. Now this is the important part here. Okay, this constant that we have created means, I'm going to repeat once again, that this ensures that a particular user can only upvote a particular thread once. So now let's go here, and what I'll do, I'm going to go to backend, and let's clear this, and I'm going to do npm run migrate. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now we'll start working with the repository, means we need to create, right? So what I'll do, simply close this, go to modules, because these we are working with threads, right? Now again, it's up to you. You can create one new module, but I don't think that makes sense, because at the end you are going to like or upvote or comment a thread only, right? So it will go inside threads folder only. So I'm just going to do this one as replies dot repository. I always make this a spelling mistake, TORY dot TS. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now how many method that we need to create? Now see, first of all, you need to list all the replies or all the comments basically here for a particular thread. So that will be one endpoint. Then you're going to have one for to create, because whenever user is going to comment, you're going to call a create endpoint. Then you're also going to find a reply by author, and then we are also going to create one delete reply, and for like, one will be for like thread and one will be for remove like, something like that, right? So total there will be 6. And also I'm going to create one more, that will be, we are going to do this, right? So whenever we are going to call the thread details, right, I'm going to create one method where it will not only give you the thread details, but also it will going to give you the counts. That means how many like that particular thread is going to have, something like that, but that will do later. For now let's start with the basic ones. So first we'll start with, so I'm going to do export async. And now again, it's up to you. You can do the opposite, right? Or maybe let's do that only, right? Just like we have done previously. So let's start with creating the routes so that it will be easier to understand. So first, maybe what we can do, right? So let's start with this one. So I'll just close this. Okay, here I'm going to do, so I'll start with replies and likes endpoints. Okay, the first one will be, so I'm going to take what is the name that we're going, threads router. So the threads router dot get, and maybe here I'm going to do /threads /thread ID, because remember we need to get the replies for a particular thread ID, right? So this will be thread ID, let's do, and then I'm going to do replies. So what this will do, that means this endpoint is going to give you the comments for a particular post, not thread or post, right? So maybe let's say there are two posts. One post have 20 comments, one post has 10 comments. So this is what actually will give you the 20 comments for that particular post and 10 comments for the other post. Okay, so this is the first one, and here I'm going to do async, and I'll do request response, and then I'm going to do next. And okay, so first let's start with the try catch. So catch I'm going to call next with error. Okay, and in this try, the first we need the thread ID. So it's very simple. So you're going to get the thread ID. How? So you're going to do number and this request dot params dot thread ID, because this is what you have taken here, right? See this one. Okay, so this is the thread ID that it's going to give, and then we are going to do const replies, and then I'm going to call the method. See how we are going to the opposite way, right? So I'm going to do list replies for thread, and here you're going to pass the thread ID. That's it. And then what you're going to do, right? So it's simply going to return res.json, and here we are going to do just pass the data equal to this replies, right? Now again you can give the condition here also, right? Maybe because we are doing complete authentication, right? So let's do that only, that in case you are unauthenticated. So I'm just going to do auth, and this will be this will be get auth, and then I'm going to pass the request, and then I'm simply going to call that, right? This one, that okay, if you are not authenticated, you just return this. Okay, so now I'm going to create this. So let's start with the first one. So I'm going to go here and create export async function, and I'll do get list replies for thread. So this is going to receive the thread ID, and thread ID will be a number because we are converting this onto a number. And then I'm going to do what? So first again give a check always that if it is not a number, so how we are going to do, so we'll simply do is integer of this thread ID, and or if the thread ID is less than or equals 0, so in that case you're going to throw new bad request error, and you're going to do invalid thread ID. Makes sense? Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what you're going to do, so you're going to query, right? What you're going to query, so you're going to simply select the reply fields, right? ID, body, created at, author, display name, and author handle. I think this query I already explained you in the previous one very clearly, and I hope that this will be very easy for you to understand. So it's very simple. So you're going to do const result, we'll do await, and we're going to call the query from your DB, and here what you're going to simply pass, right? Now see, we are going to do what? We're going to do select. So I'm going to take the aliases. So for replies I'm going to do r.id. So I need the ID of that replies. I need the body, so I'll do r.body. I need the created at, so I'll do r.created_at. Now remember, these all we have already taken here, right? Body, then you have created at, all these. What else? So I'm also going to take the u, means user, so I'm going to do user.displayName _ name. So I'm going to do as, and here I'm going to do this one as give me as author display name. Okay, then I'm going to do u.handle, and this will be as, I'm going to do author_handle, and then you're going to do from, so from the table will be replies, because this is the table name that we have given, and then from replies, and then simply you're going to take the r, and then you're going to join users table, which will be u on u.id. Remember, user will have the ID, which will be what? Equals this author user ID, right? Because we're given the references here, right? Makes sense. See, I don't have to explain. If you have very basic knowledge also, these all are very easy to understand. So you'll do what? u.id equal to r dot this author user ID. Then I'm going to do where r dot thread_id equals the given ID, right? Given ID means the ID that we are going to pass, thread ID. That's it. And then we can also do order by. So I'm going to do order by r dot created at, and this will be async. That's it. So we'll pass this, and then what you need to pass based on the thread ID, and this is done. So now what you're going to do simply, so you're going to return result dot rows dot math. So we'll get the row. I'll do rw. No, let's do row only. Okay, so here I'm simply going to return id. So this will be row dot id as number. Now you can create a schema also, and that you can also use just like we have done, but let's do this one directly here. So I'll do row dot body as string. Then I'm going to do created at, and let's do row dot created at as date, and I'm also going to pass the author. So author will be, so I'm going to pass two things, right? What we are getting, display name. So I'm going to pass a display name. So I'll do display name, and this will be row dot. Now if you see, we have the author display name because we are doing u.display as author display name. So this will be as string, or this will be null. And then you are going to pass also the handle. So a handle will be what? Row dot author handle. So we'll do row dot author handle as string, or else this will be null. And I think this is done. Okay, so now let's save this. So this is completed, and now we'll go here and we're just going to import this. Fantastic. Now you see, first one we have created. Now this is how you need to understand, so that we are first creating the route, and we'll understand why actually we need this, and then only we are creating this method. And the same structure we are going to follow. So this is the first thing. Now what you're going to do, you need to create one more route, which will be to post, because whenever I'm going to type a comment, let's say you are using Facebook, right? You're going to type a comment, you need to do API call, right? So this will be for that. So for this one, I'm going to do threads router, but this time it will be a post request, okay, not get request. And what I can do, we'll use the same endpoint. Remember, this is same, but method is different. And I'm going to copy from here, paste it, but we're going to change this logic. So first I'm going to use this will be same, and then I'm going to simply take this also. Let's copy from here, thread ID. So this will be my thread ID. And now what I'm going to do, we can also give that condition here also, right? Now we can give it here also, but let's give there only, it's fine anywhere directly. Okay, so this is just a simple check that you can give. And then what we are going to do, right, also we need to check one more thing, because now again, see, these all the things that I'm showing you, these are very extreme edge cases, so I'm just showing you how to write code properly. Now again, you can skip all of this. For example, whenever you are going to get the comment, right, from the UI, so we are simply going to check that if the body or the comment that we are receiving, that is a type of string or not. If it is not, again you are going to throw error. So these all are very, very good practices that you can follow. So I'm just giving you these examples, okay? So I'll do body raw, and then you can do type of, and then we'll do request dot body, right? And in this body you're going to receive body. This is what you're going to pass. So if this is a string, so you're going to check get this. So I'll do request dot body, or else you're going to keep this one empty. And then you can just simply give one more check here, that okay, if this body raw, right, do body raw dot trim, and I'll do dot length. If this is less than or equal to maybe let's say 2, so you're going to do replies to something like that, right? Replies. So you're just giving one more extra check. Sort you can do, please send, write once again, or whatever you want to send. Now what I'm going to do, first we are going to get the profile. So profile means we already have a method, right? So we are going to do, so let me just check where we have created the profile. Get user from Clerk. So I'm going to do get user from Clerk, and here you're going to pass the Clerk user ID, which will be auth dot user ID, and then I'm going to create the reply. So here I'm going to do await, and now again I'm going to create one more method. So I'm going to do create reply, and here I'm going to pass the thread ID, I'm going to pass the author user ID, which will be what, this profile will give you the user dot ID, and then you are also going to pass the body, which will be this body raw, right? Now this method again we are going to create here. So now what you're going to do simply, now remember I'm going to give one clue here. Can you guess what actually we need to do here more? Let's see if some of you can guess it or not. See, whenever we are going to create a reply, remember I told you that we are going to have the notification and the real-time features. So this is actually where we are going to implement the notification. So what we need to do, right, we need to trigger a notification here, trigger here, but later, right? So we are going to do later, means every time we are going to, let's say you're creating a post or some other user is actually writing a reply, here we are going to pass it. I hope this is clear. So we're going to just call that method create reply notification or something like that, and then we are going to pass the thread ID and the user ID. I hope this is clear. So in that case the user ID will be the user that, so we are going to, okay, let's not explain that, so I'm going to do this one later, but this is where we are going to do that. But at the end we are going to do res.status of 201.json, and data I'm going to pass this reply. Alright, so now again we are going to create this. Okay, so this will be our create reply. So let's copy this and we'll go here and I'm going to create once again. So I'll do export async function and I'm going to do create reply. So it's going to receive the params, and what this is going to receive, this is going to receive these three things. So I'm going to pass it here. So thread ID will be a number, and author user ID will be what? It will be also a number, and body will be a string. That's it. And now what you're going to do first, so I'm going to get all of these from params. So we'll get the body, we'll get the thread ID, get the author user ID. Okay, so now what I can do simply, we'll just do const and I'll do insert result to reply table or whatever you want to give, and here we are going to use await. This will be query, and this will be actually simpler. So we'll just do insert into replies, that is the table name. What you're going to do, thread ID, right? Let me just check. Thread ID, author user ID, and body. So do thread ID, author user ID, and also body. So then we are going to take the values. So this will be 1, 2, 3, and you are going to do a returning block. I always do the spelling mistake, returning. Okay, I'll do return the ID and also I'm going to return the created at. Okay, and then you're going to pass the values. So we'll pass the thread ID. Next we have the author user ID, which will be author user ID. Next we are going to pass the body. That's it. And then you'll do const row will be equal to insert result dot rows. Let's do this result only, this is too big. So do result dot rows of 0. That's it. But now here what we need to do, right, we are going to fetch the full reply with author info also. Okay, so after this, once we are going to create and store the newly added one, then we are going to return or fetch the full reply. So how we can do that? So in that case I'm just going to do, so let's do const full result, something like this, and again I'm going to do one more query. Okay, now see, most of the people will see, right, they are not going to write all of this, but I'm writing all of this for you line by line. This I can easily copy paste. So give a like, okay, in this video if you're watching till this part, and also share with your friends if possible. So I'll do select and then I'm just going to do r.id, again the same thing. I'm going to do r.body, r.created at. I think we can just copy from here, man. For this one at least we can copy this 5. And then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so we have created at display name, author as handle, this is fine, and this will be the same only, right? From replies join user on with user.id will be the author user ID, and here we're going to change this one. So I'm going to just copy this, let's this part, then I'll show you what changes we needed. So we need to do from replies, which is okay. So join user aliases on q.id will be author user id, correct, where r.thread id is nothing, this will be r.id, because replies will going to have the id which will be the thread id, which will be the given id here, and then which is nothing but the newly created id that will be created here, right? So this will be r.id is the newly created thread id, which will be 1, and then I'm just going to return, or sorry, limit, because I need only 1, so I'm going to do limit 1. But here what you need to pass, right, you need to pass the row.id, which will actually check here, right? So with r.id is the newly created row id, that's it. And then we are going to do this, I'm just going to save this, so I'm going to do const reply row, so this will be full result dot rows of 0, and then I'm simply going to return, so let's return the id, so I'm going to do reply id. Okay, let me just let's copy from here this one, so I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here. So row this will become reply row.id, this will become reply row.body as a string, this also will be same, this will be the reply row.author display name, and this also will be same, that's it. So now let's save this, so this is going to create and then it's going to return, and now we can simply call this here, that's it. So with this, second one is also completed, right? So that means fetching the list of replies and creating a new reply, both are completed. So now next thing what we need to do, right, we need to do the delete one. Okay, so again, so let's do one thing. So I'm going to do thread router dot with delete, and here I'm going to do replies slash, and you're going to do reply id, okay, not thread id, reply id. So you're going to do request response next, so I'll do try catch and call the next middleware with error, let's give you only. Okay, so first again we'll copy this till this part, and now I'm going to get the reply id, so I'll do const reply id will be number of request dot param dot reply id, and again you are going to do the same check. Okay, so we'll do reply id invalid reply id. Then we are going to get the profile, so I'm going to const profile, this will be await get user from clerk, pass the auth dot user id, and then I'm going to take the author id, so I'm going to get the author id, and this will be await. Now here what we are going to do simply, right, so we are going to maybe let's do one thing, we'll create one more method, so something like find reply author, something like that, right? And here what we're going to pass, right, so we can simply pass this reply id that we are having, this one. Okay, oh sorry, this reply id we can pass. So now what we need to check here, one important part is that if this author that you are having, or let's do this one as author user id, if this author user id is not equal to the current profile user id, that means you can't delete someone's else post. I hope this is clear. So means what I mean, if this author user id is not equals what this profile.user.id means you are actually logged in but you are trying to delete someone else post, so you can't do that. So that means you are going to do throw, and I'm going to do new unauthorized error, and maybe I'll do you can only delete your own post, although we are going to have some checks in our UI side also, but replies here, but still this is definitely you are going to do that. And now what I'm going to do, simply I will do await and I will do delete reply by id, and you're going to pass the reply id, that's it. And we're not going to send anything, so I'm just going to do res.status 204, and then we are not going to do anything and just send here, that's it. So we are going to create this, right? So now what we are going to do first, we are going to find the reply, this one by author. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then we are going to delete. So let's go here and let's create this. So I'm going to do export async function. So find reply by author. This is going to receive the reply ID, which will be number, and very simple. So I'll do result, so I'll do await, and I'm going to do query, and here I'm going to do first, take this. So I'm going to do select. So I'm going to do author user ID. Remember, we have select author user ID. From the table name will be replies, right? This is the table name, where the ID equals what? The given ID, correct? And then you're going to pass only one, so limit will be 1, and here you're going to pass the reply ID. Very simple. And then you're going to simply just do const row will be result dot rows of 0, and if not equal to row, so in that case you're going to pass a throw. I'll do new not found error, and you're going to do reply not bot, reply not found. Alright, so now after this I'm simply going to pass return. So I'll do row dot author user ID as number. So I think this is first one is done. So let's import this. Okay, next we are going to delete. Now delete also will be very simple, right? It's like extremely simple. So we'll just do export async function. So we'll do delete, and here also you're going to get the reply ID, which will be a number, and then what you'll do, right, simply just call the await query, and you simply just do open. Let me just indent this one. So we'll do delete from replies, then you do what, where ID, right, equals this ID, given ID, that's it. And then you're going to pass it here, the reply ID. This is it, right? So this is going to delete, and then you're going to just import it. Awesome. So now delete is also completed. So what will be the next step? The next step will be, we are going to have one for the like and one for the not dislike, but removing the like. So two more we are going to do. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's create the like routes. Okay, like or upvote, whatever you want to give, it's up to you. So I'm just going to do first threads router.post, and let's give this one as /threads, and let's do the thread ID, and also I'm just going to do here like, and then let's just take the method. So I'll do response and next. Okay, the first one will be, let's take try catch, and also I'm also going to do one more. So let's copy this, paste it, and I'm just going to do this one as delete. Okay, so here I'm just going to call the next with error, and let's copy from here. And now the first of all, let's check this, right? So I'll copy this and I'll just paste it here, and also I'll paste it here, and also we are going to take the thread ID, and this will be number. So I'll do request.params.thread ID, and the same thing we will do here also in delete. And let's do the check. So I'll just go here, maybe copy this, and then I'll just paste it, and also I'm going to, okay, let's change here invalid thread ID, and copy this, and also I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be the next step? Next step, I'm going to get the profile once again. So I'll do await get user profile, user from Clerk, and we're going to pass the auth.user ID, and then I'm just going to do await, and let's do like thread once. So this is the method that we are going to create. So here I'm going to pass the thread ID, and also I'm going to pass the user ID, which will be the profile.user.id. okay, and at the end, now remember here also you need to do notification, correct? It makes sense, right? Because whenever someone will like your post, we are going to do notification logic here, but later. Okay, so now at the end we are going to do raise.status of 204, and I'm going to just do send. Okay, so this is done. The same thing, exact same thing, we are going to copy this, and I'm going to also do it here. But for this one we don't have any notification, because whenever someone will unlike your post, you will usually don't get any notification in Facebook or Insta, right, that someone unliked your post or something like that. And here I'm just going to do remove. That's it. So now we'll create these two methods. So one will be the like. So now both will be very simple. Okay, so we'll go here and just create these methods. I'll do export async function, and what is the name that we have given? The name we have given is like thread ones, and here we are going to get the params. So first I'm going to get the thread ID, which will be what? It will be a number, and also I'm going to get a user ID, which also will be a number. Copy this, and also we're going to do the same thing, and for this one I'm going to do this one as remove thread ones. I need to do little fast now because we still have a lot of things left. So first I'm going to get the params. For you can take as much time as needed, right? You can pause this, you can do your own research, you can again come back. So now here I think we have already checked this, right? This one, okay, this is fine then. Okay, so now just do await query, and here I'm going to do select, no, not select, this will be like, right? So it will be insert into what is the name that I forgot, let me check. It will be thread reactions. So here we are going to pass the thread ID and the user ID. So I'll do thread ID and the user underscore ID. So I'll do comma user underscore ID. So I'll do values, and you're going to do $1, 2, and I'm just going to do here if there is any conflict. So I'll do on conflict of thread ID comma user underscore ID. So do nothing. That's it. And then I'm just going to pass the thread ID and the user ID, and I think this is done. And for the remove one, what you need to do, it will be actually same, not same, is this part will be same. So you're going to first get this one here, and you just do here await query, and here what I'll do, simply will do delete from. So this is okay, let me just copy this, or else I can do spelling mistake. Thread reactions, and I'm going to do where, what you need to check, the thread ID, right? So thread ID equal this 1, and user ID will be underscore ID will be 2, and then we are just going to pass these two values, right? So first I'm going to pass the thread ID and the user ID. That's it, and I think this is done. So now this is completed. So I'm just going to call these two methods, and also I'm going to call this one here. Okay, now I'm going to create one more method here. That will be, we are also going to get the thread details with comments. Now if you go here to the top, you see that we have this not here. So I'll go to the thread repository, and you can see that we have this thread details get thread by ID, right? So this one we already have, where we are returning, but now I'm also going to return the like count and maybe the replies count. How many like is there in that particular comment? Let's say 10 people liked or 5 people commented, so I actually need that. So in that case, I'm going to create one more method here in this file. So now here what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do maybe get thread details with counts, and this is also going to receive params, and I need the thread ID, which will be numbered, and here I'm going to need the viewer maybe let's do viewer user ID, which will be number or null. And first here I'm going to get this, so I'll just copy this from here, and we need this thread ID and viewer user ID, and then first I'm going to get the current thread details. So to get the thread details, we can call this method, this get thread by ID, which is going to receive the ID. So I'm going to do get thread by ID, and this is going to receive the ID, which will be the thread ID. So this is going to give you the current details. And now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to count the like count here, how many like count this particular thread already has. So I'm going to do like result or like count, whatever you want to do. So I'll do await query, and here how we are going to do that, right? So let's see. So I'll do select. Now I'm going to do count. That means what? You're going to count the total likes on this particular post, right? So I'm just going to count, and here we're going to pass star, and here we're going to int as do count, and then I'm going to do from the, you need to pass from which table, so you're going to do thread underscore thread reactions, not here, thread reactions, okay. And then what you're going to do, where, so you need to pass the thread underscore ID will be equal to what? The given ID, okay. And here what you need to pass, you need to pass the thread ID. So this is actually going to give you the count, because we already have the thread ID and everything present in this, right? Notice. So this will give you the count. So now I'm also going to take, now I'll do const like count, and this will be this like result dot rows of 0 dot count, and I'm going to do as number, or else this can be undefined, or else by default this will be 0. And then I'm going to do the same for reply result. So we'll do await query, do the same thing, right? So we'll do let's copy this, paste it, only this one will change. So from thread reaction, no, it will be from replies. So this is the table name, so it will be from replies, same, it will be same, and you're going to pass the thread ID, okay. And also do the same thing here also. So I'm going to do reply count, and here I'm going to pass the reply result, that's it. And then what I'm going to do, right, I am going to check that if the current viewer that actually seeing this particular post already upvoted or already liked this thread or not. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to do let viewer has liked this post or not, something like this, and I'm going to do this one as false. And then I'm simply going to do if this viewer user ID is present, right? So if this is present, so in that case what I'm going to do, right, I'll do const viewer result. So I'm going to do await query, and here I'm simply going to do select one from thread reactions, okay. Now here you need to check this condition very carefully. How you're going to check? Where the thread ID will be the provided ID and user underscore ID will be this, and you're going to pass the limit will be 1, and you're going to pass the thread ID and the viewer user ID, that's it. So now after this what you can do, you simply check const count, and this will be if this viewer result, let's do caps, dot row count, if this is or 0, and if this count is greater than 0 means what? User already updated, already liked. So I'm going to make this one as true, okay. And I think this is done, and at the end we are going to return what? So I'm going to return the existing thread details which we'll be getting from here. So these I'm actually taking here, right? See this thread, so I'm going to return the existing thread, and then I'm going to return the like count, I'm going to return the reply count, and also I'm going to return if the user already liked or post or not. I hope this is clear. But there is one check we need to do, and that is now when we are going to call the details, right, instead of this method, we are going to call this one, get thread with details. But where we need to do that, so we need to go to the thread routes, and if I go to the top, let's go to the top, and you'll see there will be a thread details, this one. And if I expand here, you'll see that we are actually getting this get thread by ID. Now in this case, now actually we need this profile, so I'm going to just uncomment, and I'm going to create this const viewer user ID. And now instead of calling this method, what you're going to do, right, we're going to call that get thread with counts method. Okay, and here you're going to pass two things. So first thing, you're going to pass the thread ID, and second, you're going to pass the viewer user ID, this one. Alright, and then you're going to return the thing. So the only difference is nothing, you are at the end returning the same details, but in this case you are just simply returning some extra things. So for example, how many likes are there, how many reply, and how many if the user is actually seeing the post, whether that user actually liked the post or not. So this is the only difference. So I think with this, now the threads router completed. Lot of things we have done. Now let's see if in the backend if there are any issues or not. No issues. So now what we can do, we can start working on the details page. So we'll go to the home page, right? So whenever I'll click here, go to the details page. So this we are going to render. Once we'll do that, now it's time we are going to start working on the notification and the chat features. Alright, so now we are going to start working on the details page. So let's go to our front end. So I'm going to close the backend for now. Go to front end, source, app, threads, ID, and page. So this will be our thread details page. Now as usual, so we are going to take a couple of things here. Now first of all, see, remember this will be a details or dynamic page, right? So that means for every thread the ID will be different. So that means we need to first get the ID. So which ID I mean this ID, right? So how we are going to get that? So first let's start with taking the params. So I'm going to do params, and let's do use params. Okay, and these we are going to import from let's import this one from Next.js navigation. Okay, why this? Okay, so we are going to import this. The first of all, what we need, so we need to mention that, okay, here I'm going to receive a ID, and this ID will be a type of string. So this is the first thing. Then we are going to get the ID. So ID will be, so I'm going to do number of params dot ID. Okay, all right, so we are getting, we need to call this. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now I'm also going to take the router. So we need actually router later. So we're going to import from Next navigation package, and also we are going to get two things. So let's start with the token first. So I'm going to get the token from use auth. All right, and now as usual, couple of state we need to take here. So how many state we need? See, first of all, we need to get the thread details, right? So we are going to store the thread details in a state. So that will be one state. Second, we are going to handle the loading state as usual. So we'll be having the loading state. Then I'm also going to take a my handle or something like your handle to render the current user handle. So I'm going to take one more state. Then also we are going to manage the replies or the comments basically. So I'm going to name this one as comments. So we are going to manage the comments list. So we need to take one more state for that, right? And then also there will be a couple of more. So let me just take all of this at once so that you can get the overall idea. So first I'm going to get the thread, and I'll do set thread, and this will be use state of, so I'm just going to take thread detail, and here I'm simply going to do or, this will be null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. Next I'm going to take a loading state. You know, you can take is loading or loading, whatever, it's up to you. So I'm going to do set loading, and this will be use state of true, let's skip. And also I'm going to take one for handle. Now I'm going to give this one as my handle, something like that, and I'll do set my handle, and this will be use state of, so I'm going to take a string, or it can be null, and I'm going to take this one as null. Next we are going to take for the replies. Right now you can take this one as replies, or you can also take this one as comments. It's up to you. I'm going to take this one as comments, and I'll do set comments, and these will be use state. Now let's do one thing. We are going to create one more type. So let's go to this type, and let's create one more. So I'm going to do export type. Let's do comment maybe, and I'm simply going to do this one. Will be having an ID which will be number, then it's going to have a body which will be string, then it's going to have a created at which will be string, then you are also going to have the author, and author is going to have the display name which will be string or null, and also this is going to have the handle, so which will be string or null. Okay, so this is what we need. So I'm going to take this one, so I'm going to import the comment type, right? And also let's do one thing for this one, right? This will be array, and I'm also going to take this one as by default let's take this one as empty array. Now we are also going to have a text box where other user, or let's say you want to write a comment for your thread, so we need to handle that also, right? Something like that. So I'm just going to take one more, so maybe let's do new comment, and I'll do set new comment, and this will be use state of empty. We don't have to give a specific string here because this will be inferred, right? It will automatically take string by default. All right, so now next what else? Maybe we can take one more when we are going to post the comment. So that time we are going to do API call, right? So in that case also we need one more loading state. I hope you're getting. So I'm just going to do is posting comment, or you can do is comment loading, something like that, and do set is posting comment, and I'm just going to do this one as use state of false. All right, now next we need quite a few. So what we need here, we also going to have the like feature and the comment delete feature, right? So let's take all of these. So I'm just going to take one more here, so let's do const, and I'm just going to do maybe comment being deleted, and I'll do ID, and let's copy this, and I'll do set comment being deleted ID, and this will become use state of, so it will be number or null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. So this will be for all the comments. Same we are going to do for this one like, so I'll do is liked, set is liked, and I'm going to do use state of false. Let's do one more, so I'm going to do like count, set like count. Because we have already done the backend, right, it will be easier for you to understand all of this. It won't be that much difficult, I'm guessing. In case you are getting difficulty, pause it and then watch again, right? Still you are not able to do, comment it, someone else will try to answer, or maybe if I'm getting time I'm going to answer. So I'll do like count, set like count. I think this will be simply what we can take this one as 0. Then what else? Maybe we'll take one more, that is toggling like, set is toggling like, and I'm just going to do this one as use state of false. So these all the states we need. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so as usual let's do one thing, let's create the API client. So I'm just going to copy from here and import this, and also going to import this one. Okay, so what will be the first step? First step is very simple. We are going to simply call the API to fetch the thread details, as simple as that. So how we can do that? Simply we are going to take a use effect, and here let's do one thing. What I'll do, right, so I'm going to just copy from here, writing same thing again and again. So I'm just going to paste it. Now we are going to change couple of things. The first of all, let's keep this one like this. So set loading will become true, and also this we don't need, and also in finally I'm going to do set loading will be false. So now here the first of all what we are going to do simply, so I'll do const, and I'm just going to do this on extract thread details. So this will become API get, definitely this will be thread, detail. Okay, so here we're going to pass the API client, and what will be the API URL, so that we need to check. So we'll go to source, go to routes, go to index, so we'll go to /threads, and then we will be having this one /thread/thread ID. So this will become /API/threads/ID. Now let's take this one as template literals, and now here what you have to pass, right? You have to pass this ID. So this ID is simply this ID we need to pass. So now what I'll do, simply I'm going to go here and take this one and pass the ID. That's it. If this is not mounted, you're going to return, or else what you'll do simply, so you're going to set thread, and set thread will become extract thread details. Okay, and now remember, if I'm not wrong, so if I go here, right, so let's check this method, and you'll see what you're getting here. At the end we are returning this like count, correct? We're also getting the reply count, and also you're getting the viewer has liked this post or not. I hope this is clear. So that means what you can do simply here, after this I'm going to do set like count will be what, this extract details dot, and here what we are going to do simply, we are going to, let me just check, we also need to do one more thing, correct? So let's do one thing, let's go to the types, because we need to take that also, right? So here what else we are returning here, if you see, we are returning the like count, reply count, and viewer has liked this post or not. So these I'm going to just add in the types. I hope you're getting. So I'll just paste it here. So like count will become number, reply count will become number, and this will become what, this will become a boolean, right, whether the user liked this post or not. So now we'll go here, and this will become dot like count. Okay, I hope this is clear. Similarly we can do what, we can also do set, now we have this one, right? Let me just check. I think we need to check, I think let's do one thing, is toggling our vote, this is correct. We need to check the we need to take this one only, let's take this only, set is liked, this will be right. So set is liked will become extract thread details dot, this will be this viewer like this post or not. Also I'm just going to log this here just to check. So now I think this is done, and after this what we will do, right, simply we also need to get the handle, means user handle. So how we are going to get the user handle, and that we are going to set in the set my handle. Now if you go to the routes and go to user routes, you see we have this API/me. I hope this is clear. Now if you call this is going to give you the handle that you actually need. Now this handle is basically nothing but the handle that you are having in your profile, which you are actually updating, and which we are going to use, this one I'm talking about. Okay, so this actually we need here. So now to get this, so let's go here, and now I'll just simply remove this from this part, and now what I can do, right, simply I'm going to check if, and also we are going to take the user ID. You can easily take from this use auth. So this is going to give you a user ID. Okay, this is the Clerk user ID. So I'm simply going to check if this user ID is present. So I'm going to do a try catch, right? So I'm simply going to do if not is mounted, so I'm going to return, or else I'm simply going to do set my handle will be null. And if user ID is already present, so in that case I'm going to do const me, and this will be again await API get, and I'm simply going to do let's do one thing, let's take a type here. So I'm just going to take export type, and I'm going to do me response, and I'll do a ID, so ID will be a number, and also you're going to take a handle which will be a string or null. So I'm simply going to pass it here, so this will become me response. Okay, And now what you're going to do simply, so you're going to call that API. So I'm simply going to pass the API client, and here you're going to pass what, /API/me. This is the route, and I'm simply again I'll give extra check. If this is not mounted, you're going to return, or else I'm simply going to log here first. So I'm going to show you that what you're getting in this me response. Okay, and now let's save this and let's see what is happening here. So refresh this. Okay, we are getting this, but we are not getting any response. 4000. This one. Okay. Alright, so you are getting data. This is only like count, reply count, and these three are coming. Alright, so that means something we are doing wrong. Okay, let's see log here. But why is this? Okay, that means something wrong is here. This should come here, right? So let me just log this and see if this thread is coming or not. Thread check. Okay, let's go here, and also I am seeing load we are already calling. Also this is also not getting logged. That means this user ID is also not coming here. Let's see what is happening here. Something is going wrong. It's fine, so we'll check. But user ID is present. So me is now calling. Okay, this is now calling, which is fine. So you'll be getting the handle. So this is fine, but this data is not coming. So what I'll do, right? So let's refresh this. Okay. Oh, this is coming as thread checking as a promise. All right. Okay. So see, this will be await. That's why. Okay. Now this is how we are going to get the error, and we can fix it. Now let's see. It should come now. See. So now this is coming. But okay, this also I got it. So sometimes user ID is taking some time, right? So what we can do, we can also fix this. We can take this user ID as a dependency. Now let's see. Save this. Okay, now let's refresh this page. Okay, so now me is also coming, and also you're getting the result here. Okay, so now like count, reply count, all of this is coming, author, body, title. Awesome. All right, so now this is how, see, this is how you need to fix all of this error, right? So you're going to get the error. It's not like that you will be, see, sometimes I'll create the projects and I'll be stuck like maybe hours, and then I'll just find, okay, this is a minor silly mistake that we have done, something like that. Fine. So now this is done. So now I'm just going to remove this, and then I'm simply going to do set my handle, and this will become what? This me will have the handle, right? Or else you're going to set this one as null. So this is the first thing that we need. And also remember one good practice that you can do, right? And that is always try to you can give one more thing. That is my mistake. So what we can do, right? We are going to do if this number dot is finite. So these all are some minor checks that I'm giving. If this is infinite, then only you're going to load this. Okay, so something like this. And also you're going to take the ID as a dependency also. And once component will unmount, what you can do, right, you can simply return this and make this is mounted as false again, right? So that's it. So now I think this should work. So let me just check once again. I'll verify once again. Okay, so now you're getting the data. Awesome. So first this data is now coming. So that means now what you can do in the next part, we'll start working on the rendering the JSX. But before that, I'm also going to write a couple of things. So first I'm going to write if the loading is true. So let's return some JSX for now. So I'm just going to do p and let's do loading thread, something like that, and let's take a class name. So I'm just simply going to do flex column item, I'll do center, justify I will do center, px of 4, py of maybe 10, and for this p I'm going to take a class name, I'll do text sm and text muted foreground. So this is the first thing. Also you are going to give one more check, so I'll just copy this and you paste it here, and you'll check if not equal to thread. Means what? If the thread data is not present, so in that case you're going to show something that okay, thread not found, or maybe it has been deleted or has been removed, something like that, right? That's it. So now these two things are done. So now what I can do, right, you can save this. So now let's refresh this. Okay, so you're getting loading thread and then you're getting the result. Awesome. So now in the next part we'll first render the structure, and then we are going to implement the like and the comment feature, and then only we can start working on the notification. Alright, so now let's build the structure. So first let's remove this. So I'm just going to do div. So let's start with creating again the boarding task. So I'm going to do mx of auto. Let's do flex width of full, and let's do max w maybe 4xl. Alright, flex column gap of 6. Let's do px of 4 and py of maybe 8. Now inside this, first I'm going to take a button and let's take a arrow left, and I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do mr of 2 margin right, and then I'm going to do width of maybe 4, height of 4, and after this I'm just going to do back to threads, and here I'm just going to do a variant, and also I'm just going to do a on click, and I'll just simply do router dot push go to the home page. That's it. And here let's take a class name also. So I'm going to do width w fit, and I'm going to do rounded full. Let's do border divided by 70. I'll do bg card divided by 70, px of 3, text XS, font medium, and text muted foreground. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so you're getting this. On click of this it will go back. Alright, so after this now we are going to take a card, and here let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do border divided by 70, and I'm going to do bg card. Now inside this I'm going to take a card header, and also let's take a class name. So I'm going to do space y of 4, and inside this let's take a div, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do flex column gap of 4. For medium I'm going to do flex row, and also for MD I'm going to do item start, and for MD I'm going to do justify between. Now inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'll take a class name. So I'm going to do flex 1 and space y of 3. Now inside this let's take one more div. So I'll do class name, and I'll do flex wrap, and I'll do item center gap of 2 and text XS. And here I'm going to take a batch component, and let's render. So you have the thread is going to have the category, right? So here I'm going to do thread dot category dot name, and for this one I'm going to take a variant. So I'll do outline, and also I'm going to take a class name. So let's do border divided by 70. I'll do bg secondary divided by 70, and also I'm going to do a text of maybe 12px. Okay, so let's see this. So Q&A, awesome. So after this, what I can do, so here I'm just going to check that if this thread dot author dot handle, if this is present, so I'm going to render this. So I'll just take a span and I'll simply render. So I'll do simply by, maybe by @ and then I'm going to render this. Okay, and let's take a class name. So maybe I'm going to do font as bold and I'll do text muted foreground. Alright, what else? We also need to render the date. So I'll do span, let's render the same one. So I'll do text muted foreground. Inside this I'm simply going to do new date of thread dot not created at, and I'm going to do two local date string and I'm going to pass UN US and let's pass a month. So I'll do sort, then I'm going to do a day which will be numeric, then I'm going to do a year, also will be numeric. Save this. So you're getting this. Awesome. So after this, what we can do, this div is closing here, so let's close this. After this I'm going to render the title. So I'm just going to do thread dot title and I'll take a class name and I'm simply going to do text to Excel, font semi-bold, tracking I'm going to do tight, text foreground, and for MD I'm going to do text 3XL. Alright, I think this is done. Now we'll close this one and now we are going to render the accents. Okay, so we already have the flex column, MD we have the flex row. Okay, so now render the accents, right? So here I'm going to render the like button maybe. So I'm simply going to take one div and I'll do a class name. So I'll do flex wrap items center justify and gap of 2. For MD I'm going to do flex column and for MD I'm going to do items stretch, no not this one, item stretch. Alright, so inside this I'm simply going to check if the user ID is present. So in that case I'm simply going to render a button. So first let's take a size. So I'm going to do SM. Also I'm going to do a variant and here I'm simply going to check that if this is already liked. Okay, so if this is liked, so in that case, so I'm going to check, so I'm going to do default or else I'm simply going to do outline. Now after this we are also going to take a on click here and disabled also you need to take. Now disabled will be, we are going to check is toggling like. So whenever I'll be liking, so I need to do API call. That time when this is in progress, API calling in progress, so we're going to make this one disabled, normal concept. Now we're going to take a class name and in this class name I'm simply going to check is liked. So in that case I'm going to do a BG primary and I'll do text primary foreground and hover I'm going to do BG primary divided by 95, or else if this is not liked, so I'm going to do border divided by 70. So I'll do BG card and hover I'm going to do BG accent divided by 60. Alright, so now inside this I'm simply going to take a thumbs up and I'll simply do class name, same thing, right? So we'll do margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4, and then here I'm simply going to do is toggling like. So in that case I'm going to do something like this, right? Or else I'm going to check I'm going to check if the like count that we are having, if this is greater than 0, so I'm going to render the like count. Okay, so I'm simply going to let's render so we'll do here like count, or else I'm going to do upvote or like, whatever you want to render. So now let's save these. So you see you're getting this, right? So on click we're going to do that. So now you're getting like, because this is not liked yet, so we need to implement that. So now I think this is done. So after these, so card header will be completed. So let's close this. So I'm going to render the card content. Let's take a class name. So I'm going to do space y of 5, and inside this first I'm going to render the card body. So let's do what I'll do, right? Okay, let's take a class name space y of 3 here, and then I'm simply going to do let's render. Okay, let's take a p only, and I'm going to render thread dot body, and I'm simply going to do class name, and we'll do text sm, we'll do leading relaxed, and I'll do text muted foreground. So now let's save this. Alright, so I think this is done. Now we are going to render the comment section or the reply section, whatever. So this card is completed. Okay, this is the first card. So I'm going to create one more card here. So I'm going to create a card. Let's copy the class name, and for this one let's change something. So here I'm just going to do bg card divided by, maybe let's do 50. Okay, now inside this I'm going to take a card header, and here I'm going to take a card title, and what we'll do, right, let's take a class name. So we'll do flex items center gap of 2, and text I'm going to do large, and inside this I'm going to take a message circle, this icon. Okay, and then we'll do class name. So I'll do width of 5, height of 5, text primary, and here I'm simply going to do comments, and then we are going to render. So we have the let me check the state name. So the comments, so do comments dot length. Okay, all right, so I think this is fine. So now what else we need to do? Okay, let me think. So okay, we need to also render all the comments also, right? So maybe, so we'll take a card content. Okay, we'll take the same, let's go here, space, let's take here only. So we'll do space y of I'll do 6, and inside this now I'm going to simply check if the comments dot length, if this is 0, right? So in that case we're going to render that you don't have any comments yet. So I'll do no comments yet, and then I'm simply going to do a class name. So I'll do py of 8. So we'll have padding block, then we have the text center, text sm, and I'll do text muted foreground, or else we are going to render all the comments. So I'll do class name. So I'll do space y of 4. So for now, if I save this, right, we'll be getting no comments yet, which is fine. Now after this I'm simply going to take comments dot map, and here I'm going to get the comment. So first what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to check that who actually is the reply author here, right? Or basically, so I'm simply going to do const, maybe let's do reply, or let's do comment is comment author. So how we can check this? It's very simple. So we have the author handle, right? And also we are going to have the my handle, so that we're going to check. So I'm going to do here comment, it's going to have dot author, and this is going to have the handle, right? And also I'm going to check with my handle that we have set it up, and then I'm simply going to do if this comment dot author dot handle is equal to the current my handle or not. Okay, that's it. So now in that case what I'll do simply is I'm going to now return write a return block, and here I'm simply going to take a div. So first let's take a key here. So key I'm going to do comment is going to have the ID. Now I'm also okay, let's take a class name also. So I'll do here rounded large, I'll do border border divided by maybe let's do 80, I'll do bg background divided by 70, and I'll do padding of 4, let's do 5. Okay, so now inside this now we are going to render the comments. So I'm just going to take one more div, and I'll simply take a class name. So I'll do margin bottom of 3, I'll do flex, I'll do items start, I'll do justify between, I'll do gap of 3, and inside this I'm going to take one more div, and I'll do a class name. So here I'm just going to do flex column and maybe gap of 1, and here I'm simply going to check if the comment dot author dot handle, and then I'm going to render this. I'm just going to do span, so is the author, so I'm just going to do @ and you're just going to render the comment dot author dot handle, and also let's take a class name. So I'll do text small, font I'll do medium, and I'll do text foreground. So now after this, okay, let's save this. Now after this, what I'm going to do, also let's render the when the comment is actually being written, right? So the date. So here also I'm simply going to render. So let's do new date of, so we have the comment dot created at, and here I'm simply going to do 2 local date string, and here I'm simply going to do again enus, and here I'm going to pass the month. Let's do sort. Then we're going to have the day, which will be numeric. Then you're going to have the year, also this will be numeric. If you want, right, so you can also pass the hour like this, and this will be 2 digit, and if you want you can also pass the minute, which also will be 2 digit. And here you can also take a class name. Now these all are optional, again I already mentioned multiple times. If you want you can write, you can also change based on what you like, it's up to you. So I think this is done. So now after this, okay, this is, okay, this is fine. So maybe after this div, after this I'm just going to check now that if this is the author, so I'll do is comment author if this is true. So in that case, then only I'm going to have what? I'm going to have a delete icon. Okay, so I'll do button, and then I'm simply going to take a trash to icon, and I'll take a class name. I'll do maybe width of 5, height of 5, class name, sorry, variant I'm going to do ghost, and also let's take like this. And also I'm going to do size of sm, class name let's do a height of 7, maybe let's do 8, what else, px of 2, let's do text xs, I'll do text destructive, and I think this is fine, right? Also let's take a hover, so I'll do bg destructive divided by 10, and on hover I'm going to do text destructive. So this is done. So now this is fine. So first we also need to have one more thing. So I think this part, till this part this is done. We're also going to render the form. For now we don't have any comments, which is okay. We also need to have a form where actually we are going to write the comments. And what we can do, right, maybe, so let's do this one. Also another thing we need to do, we need to render the body. Body means the actual message, and that we can do it maybe after this div, right? Okay, let's check. Okay, this button is ending here. Okay, let's do after this only. So here I'm going to render the reply, no, not reply, the comment dot body, and let's take a class name for this. So I'm going to do white space pre-wrap. Also I'm going to do text sm, I'll do leading relaxed, I'll do text muted foreground. Okay, I think this is done. So now what we'll do, this is ending here. Okay, so after this I'm going to now render the form. So here we're going to do the comment form, comment actual form. Sorry, let's do actual comment form. Okay, so now after this I'll take a div here. Let's take a div, we'll take a class name, so I'll do space y of 3. I'll do border top, I'll do border and I'll do pt of 6. Then I'm going to take a label and I'll simply do add your reply, and I'll take a class name, so I'll do block text sm font semibold, and I'll do text foreground. So you'll see that it will come after this here. Okay, so now after this I'm going to take a text area, and let's do, so here first of all, if I go to the top right, you can see we have the new comment. So this one actually we need. So now I'll go here and then we're going to use this. So first I'm going to do value, so this will be new comment. Then we're going to do on change, so we'll take event and we'll do set new comment will be event dot target dot value. Rows, let's do maybe 5, and also I'm going to do what I'll do, right placeholder, enter your comment. Disable, I'm going to do that if not equal to user ID, or also you are going to have, let me just quickly check, we have this is posting comment, so this time also we are going to do that. So here I'm going to do, or this is, if this is true, then I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do border, and what else, we'll do bg background divided by 70, and I'll do text sm. Awesome. So now what else? Okay, so we are going to also render a button. So now I'm just going to take a button and let's do is posting comment. So if this is true, so we are going to do posting, or else I'm going to do post comment, and here I'm simply going to take, so I'm going to do disable, so this will be is posting comment, or if new comment dot trim, if this is false, then also, or if there is no user ID, then also this will be disabled. All three cases, right? Also let's take a class name, so I'm just going to do bg primary text primary foreground, and I'm going to do hover bg primary divided by 90. Save this. Okay, so this is fine. So now you can see that this is working fine and this is looking pretty good. So now the basic structure is completed, so we need to work on, so let me just click and see. Okay, so this is working fine. So now we need to implement the like and the comment feature, so that we are going to do in the next part. Once we'll complete, then the whole structure, main structure will be completed. Now we will start working on working with the notification feature, which will be one of the core features. There you're going to learn a lot of things, right? I'm going to explain that how you can work with socket and everything, although it will be little advanced, but if you have little experience also you'll be able to understand. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's quickly implement the upvote or the like and the comment feature. So first what I'll do, right, so let's create all the method here. So I'm going to have one method which will be handle add comment. So this is the first one. Then we are also going to have one more which will be in the delete part, right? So delete will be, so let's go to the top. So this one is the for delete. So I'm also going to take one more on click. Now in this case we are going to delete a particular comment, so I'm just going to do handle delete comment, and we are going to delete the comment by the ID, right? So we'll do comment by ID, we are going to pass this one here. Also we are going to take a disable property here, and disable will be, so we already have this comment being deleted ID if this is equal to the current comment dot ID, so this will be disabled. So this is another method we need. And the last one actually we need for our upvote or like, and that we are going to do. So here if you see, right, we have the like. So let me just check, expand this. Okay, so this one, so we have this. So here I'm going to take one more on click, and this will be handle let's do toggle like. So these three methods we need to create, right? So let's start with the first one. Maybe let's start with the click start with the comment one only. So we are going to do this one first, handle add comment. So let's go here. So first we need to create actually all the methods, or else this is going to give error. So let's create all the method first. So we'll do async function and we'll do handle add comment. I will copy this, then we'll paste it here, and then we'll take this handle toggle like, and also we're going to have one more which will be handle, what is that, delete, right? So we're going to have the handle delete comment, which will receive a ID, and this will be number. Alright, so now for add comment, so first we're going to get the comment. So I'm going to do const, we'll do trimmed comment, and let's do new comment dot trim. Right now here we are going to just check if the trimmed comment dot length less than 2. So we are going to simply return. Now you can give some toast message also, it's fine, but for now I'm just using that. Here I'm also going to do if user ID is not present. So these all are the edge cases. So I'm going to show you. So we'll do toast dot error, and I'm simply going to do sign in is needed, right? And here I'm going to pass a description. We'll do please sign in to add a comment. All right, so this is the first thing, and also you're going to return. So now the first thing I'm going to do, try catch, and finally. So in the catch, let's log the error, and in the try, first I'm going to do so we're going to do set is posting comment, so this will be true, and in finally this will become false. So here we are going to do what? So we'll be doing the API call. So we'll do const rest, this will be await, and we are going to have the API client dot post. So you need to go to /API/threads, and I'll go to the, let's go here. We're going to have get post threads thread ID replies. So this is what we need, right? So I'm going to copy these threads. So I'll do /API/threads, and we'll take a template literals, and we need to pass the ID. So ID will be what ID? So this ID will be the comment ID, right? So here in this case, this will be the, this is the thread ID. I'm getting confused. This is the thread ID. So thread ID I'll be getting from in this these params. This I already have. So this will be this ID. Okay. So here we are going to pass this ID, and then we are going to do the replies. So we'll copy this, and we'll pass this replies, and here we're going to pass the body. And in this body, so this will be this trimmed comment. Okay, and now what I'll do const created, and this will be comment type, and this will be res.data, right? And then we can also log this. So let's log this created, and then you're simply going to set that, okay, set comments will take the previous comments. So I'm going to take the previous comments, and then I'm just going to add the current one. So I'll do created one. Okay, and then you're going to make set new comment as empty. That's it. And then I'm going to add a toast dot success. So I will do comment added, and then I'm going to do your reply. No, we need to take description. So I'll do your reply has been posted, something like this, right? That's it. So now I think this should work. So let's see if this is at least working or not. So I'll go here, go to network. So I'm going to do hello. Let's try post. Fantastic. So you can see this is working fine. I'll do again I'll do just whatever I like, just post it, and this is working fine. Refresh this. Okay, here we need to actually fetch the comments also, right? I think this is what we need to do. We are not fetching the comments. So in that case, alright, so what we can do, right? So you can see that we are having this load method, right? So here only we can call these both the API together. So I'm just going to call this extract thread details, and also let's do extract comments list. So I'll do await, and I'll do promise dot all, and here we can simply pass this, right? So let's copy these, and also I'm going to now create one more. So let's do API get, and here I'm going to pass comment, which will be array, and inside this we are going to pass the API client, and the endpoint will be, so we need to do /API /threads, then we are going to pass the thread ID, and then we are going to go to replies. So this will be the API endpoint. Now what you can do, you can simply remove this from here, we don't need. Okay, so now, so these extract thread details we are already setting here, and then at the end we can simply set comments will be this extract comments list. That's it. And if I now save this, now let's see. So now I'll see that see we are getting already. So if I refresh this, you will see that we will be calling the replies endpoint also. So see, we are calling the replies endpoint, and here you are getting the replies back. Okay, so that means this is working fine. If I add this is also added. Refresh this, and you'll be getting the updated list back. So you're getting 3 comments. Awesome. So now let's move to the next one. So next one will be now also we need to check one more thing, that the delete button is actually not rendering, because we are actually typing this at the same time. This should come, right? So let's see why that is not coming. So what I can do, right? So first let's do one thing. First let's implement the like features. So this handle toggle like. So let's do that. So first I'm going to just do here if there is not thread. So I'm just going to return, and then also we are going to do the same check that we have given, that if there is no user ID, so we're going to do sign in is needed. And then I'm simply going to do let's do like this. So I'll first take a try, I'll do catch, and here let's take also we'll take finally. So first I'm going to do set is toggling like, and this I'm going to make this one as true, and then I'm simply going to do, so here also set this one, the spelling is wrong. Okay, so set toggling like will be true, and after this I'm simply going to check if is liked, means already liked. So that means we are going to do what? Unlike or dislike. If it is not liked, then we are going to call the like endpoint. So here I'm simply going to do await, and I'll do API client dot delete, and then we are going to go to, so let's check the endpoint. So we have the delete, so replies, then the reply ID. This is what we need to pass. So now what I'm going to do, simply here, not this one, sorry, my bad, this is the replies. I need to do the like one, I need to get delete this one. So the thread ID and like, so this is what we need. So here what we're going to do, so we'll take a template literals. So I'll go to /API /threads, then we have /threads, then we are going to pass the ID. So here this will be the thread ID. If you see, we have the thread ID, and thread ID will be what? So we can pass that ID also, right? We have the ID here, or you can also pass the thread.id, both is fine. Then you are going to do /like, because this is what we are having, /like. So this is going to delete. So once we'll delete this, then I'm going to do set is liked will become what? False. Then I'm also going to do set like count. So we need to do what? Decrease the like count, correct? So I'm going to do math.max. So I'll do 0, and then I'm going to do prev -1, normal concept. Then I'll do toast.success, and I'm going to do like removed, and here I'm going to do description, and let's do your upvote has been removed. And so if this is already liked, if this is not liked, then we are going to do what? We are going to actually like. So in that case I'm going to do await, and I'm going to do API client dot post, and in this case now we are going to call this method. So you have the post, this one. So let's copy this exact same thing, and we are going to paste it here. And after this, what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do set is liked will be true, and here I'm going to do set like count. So I'm going to take previous, and I'm going to do simply previous plus 1, and then let's do this one. So I'm going to do, after this I'll do like added, and I'll do your upvote has been added. Okay, now I think this should work. In here we are going to do log error, and in this one I'm going to do set is toggling like will become false. So now let's save this, and let's see if this is working or not. Go here and let's click. See, so it is getting liked. Now if you refresh this, let's see what is happening. See, click, unliked, so like removed, click, we are getting 1, right? Fantastic. So that means this is working absolutely fine. And now what we're going to do in the next, but first we'll check that why this delete button is not rendering, and once we'll implement the delete functionality, then the thread functionality will be completed, and then only you can start working on the backend first for notification. So we're going to implement notification endpoints. We are going to also implement the socket logic, right? And also whenever we are going to like or comment, we are going to do what? We are going to send a notification in real time. So those things we are going to do in the next section. But first let's implement the delete functionality of the comments. Alright, so now first we are going to implement the delete one, then we are going to, I think this is almost done, and I already found the issue, and it's very simple. You see that when we are calling the me endpoint, right, and these all are very minor issues. So you can see here this endpoint, and notice what is happening. I am actually doing if is mounted is true, so I'm actually returning. I have done the same mistake, so we need to check if it is not true, then only we need to return. That's it. So that's why it's actually not setting here, it's returning from this point. And if I go here, right, you can see that now this button is getting rendered. So what you can do simply, so you can just go here and then just implement the delete one. So what I'll do is simply do const, and I'll do confirmed, and let's do window. For now I'm just using window only. Okay, so if you want, what I'll suggest, right, you can take a homework here and try to use alert component from sadcn. You can do that, it will be pretty good. So what you can do, right, is just use the sadcn component and then just show one kind of dialog or alert, and then you can implement. For now I'm just going to use window.confirm because we still have a lot of things we need to implement. This will be already, it's like almost 7 hours long. So I'll do delete this comment, something like that. Then I'll do this can't be undone, something like that. Okay, so I'll do if not confirmed. So I'm just going to return, and then what I'll do simply, also let's do the same check again. This is important, so I'm going to copy this and we have paste it here. Then I'll simply just do try catch. So log the error, and finally I'm going to do set here what I have set comment being deleted ID, and this I'm going to do null. So now what I'll do, right, simply first I'm going to do set comment is being deleted ID, which will be ID that I wanted to delete. So this ID that I'm receiving, right, because if you notice we are actually passing the current ID which I need to delete from here as a parameter here, argument, because if I delete here I need the ID of this. So this is the first step. So now after this what I'll do, simply I'll do await, and I'll do API client dot delete, right, and here let's check the endpoint first, right. So we have the delete, we have the replies and the reply ID. Reply ID is nothing but the comment ID. So each and every comment will be having an ID, right. For example, this is 1 2 3 4, something like that. So now what you can do simply, so do /API /threads, and then you're going to pass the reply ID, which will be this ID that we are going to receive. Now if this is getting confused, you can also make this one as comment ID, or let's do current comment ID to be deleted, right? So this you can do. So in that case you'll simply pass it here, and this will be this ID. All right, so I think this is done. So now what we'll do, simply you're going to do set comments once the delete is completed. So you're going to do prev, and you're going to do prev.filter, and let's do R or C for comment, and then I'll do cmt.id is not equal to current comment ID to be deleted. So you're actually deleted from here, and then I'll do toast.success, and I'll do comment deleted. Okay, and I'll do description, and I'll do this comment has been deleted, and I think this is done. So now let's save this, and we'll go here. So let's clear this. Maybe I wanted to delete this. Click here. We are getting 4, not 4. All right, that means we are doing something wrong here. So we are doing replies. We have replies. This we are doing wrong. Okay, so we need to change this one to threads. Then I'm going to do this one as replies, not threads. Yeah, so it will be this. So now let's save this, and let's still try to delete again. Comment deleted, and 2. Now refresh this. You should be getting only 2 now. Okay, 2 comments. Now we'll go here, go to the home page. We also need to change the structure, but that finishing we are going to do later. Now let's click on new thread. So I'll do new thread added by Sangam 1. Okay, and then I'm just going to select showcase and then paste it 2 times. Click. So this is added. Now I'm going to search here. Okay, search we need to search we haven't done, is it? On click of this we need to do this, but this is working fine. So search is working fine. If I remove this, enter, this is working fine. Okay, fine. Click here, this is working. Go to showcase. So we are getting the new one. Just now we have added. This is working fine. Click on this. So you're getting this one. Liked, new comment added. Fantastic. So that means everything is working fine till now, and quite a few things we have done. So now what will be the next step? Now see, next we need to do quite a few things. Okay, so first we are going to create the SQL schema for notification. We are going to create the notification service. I think one file will be enough. So we're going to create a service where actually that will be, we are going to talk with our DB. Then whenever what you're going to do, right, whenever there will be one post will be liked or comment, that time we are going to call that method. So we're going to create a notification. Let's say there are 2 users, user A and user B, and this user is created by Sangam 1, and let's say there is one more user. So whenever that user will be liking this comment, we are going to show a notification in real time that this user actually liked this particular post, or this user actually commented on this particular post. So that will be the whole feature. And then once this will be automatically updated real time, once we'll click here, we'll go to a notification page. We're going to render it, and then whenever you're going to click a notification, right, in real time we're going to decrease the read count. Okay, so let's see, you already clicked one notification. That actually what happened, right, in Facebook or some places, you clicked a notification, that notification will be marked as read. So in that case we're going to decrease this count. So that will be overall feature. Believe me, you're going to have a lot of ideas on this real time and all these features, how this is work. So do not skip the next 2 sections, both notification and the chat. So let's start with the next one. Alright, so now it's time to start working on the notification feature. Right now there are quite a few things that we need to do. So please do this particular section very carefully and take your time. So first, as usual, what I'll do, right, I'm going to close everything else, and let's start with the backend first. So in the backend, the first thing what we will do in the migration, so let's create our first file. So which will be, let's give 0004 underscore notifications.sql. All right, the first thing, let's create the table. So I'm going to do create table if not exists, and let's give this one as notifications. All right, the first thing we are going to have an ID. So ID will be big serial, and this will be primary key. Then we are going to have the user ID, so I'll do user underscore ID, and we are going to do let's do big init, not null, same thing, references, and here I'm just going to give the user table with ID, and I'll do on delete cascade. Alright, so now after this we are also going to have the basically that which user is nothing but the user who is going to trigger the notification. So basically so let's say you have created a post and someone else liked or commented in that post, so I'm going to give that particular person as actor user ID. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now this is also will be same, right, because at the end we are going to get the context from the user table only, so it will be also same. So now I'm also going to keep the type. So for now I'm going to keep the type as text only, so I'll do type text, and I'll do not null, and I'll do a check, and here what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to give a type in. So for now we are going to have two type, so I'm just going to give first one is on reply or comment you can give, so I'm going to give reply on thread, so THREAD, okay, this is correct. And then I'm also going to do maybe let's do like on thread. Okay, so these two are the type that we are going to have. Now here I can give you a homework what you can do, right, from the first beginning only you can add some more types also. So basically you can try adding own features or extra features by yourself, so that you can do the more hands-on. But for now let's keep these two only, or else this will become very complicated, and we'll see that we need to do actually quite a few things. So I'm just going to do create a dat, and this will be timestamp, this will be timestamp tz, and I'll do not null, let's do a default, and I'm just going to give this one as now. Next also we need to have one more property which is actually important, that whenever I'm going to click a particular notification I need to mark that notification as read or unread. So I'm just going to do a read at, and then let's give the same timestamps. Okay, so I think these all the properties that we need. Then also I'm just going to create one index, and I'll do if not exist, and let's do idx underscore notification, maybe let's do user underscore read, and here I'm just going to do on, so these will be notifications, and we're going to pass the user ID and the read at both, right? So now let's save this, and I think this is fine. Let's give here, and I'm going to save. Let's open a terminal, we'll go to backend, and I'll just do clear, and let's do npm run migrate. Okay, so I think this is done, so this is completed. So now next thing we are actually start working on the notification service. Now again because for replies and the threads we had a lot of logics, right, so that's why we actually divided into repository and the services. But for this notification one we can simply create one service file only, that will be more than enough. So what I'll do inside modules, I'm just going to write, so let's do notifications, and here I'm just going to create notification dot service dot ts. Also we are going to have one more file which will be notifications dot types dot ts. So both the things we need. Now let's start with first the type. So I'm just going to take one type for the row, so this will be, let's give this one as notification row. So this is the DB structure that we need. So I'll do ID will be number, we are going to have a type which will be a string, then we are going to have the thread ID, thread underscore ID, this will be a number, then I'm also going to take a created at, this will be date, then I'm going to do read at, right, just now we have taken this property, so this will be either date or this will be null. What else we are going to have, so let's take one as actor display name, and these I'm going to take this one as maybe string or null, and also I'm going to do actor handle, means which user actually liked or commented on your post. So I'll do string or null, and let's also take the thread title so that we can actually tell that for which thread this user actually liked your post. Okay, so I'll do string or null. So this will be one we need. Now next we are going to also create one for the return type, that what actually we are going to return. And why I'm doing this one directly instead of going here, because the same thing we have done for all others. So for now I'm actually guessing that you will be habituated that what actually we are doing here. So now I'm just going to take one for the API layer, right, what in which format we are going to send back the data, and I'm going to do this one as notification. Now for this one, these two will be same. So this will now become thread ID, which will be number. Then we are going to have the created at. So this will be string. This will be read at. So read at will be either string or null. Then we are going to have a actor. Now actor will have a display name, which will be string or null, and also it's going to have a handle, which will be string or null. Now after this I'm also going to take a thread title. So for this one I'm going to take a thread, and inside this we're going to have a title, which will be string. Alright, so these two, and now I'm going to create one more function here just to map this data. So I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do map notification row. So here we are going to get a row, and this will be our notification row, and the return type will be this notification. So basically this is the DB structure, and this is the structure that we want to send back the data to the API layer, and then this will be my notification. Alright, so I'm just going to return ID, so this will become row.id. Okay, then I'm going to return the type row.type. Then we have the thread ID, thread ID. So this will be row.thread ID. Then we have the created at, so this will be row.created at. Then we have the actor, and this will have the display name, so this will be row.author actor display name. And we have handle, which will be row.author handle. Next we are also going to have the thread, so thread is going to have the title. Also let's take this one because this can be also null. Created at, we need to make this one too. Let's do ISO string. Okay, so I think this is when we also need to take a read at. So I'll do row.read at, and so I'll do row.read at dot to ISO string, or else this will be null. And title will become row.thread title, or else empty. So now we actually have now structured the data. So this is what we are going to return. So now we can start working on the services. Now remember, here we actually going to start creating our first socket logic also, right? So we are going to, how we are going to create this, right? So first of all, we are going to create a let's create a real-time folder. Okay, and inside this we are going to have our main socket connection. So I'm simply going to do io.ts, but we are going to do this one later, or else this will become a little tricky. So let's first understand that what actually, or what all services we need. See, again I have done the mistake, I always do these things. I've done this one in the notification or service file. Okay, let's do one thing, let's cut it from here and then paste it here, notification types. So how many services that we need here, right? See, first of all, you need one for to create reply notification or comment notification, whatever you want to name. You need one for create like notification, right? Whenever someone will like your post, you are going to create a method. Then we are going to also have one method where we are going to list all the notification, and then we are also going to have one for mark the notification as read. So let's say I'm having 10 notification and I clicked on the first one, so that first one will be marked as read because you have already clicked that. And this is actually how it works in Facebook and Insta in these sites also, right? And last, we are also going to create that I'm going to keep this one as optional, that is mark all notification as read. So I will give that one as a homework to all of you. So what you can do, right, so you are going to have a button on the client side, front end side. On click of that, you are going to mark all the notification as a read. But first let's start creating the first one, which will be create reply notification. So here what I'll do, right, also let's do one thing. I think it will be easy. Before that, we also going to create let's do one thing, not create. First let's do the opposite way only, how we have done for others. Let's go to routes, and then first I'm going to create the routes. So I'll do notifications dot routes dot ts, so that we will understand that, okay, why actually we need that particular method. Okay, I hope this is clear. So first what I will do, right, so let's do one thing. Before that, here how many routes we need, first we need to decide. So first one will be to get the notification list, where it will be like this. So where we are going to have a unread only notification, right? So it can be either true or it can be either false. So this one will become like this. So we'll do /API/notifications, and here you are going to pass this. It will be either true or false, means you're going to get all these notifications. So this will be the first one. Second, we are also going to have one post request, which will be /API/notifications, and here you're going to create one for read all. So you're going to mark all the notification as read. Okay, and at the end we are also going to have one which will be to read a certain notification. So certain notification, I mean, let's say you're having 1, 2, 3 notifications. Whenever you're going to click on the first one, what we are going to do, we are going to navigate the user to the details page of that particular post. So now how this will work, so let's say you are working or using a Facebook, and you have 3 different posts, right, and 3 users actually liked your 3 different posts. Now whenever you are going to click a particular notification, you'll notice that what will happen, it will redirect that particular page to that corresponding post. I hope this is clear. So this is what actually you need. So this will be a post request, and here we are going to do /API/notifications, and here you're going to pass the ID, because this is the notification ID. So now let's say this notification is for the post 1, this notification is for post 2, and this is for post 3. So whenever I'm going to click on the first notification, so it will go to the post 1 page. I hope this is clear, and this will be read. So these two we need. But now you might be thinking, okay, then why we actually need the create notification, create comment notification, and create like notification? Where actually we are going to use that? Now if you remember very clearly, I already mentioned, and that is, just go to your this threads route page. Let's go here, and if you noticed, if I go here, right, so let's do one thing here. See, I already have written this place, that whenever we are going to write a this will be right, correct. So whenever you are going to write a comment or reply, you are going to trigger a notification. I hope this is clear. So now let's say if I go here and I click here, and now this post is created by you, by let's say some other user is actually typing a comment here. So in that case, we are actually going to trigger the notification method here. I hope this is clear, right? Same way you are also going to do whenever someone will like your post. So here if you see, we have this like post post. So this is where we are going to do notification logic. I hope this is clear. So that is the reason I mentioned that first you need to understand that why we are going to create all the methods. So now we can start creating the methods. So first let's start with the first one, and this will be export async function, and I'm just going to do create comment, or let's do reply, because we are using reply in the backend. It's okay, you can use reply, comments, whatever you like, and I'll do notification. So here this is going to receive a params, and we are going to receive the thread ID, that for which thread actually this user actually writing the comment or the reply, and the actor user ID, right, that user ID of that particular user. So these 2 things we need. Alright, so first you're going to take these 2 from params. So we're going to get the thread ID and the actor user ID. And now what we'll do right simply, so this is first you need to find the author. So how we are going to get that? So first you're going to do const, let's do a thread response, and you'll do await query. So we'll select, let's select here. So I'm going to do select. So we are going to select. So first let's go to our threads, and if you go to threads, right, you can see that we are having this author user ID from the threads table. So we're going to select the author user underscore ID, and I'm just going to do from threads, and here I'm simply going to do where this ID will be the given ID, and let's do limit as 1, and you're going to simply pass the thread ID, right? So this is going to give you the current author ID. So now you're going to simply do const row, and this will be thread response dot rows of 0, and here I'm simply going to do as author underscore user underscore ID, which will be number, and or I'm just going to do this one as undefined. Now here I'm simply going to do if there are no rows found, so we'll return. Alright, so now after this I'm simply going to check const author user ID. So this will be row dot author user ID, and now you're going to simply check if this author user ID is actually equal to this actor user ID. That means we are not going to do anything here. So if you like your own post, you're not going to send any notification. So now we are simply going to do const insert response. So this will become await query. So we are going to simply do insert into, so what is the name of that? So let's go here and we'll copy this. So insert into notifications. So we're going to insert the user ID, actor user ID, thread ID, and the type, 4 things. Okay, so now here we are going to pass the values. So what will be the values? The first one will be the given values, all 2, and let's take 3. And what will be this? Now remember this, we are doing the reply. Now if you go here, you have the reply on thread, the like on thread. So this will become what? The type will become reply on thread. Oh sorry, I have to copy this. Oh, this, see, you have to take like this, man. Oh, we have done this one mistake. We need to run again. So this will be reply on thread. Okay, so this will become reply on thread. So let's copy this one and we'll paste it here. And what I'm going to return, so I'll do a returning block. So I'm going to return the ID comma created underscore add. Okay, and then you're simply going to pass, the first one will be user ID. User will be what? Your author user ID. Then you're going to have the actor user ID. Actor user will be what? The actor user ID. This we are getting here. And at the end also we are going to pass the thread ID. Thread ID is nothing but what? Thread ID is the thread ID that we are getting. So copy this and then pass here. That's it. So this is going to insert a notification, and then you're simply going to do const notification row, and this will be insert notification dot rows of 0, and then I'm going to get an ID. Let's take this one as number, and then I'm simply going to do if this notification row is not present, so you're going to return, or else we are going to fetch the full joint row. So I'm going to create a full request here now. Okay, so I'm going to do full request. So here I'm simply going to do await query. Now these things you have done multiple times, right? By this time you should be able to understand all of this. So I'm going to fetch the notification.id. I'll do end.type, notification type. I'll do end.thread ID, end.created underscore at, end.read at. We are also going to get the actor display name, because you will see here we are getting the actor display name. So I'm just going to pass it here. So I'll do actor display name. This will be as, we are going to do actor display name, right? I think this is same only. Then we are also going to have actor handle. No, actor display, no, I think we are doing something wrong here. This will be actor dot display name as actor display name. Then we are also going to have the actor dot handle as what is the name we have given? Let me just check. Actor handle. Okay, so we'll do actor handle. Then I'm also going to get the thread title. So I'm just going to do t dot title as thread underscore title. Okay, so you are simply going to do from the table name is notifications, take the aliases which will be n, and then you are going to do join. So we are going to join the user table. So I'll do join users actor, and let's do on. So we'll do actor dot id will be equals this n, and n will have what? The actor user id, this one. So this will be n dot actor user id. Similarly, you're going to join threads table also, which will be t on. So we'll do t dot id will be equals n dot, and if you notice in the notification we have the, oh, see, again we have done the mistake, man. We need to take the thread id also here. See, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, so let's it's fine. So let's take the thread id. So you need to take the thread id. So I'm going to do big init, and then I'm going to do not null, and we'll do references, and I'm going to take the threads which will be this id, and I'll do on delete, and we'll do cascade. Yeah, this is actually important. We need the thread id here, reference. So now I think this is done. So let's go here. So this is the id, this is the user id, actor user id, thread id, type created at and read at. Yeah, I think now this is fine. So let's migrate again. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we'll go here, and then we are actually going to now take this will now become the notification dot thread id. So this will be thread id. Now we are going to simply do what? So here also we are going to do where, so n.id, or basically the notification id will be the given id, which will be $1, and then you are going to do limit 1, and here from where you'll be getting this notification id. Now this notification id is the newly created id which you are going to get from this notify row.id. Okay, so now here you are simply going to pass notify row.id. Okay, so means simply we are checking first, give me the current author user id, then you are going to insert it. Once it is inserted into db, it is going to give you the newly created id, and then we are simply returning the full response after joining both users and the thread table, because at the end we need the actor display name, actor handle, and the thread title. So now I think this is completed. So now what we can do, right, simply, alright, so now we'll take the full row. So I'll do const full row, and this will become the full response dot rows of 0, as now this will become the notification row that we have created, right? So I'll do notification row, or this will be undefined. And now here also again we are going to give one small check. So I'll do if full row is not present, so you're going to return. Now we are going to create the payload, and for payload you can see that we already have created this function, right, this one. So now what I can do simply, so I'm going to do const payload, and this will be the map notification row, and you're going to pass this full row that you have created. Okay, so now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Now can you guess here what we need to do? Now here this is the exact place. Okay, so I'm going to repeat once again. This is the exact place where we are going to emit our first socket event. Okay, now why we need to do that? So whenever you are going to create a notification, we are going to pass an event, something like notifications, right? Let's do notification : new. means what? So whenever we are going to, someone else is going to comment on our on our thread, we are going to send an event which will be notification.new. So we'll understand that what kind of notification that we are actually creating here and how we are going to do that, because if you notice, we are clearly sending that this is a reply on thread. Okay, so this is the important part here. Now for now we are having only two, which is reply on thread and like on thread. It's up to you, you can add 10 more, but at the end the concept will be same. So this is what I want to explain to all of you. So this, for now I'm going to keep a placeholder here because we are going to do that. First I'm going to create all the other methods, but this is where exactly you are going to emit the first socket event. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. So next will be what? So we're going to create one for creating the this will be the reply notification, and one we also need to create for listing all the notification, right? List notification for the user and mark notification as read. So these two things we are going to do. So let's do this one in the next part first. Alright, so now before we will create those two methods, I forgot one thing. We also need to create one more exactly identical, and that will be for the like. So I'm going to just copy this. Okay, so and that will be almost same. The only change will be these will become like notification. So create like notification. So whenever someone is going to like your post, you're going to send this particular or call this particular method. Now again we are going to receive the thread ID. These will be same till this part. This also will be same. If you're liking your own post, you're not going to do anything. Insert. Now here we are going to change. Now what change we need to do? So see, user ID, actor user ID, thread ID and type, 4 things we are going to post. The only difference will be now this will not be reply on thread, right? This is very, very simple to understand. Instead this will become like on thread. Okay, so this will be like on thread. So this is the only difference. Returning ID created at both are same. Then at the end you are going to do the exactly same thing, so nothing will change. But here once again you will be actually emitting your another event here, which will be again notification new. The only difference is that this is for like notification and that one was for reply notification. I hope this is clear. Now these two methods that we need. Now next I'm also going to create one more which is actually important. So we are going to create function, and I'll do list notifications for user. So for every user there will be notifications, right? The list. So we need to render. So in this list we are going to render where whenever I'll go here and click on this, right, I'll go to notification page. There we are going to list all the notifications, just like in Facebook or Insta it will happen, right? So in params I'm just going to get the user ID, which will be number, and also I'm going to do unread only or not. So I'm just going to do unread only, and this will be boolean, something like that. And here what I'll do, simply first we are going to get these two things from params, and I'm just going to do user ID and unread only, both. Okay, the first thing, let's take a conditions. So I'll do conditions, and here I'm simply going to do in dot user underscore ID, and these will be equal to the given ID, and then I'm going to create the values. So I'll do values. So let's give this one as unknown, and I'm going to pass the user ID here. Okay, so this is the first thing. I'm simply going to check if this unread only, if this is true. So now what you're going to do, now if you go here, you have this property read at, right? So read at will be what? Is null. Very, very simple. So here what you're going to do simply, so you're going to do condition dot push, and you're going to do in dot read at is null. That's it. So this is the change that you this is the logic you need to do. And then I'm simply going to create a clause. So I'll do where clause, and this will become where, and you're going to call these conditions dot join, and you're going to join with, now remember you need to use space and join with end. That's it. And now you're going to simply create a result. So I'll do const result. Now again we are going to, let's do one thing. Instead of writing, right, let's copy this from here. Now there are some changes we need to do, but first I'm going to copy this part. So I'll do await query, and we'll paste it here. Now first select, this will be same. So we're going to get the notification ID, notification type, thread ID, created at, read at, actor display name, actor handle, thread title. Makes sense. From notification, join user, these all are exactly same, nothing will change, right? Threads, now what will be the change here? Now change will be, you need to pass the where clause now instead of that, right? So what we'll do, simply you're going to remove this here and you're going to pass this where clause. Okay, and then in limit will not be 1 because you're going to get the list, right? So I'm just going to do a order by, and order by we can take this created at property, right? So do notification dot created at, and you're going to do let's do descending, like that. Makes sense, right? Now again you need to pass the values, so values will be these values here. That's it. So now you're going to simply return result dot rows dot map. So I'll do notification and we'll do map notification row, and you're going to pass this notification as notification row, and this is done. So this will be to list all the notification for a particular user. Now next thing, we also need one for marking the notification as read. So whenever you're going to click a notification, you're going to mark that notification as read. Now this will be actually simpler. So we'll do async mark notifications, notifications as read, or mark notification, not notifications, notification, because single one. So I'm going to get the params, and here we're going to get what? So again we're going to get the user ID, this is actually important, and also you're going to get the notification ID, very very important, right? Let's say you're having 10 notification and you are clicking a particular notification, so you need to get the ID of that notification. So we'll do notification ID, and this will be number. Okay, now I'll do const, let's take this. If you notice throughout this course, right, or video, we are using absolute best of best practices, right? All the edge cases and every check that we are doing, and this is actually how you need to also do it. Now this is actually very simple query. So what you will do, right, simply you just have to update the notification table. So you'll do update notifications. Just see, don't do blindly what I'm doing. It will notice sometime I'll be like too much into doing the video that I will write a code in a different file, or I'll do some silly mistake. I'm sure whenever you'll be seeing, right, even if you see I'm doing a mistake, try to identify and do it correctly, or else at the end I'm going to see it later, and then maybe I'm going to again change this one later. But these all are actually very very normal. If you're not getting any error, that means you're doing something wrong, right? Getting error and then fixing it, actually a good practice, or good I will say like thing that you should learn in that particular way only, right? If you're doing everything correct, there might be something is wrong. So you will do mistake and then only you're going to learn. So you're going to set the read at property, because you are going to have the read at property, and what you'll do, right, I'm going to equal to let's do a, again this coalesce, this spelling also will make mistake, ESCE, and here you're going to pass the property and you're going to give the value. So let's give this on the current time, and now here you need to check, right, you're going to check where ID will be the given ID. Okay, now this ID will be the notification ID. Okay, and then you are also going to do, and you're going to pass the user ID. Now this, you can see you're having the ID and the user ID both. So you're going to do user ID will be the given user ID, which is this user ID. So then you're going to pass, now remember you need to pass this one correctly. So you're going to pass the notification ID and the user ID. That's it. So now this is going to mark the notification as read. This is completed. Now this is the homework, right? So this will be another homework, and this will be create a function, right, to handle marking all notifications as read at once. So means, let's say you're having 10 notification, you're going to have a button on your front end side, you're going to click a button, and then you're going to create a method here which is going to mark all the notifications read at property as current value. I hope this is clear, something like that, right? So now I think this is done. So that means we actually have created all the methods or the services that we need. So now we are going to first do what? We are going to go to a threads. Now remember, I already mentioned we need to call the method here. So whenever someone is going to comment or like, that time you are going to call the create notification method. Makes sense, right? So that we are going to do it, but remember we haven't completed the socket logic yet, so that we are going to do once we'll complete this notification route component. So now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's do one thing. Let's start creating the route first. So I'm going to get the express. Also we are going to get the get auth from our Clerk config. So I'm going to get the router, and also I'm going to get the get auth, these two things. So first let's create the router. So I'm going to do export const, and I'm going to do notifications router, and this will be router. And here what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do notifications. So first we're going to do a get method, and this will be slash. So I'll do async request response next. So I'll take a try catch, again the same thing, same boring thing, but we don't have any other options, we need to do it. I'm going to do next error, and then in the try, right, what I'll do simply, so first we need to check if the user is authenticated or not. So I'll do get auth, and you'll simply check if okay, we need to pass the request here. So you'll do if not equal to auth.user id. So you're going to throw new unauthorized error, and you're going to do please sign in, something like that. Then we are going to take the profile. So I'm going to do const profile, and we'll do await get user from Clerk, and we are going to pass the auth.user id. And now first of all you need to understand that okay, whether the notifications are unread true or not. So how you can do that? So you're going to pass a param, okay, or in the query. So that how you're going to get it. So simply you're going to do okay, is this unread only, is unread only, something like that, right, or whatever you want to give. And then you're going to do this one as request dot query dot, and here we're going to pass this unread only, okay, and this if this is equal to true, something like that. And then we are going to get the notifications. So I'll do notifications, and this will become await, and here you're going to do list notifications for user, just now we have created, and you're going to pass the two things. So you're going to pass the user id and unread only or not. So here user id will be what, this profile dot user dot id, and then you're going to pass the unread only, right? So this one, sorry, unread only will become this is unread only. Okay, so this is done, and then simply return it. So I'll do res.json. So I'm going to pass data, which will be these notifications. So this is the first we need. Now second, we are also going to need the individual one, right? Individual means this one, mark notification as read. So this one I'll just create here. Now this is again homework, right? This I've given the homework. So you have to create one more route. So this is basically for this one here, marking all the notification as read all. So now here first I'm going to create this individual one. So here I'm going to do notification router dot post, and here simply this will be slash id slash read, and we'll do async. Let's copy from here, man, same thing instead of writing. Okay, so here we are going to first keep the same logic. So if auth, if not authenticated, so return please sign in, something like that. And then what else we need to do here? Okay, first we need to get the notification id. So I'll do notification id will be getting from this id. So I will do simply here, so I'll do number. So number will give request dot params dot id, and then again we'll give a check, right? So I'll do if not equal to number dot is integer of this notification id, or if this notification id is less than or equal 0, so you're going to throw a bad request error, invalid ID, something like that. And then again the same thing, so you'll get the profile, and then you're going to call this method. So I'll do mark notification as read, and here you're going to pass user ID, which will be profile dot user dot ID, comma, you're also going to pass the notification ID. That's it. So now this is done. So this notification ID will be this ID, which you'll be getting from the params. I hope this is clear. So now with this, what you can do, simply you'll go to our index, and then I'm going to create one more. So I'll do API router dot use, so I'll do slash notifications, comma, and I'll do notification router, and first we'll check if we are getting any error or not. Save this. Okay, no error. Awesome. So now we have completed this, but as I already mentioned, we need to go to our threads route. Very important. If you don't do this, it's not going to work. So what we need to do, first we will go to this replies route, which is a post request. So here, whenever someone is going to write a reply or write a comment, you are going to trigger a notification. Okay, so how you are going to do that? Simply here you are going to now call this method. Okay, now remember, this is actually very important. Okay, that's why I'm repeating. So here you are going to call this method here. Okay, let's go here. Which one? Create reply notification. So this method you are going to call. So now I'm going to call this. I'll do create reply notification, and this is going to receive what? Two things. So it's going to receive a thread ID, right? So this thread ID, which you are going to receive from params, and second, it's also going to receive an actor user ID. So this actor user ID will be what? So this will be the profile, from the profile, this user ID, right? So you're going to simply pass it here. So this is the first thing. Second, you also need to do the exact same thing for the like also. Where you're going to do that? So if you go here, this is the like endpoint. So here also you're going to do. So I'll do await create like notification, and do the exact same thing. Pass the thread ID and pass the actor thread ID, which will be this profile dot user dot ID. So you'll understand how this flow is working. So whenever you are going to like a post, let's say you created a post and some other user, maybe John liked the post, what will happen? It's going to trigger this. So it will go here, right? So it's going to actually create this all these queries and everything. It's going to return, it's going to insert, and at the end it's going to emit the socket event. I hope this is clear. So this is the whole flow, how it is working. So now we have actually completed the backend. So now it's time to start working with the socket logic. So we are going to create the connection and all the things in the next part, and then only we can integrate this one with the UI. Alright, so finally it's time to start working on the real-time features, right? Now what I'll do, right, first we have already created the real-time, so let's start working on this. First, what we need to do? First of all, we need to install the socket, right? So we haven't done this one, so let's clear this, and I'll do npm install socket.io. Well, this is the first step that we are going to do. What actually this file is now going to do? Now see, remember, this is going to do a couple of things. First, it's going to establish a single socket server instance. So this is the first thing. Second, it's going to do what? It's going to authenticate the user via Clerk to local DB. So as I already mentioned that we are not going to only use Clerk, but I'm also going to show you that how you can interact with your DB and everything, right? We are going to track the online presence, that which user is currently online, right? And then we are going to joining each connected user into a dedicated notification room. And at the end, we are going to broadcast the presence update to all clients. So these will be all the things that this file is going to do for now. So first, how we are going to do that? So let's do step by step. Okay. All right. So first, let's take a variable, and now I'm going to do this on as server. And now here I'm just going to do ordinal, and I'm going to explain what actually we are doing. Now this server we are going to import from socket. So I'll do from socket.io, and this will be our server. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now what we need to do, right? We need to track the presence of the users, and to do that, what we can do, we are going to use a simple in-memory structure. Okay, so I'm going to explain that why we are doing all of this. First, let's do step by step. So I'm just going to do this one as online users. Okay, and this I'm going to give a new map, and here I'm simply going to do this one as a number, and let's do a set, and here I'm just going to do a type as string. Okay, so now why actually we are using this structure, right? So now remember, you consider a particular single user, they can have, or let's say I am a user, I can have multiple tabs open, right? And each tab is a different socket ID, consider. So that means whenever a socket will connect, we are going to add it. Whenever a socket will disconnect, we remove only that socket. If that user, or let's say if me, I'm using I'm one of the user has 0 sockets left, means what? That user is offline. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now we are going to simply do this. So let's do a function, and I'm simply going to do add online user. Now this is very important. Okay, so we're going to do add online user, and there will be one more function which will be remove line user. So these two things. Now what we are going to do, right? First of all, we need to, how we are going to do that? Now here we are going to receive two things. Now this function is a function which will add a user, or consider add a socket, right? This is more like better explanation, that it's going to add a socket to presence. So here we are going to receive the user ID. So I'm just going to do maybe raw user ID, which will be unknown, and also I'm going to receive a socket ID. Okay, so I'll do socket under socket ID. Okay, first thing what we're going to do, right? We already have the Clerk user ID, right? So we're going to convert the Clerk user ID to number. Okay, so I'm just going to do const user ID, and this will be number of this raw user ID. So this will be the first step. Now very important check that you need to give. If this is invalid, so I'll do is finite of this user ID, or if this user ID is less than or equals 0, I think we have done multiple times, so we're going to return. Then I'm simply going to do const existing, and here I'm simply going to do this online user, that if this is already present or not. So you'll do get, and then you're going to pass this user ID. Okay, so now you'll check, okay, if this user is already existing, so in that case what you will do, you're going to add the socket ID in that existing one. So you're going to do add, and then add the socket ID. Okay, else you're going to do online users dot set. Okay, means if this is already existing, add that, or else you're going to set what? So now we need both key and value. So key will be the user ID based on the user ID we are adding, and what will be this? So this will be new set, and here what you're going to do, right? So this will be the socket ID that we need to pass. That's it. Now this is going to actually add a new user, which we are going to show as an online user whenever that user will be online. So this is the first thing. The remove will be, again, let's copy this part. It's also going to receive both the things, raw user ID and the socket ID, and I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, now first again we're going to get the existing, so I'm going to get this. First we will immediately check if this is not existing, so you're going to return, nothing we have to do, or else you're going to just do existing.delete, and remember, delete the socket ID. I already explained the logic. If the existing dot size, if this is 0, that means this user is 100% online. That means all tabs this user closed, something like that. You consider that this user opened 5 tabs and they removed 1 tab, so you're going to delete 1 socket ID, remove another one, delete 1 socket ID. If this user doesn't exist at all, then what we'll do, simply you're going to remove that user completely. So we'll do online users dot delete, and to delete this we're going to delete with the key, which will be user ID. As simple as that, not that much difficult to understand. So that this will add an online user, this is going to remove an online user. Now what we're going to do, right? So let's create some also, okay, we need to create some utility, but before that we are going to create our main function, which will be our init function, right, which is going to start our socket, something like that. So here first I'm going to do export function, and I'll do init, maybe let's do init, and what I can do, right, IO, something like that, init IO, Now this will be our HTTP server, and this will be the type will be HTTP server. So first I'm going to import this. So let's import this from HTTP, and I'm going to do this on a server as HTTP server. So this will be my type. Okay, now first we already have the IO instance, right, the socket instance. So I'm simply going to check if IO is present. So we're not going to do anything. We're going to return, means we are doing what, we are giving a safeguard here, right? So giving a safeguard that you create only once, only create once. Now if this is not the case, now we are going to create our socket IO server. Very important, right? So now you're going to do what, new server. Now this server is actually the socket server. Here you're going to pass the server. So first I'm going to pass this HTTP server, and then you're going to pass some options. So I'm going to give a chords here. Okay, now why actually you need chords, because when you're going to deploy and all of this, right, you need to definitely have the chords, right? And here what I'll do for now, okay, for now let's give this one, let's copy this and paste it here. So I'm going to give 4000, and here I'm going to give credentials. So let's give this one as true. Okay, so this is going to create the socket server with chords. So now we are going to have the connection handler. Now what connection handler is going to do, it's going to run every time whenever there is a new tab or browser will connect. So how we're going to do that, so this is going to give you one method, and here you're going to get a connection. Okay, so I'm going to give a connection, and let's give async. So I'm going to give a socket, and here what I'll do, right, simply, so first let's log this because it's very important. So I'm going to log this and give something like maybe IO, right? I'll do like this, let's give like this IO, and then I'm going to do connection. No, let's do IO connection. Okay, IO connection, and then we are going to pass this let's do socket dot id. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, first we're going to take a try catch. Okay, first let's create the try one. So here we are going to get the auth from frontend. Okay, so I'm going to do this const, and I'll do clerk user id. So I'll do socket, this will give us a handshake dot auth, and I'm going to get the user id here. Okay, so now I'm simply going to do if this is not present, or if type of this clerk user id is not equal to string. So in that case what you're going to do, right, I'm going to log another log here, and I'll do missing let's do missing clerk user id. Okay, and then what you will do, you're going to immediately disconnect, very important, and you're going to pass true, and you're going to return. So this is the first thing, or first check you're going to do. Now what we'll do, right, simply we need to get the profile, right? Now getting the profile is very simple. We already have the method, so I'll simply just, now we have done this 100 times till now, right? So we'll do profile, and this will be await get user from profile. Remember we have this method, and here what you need to pass, you need to pass the user id. So this will be the clerk user id. Then you're going to do, maybe let's do const raw user id, something like that. Let's do raw local user id, and this will be profile.user.id, and then you're going to do const local user id, and then I'm simply going to do number of this raw local user id. Okay, then you're simply going to do one more check, that if this is not finite local user id, or if this is less than equal to 0, so you're going to do the same thing again, right? So you're going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to do invalid user id. That's it. Now what you're going to do, right, if this is also getting passed, so in that case we're going to store the user id in our socket data. So how we can do that, so we'll simply just do, right, so we'll do socket dot data. Now important here, you're going to give the type. So very simple, just pass user id, type will be number, and here you are going to simply pass the user ID. So it's storing the user ID, which will be this local user ID. Okay, I hope this is clear now. Oh sorry, this will be equals. Okay, so this actually we are storing the user ID. So now what we are going to do, we are going to create our notification room. So here you are going to create do join notification room. Okay, so now you're simply going to do const maybe do notify room, and here you're going to pass notifications colon user and colon you're going to pass the local user ID. Okay, and then you do what, socket.join, and you will join this notification room. Okay, see, lot of things we have done because we have to do this on an authenticated user, so it's very important. We need to actually check all of these things here. Once we join the room, now what we can do, we can actually now do step 5, right? So we're going to presence the tracking, that means whether the user is present, and we are going to broadcast how we can do that. So now once the user actually joins, so we can add the user now. So I'm going to call that add online user, and two things we are going to pass. We're going to pass the local user ID, comma, we are also going to pass the socket ID. So socket ID will be simply socket.id. I hope this is clear. And now what we're going to do, right, we will be creating one method. So now let's go here and then create a broadcast function here. So I'm going to do broadcast presence, and here what I'll do, simply you're going to do io.emit, and here you're going to do something like maybe let's do presence, spelling is correct, right, colon update, and here you're going to pass online user IDs. So I'll do online user, no, let's do online user IDs, and here I'm going to pass. So let's do one thing, we're going to get all the online users. So I'm just going to do function and do get online, or no, let's do get online users, which will be number of array, and here you're going to do return array dot from, and here you're going to do online users. This is a map, so it is going to give you the keys, right, which is going to return all the online users, and this you're going to call here. Let's do user IDs, right, IDs. Awesome. So now what I can do simply, so this will be our second step. So once fifth step, once we are going to add the user, we are going to broadcast the presence of that user. Okay, so I think this is done, and at the end we are going to take a catch block. So here what I'll do, simply I'll do error, and I'm just going to copy this. Let's copy here, and I'm going to paste it here. So this will be error, and I'll do error while connection, error while socket connection, and remember you need to disconnect. Okay, so all this is done. So now we are going to create our helper. So I'll simply just do export function, and I'll do get IO, and you're going to do what, you're going to return the IO or the instance, because at the end this instance is doing all of this, right? So this is the instance. So with this will be our overall socket instance that we need. So we're going to presence the tracking of online user, offline user. We're going to add a new user, right? We're going to remove a user instance, socket instance, right? That logic also I have explained. So with this, now this is done. So now what will be our next step? Now we need to again go back to our modules, go to notification, and here now you'll see that I already mentioned that we are going to emit our event. Very important, right? Now this is where we are going to emit our event. So what event we are going to emit and how? Now very simple. So we're going to simply get our client first. So this will be our helper method. So we're going to call this. So I'll simply just do, okay, create const IO, and you're going to do get IO, and now we'll check if IO is present. Extremely important, you're going to do IO.to, and now I'm going to give a name here. So let's give this one as notifications, okay, colon user colon, and now you see we have this if I go here, right, let me just quickly check, we have the author user ID. Okay, so we're going to pass this author user ID, means which user is actually commenting on your post. I hope this is clear. And then you're going to do emit, and emit you're going to pass the event name. So event I'm going to give this one as notification colon new. Okay, and what you need to pass, you need to pass the payload, this payload here. That's it. So this is what actually we need to do. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now exactly same thing you're going to do. It will be exactly identical when you're going to like a post, right, or like a thread. That time also you're going to do the exact same thing. So you'll go here, and once everything is completed, so you're going to emit the event. So you're going to paste it here. Okay, so that means we're simply telling that, okay, whenever I'm going to like a post or comment a post, I'm actually passing that which user actually liking this, and then we are emitting a event. So based on this, we'll be able to get the notification real time. Okay, because it's a bi-directional. So with this logic is completed, but this is not yet completed. Why? If you forgot one thing, it's not going to work, and that is, so I'll show you what is that. So I make this mistake multiple times. In your server, you are going to init that method that you have created. So if I go here, right, this init2, this is actually receiving the HTTP server. So this you need to call from your root file here, or else socket connection will not be established. I hope this is clear. So in your server.ts, what you need to do, simply you're going to call that init2. Now we are actually not, we have this one, right, init.io, and here we're going to pass the HTTP server, which will be this server here. Okay, and I think this is done. So now let's see if there are any error or not. Okay, we need to check this. I'm going to save this, and now let's see. Okay, now I think this is fine. So that means no error is there. Now we will start working on integrating with the UI first, and then we'll see if it is working in the real time or not. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so now it's time to implement the or do the integration for the notification. So let's start working on the front end side. Okay, so the first thing what we'll do, right, we'll go to source types, and then I'm going to create one more type, and let's create one more file here. So I'll do notification.ts, and first we need two types here. So I'm going to do export type, and let's do notification type. So one will be, so let me just copy this, right. So we'll go to the backend, go to source, go to migrations, and I need these two. So we have the reply on thread, or this will be the like on thread, right. So these two are the types. Also we are going to have the notification, so I'm just going to do export type notification, and this will be, so here let me just go to backend only. You go to modules, notification types, and what I can do, right, I'm just going to copy this from here, and then I'll paste it here. The only change will be ID will be number. Type I'm going to do this one as notification type, this notification type, or this will be string. Thread ID number created at string, read at same, actor display name handle is string or null, and thread we are going to have the title. So this is the first step that we are going to do. Now what will be the second thing? Second thing, we need to also have our socket connection on the front end side. As I already mentioned, that socket connection is nothing but it's a bi-directional, right. So whenever you're going to, so I'm going to explain you in a very simpler way. It's like you are sending or dispatching an event, and you are consuming on the other side, something like that. Okay, so you have a consumer, and then you have a sender, something like that, or you are sending in one side, or you are receiving from the other side, and vice versa. So this is what actually how the socket works. Like, this is a very overall overview that I'm giving, but this is the most simplest way that you can understand. So that means whenever we are going to consume any event from that we are emitting from the backend side, we also need to consume that from the front end side, right. So for that we need some kind of connection. So what I'll do, right, from the this front end side inside source, so let's do one thing. I'm just going to create a hooks folder, and let's create a file. So I'm just going to do use socket.ts. So now the first of all what I'll do, right, so let me just close this. I'm just going to do use client, and here I'll simply just do, first I'm going to take a type, and also before that we need to do one more thing, right. So we need to install the socket.io client also. So I'll go here, and let me just clear this. Let's go back, go to the frontend folder and clear once again, and I'll do npm install socket.io -client. So let's wait for some time. Okay, so I think this is done. So now the first thing what I'll do simply, so I'm going to take a type and let's do this one as use socket result, and this will be, I'm going to take a socket, the type will be we are going to import this one from socket.io client. So I'm just going to do type and this will be socket. So this will be my type here, so I'm going to do socket, or else this will be null. And also I'm going to take one more which will be connected, so I'll just check if this is connected or not. So this will be my type. So now let's create the hook. Okay, so first I'm going to do export function and I'll do use socket. So here the return type will be use socket result, and here we need couple of things, right? The first thing, we need the user ID. So this user ID we are going to get from our Clerk. So I'm just going to take this one from use auth. Okay, so I need the user ID, and also I'm going to take is loaded or not. So right, if I hover here, you can see that this is indicates whether the Clerk has complete initialization. This will be initially false. Once Clerk loads, this will become true. So this is the first thing we need. I'm also going to take one state, so I'll do socket set socket, and this will be use state of socket or null, and default I'm going to take this one as null. Also I'm just going to take one more which will be connected, set connected, and this will be use state of false. Okay, now you don't have to take boolean here because this will be inferred, right? I think you know this concept, the TypeScript concepts. Okay, so now I think this is done. Now first of all you need to understand that what actually we are going to return at the end. So we are going to return the socket connection and whether it is connected or not. So that means at the end we are returning socket and the connected, these two things. Okay, but before that we need to do a couple of things, right? So first of all what I'll do, right, I'm going to take a use effect here. Okay, so this is the first thing, and this use effect is going to have this user ID and is loaded both as a dependency, because as already mentioned we need to check if the Clerk initialization is completed or not. So first of all we need to give a check that if this is not loaded, you are going to return immediately. You don't have to do anything else here, right? So that means this is the first criteria. What will be second criteria? Second criteria will be if the user is not signed in, we are going to ensure that it's disconnected. Very important concept. These minor things you need to understand, right? So now here you are going to check, okay, if there is no user ID is present, that means definitely user is not authenticated. So what I'll do set connected will be false. Now these things is very important. I'm repeating once again. And then we are going to set the socket. So I'll take the previous, and what I'll do, right, I'm going to check if there is previous any connection present. So you're simply going to do previous dot disconnect. Okay, so you're going to disconnect, and then what you're going to do, simply here I'm going to return null. So now what you're going to do, simply if there is no user ID, also you are going to return. Now this return will be in the outer block, don't get confused. Okay, so simply we are telling that, okay, if there is no user ID, connected will be false, the user is not having any connection. And this set socket, if there is any previous socket connection or instance is there, so you're going to disconnect from that instance also. So now this is done. So now after this I'm going to take the base URL. Okay, so I'm going to take the base URL, and let's go here, and I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and this will become 5000 because our backend is running on 5000. So this will be 5000. Now here we can also give a log, right, to check if the user is connected or not. So I'm just going to give something like socket, right, connection, and you can give this base URL. Also you're going to give a comma, maybe let's give the user ID. Okay, so now remember, if I go to the backend, so let's go to the backend, go to the real-time. Okay, so here you can see that we are actually reading the user ID, and based on this user ID only we'll be able to understand whether the user is actually authenticated or not, and then only we are able to get the profile based on this user ID. So that means this user ID is actually very important. So how we are going to do that, right? So first I'm going to create an instance, and I'm going to give the type as socket, and here I'm simply going to take IO. So IO I'm going to import from socket client. Here you're going to pass the base URL, and now you're going to pass a config. Okay, so now you need to pass a auth here. Extremely important concept you need to understand. This is very important, right? So this is the authentication payload that you're going to send when you're going to connect it to the namespace. So basically this is telling that, okay, here if you just pass this user ID, this is exactly what your backend is going to read. Okay, so this is where its backend is going to read the user ID, and it will understand that if the user is authenticated or not. So now after this also you're going to pass a with credentials, this will be true, and then you're going to pass a transports. Okay, and this transport will be become, so you're going to do this one as web socket. Okay, so now I think this is done, and then this will be your socket, you can say instance I'll give. So let me give this one as socket instance only, just for your understand only. So I'm going to do socket instance, and just I'm going to do set socket will become this socket instance, and then I'm going to create two method. One will be handle connect. So this will do what it's going to do, set connected will be true. So basically this connection that we are having, and then you're going to have one more which will be the disconnect, right? So we'll do handle disconnect, and you're going to make the set connected will be false. Now if you want, you can also give some log here also, right? Maybe just give here this. I'm just going to do socket connected, and then I'll do the socket instance dot id. Okay, similarly you can copy this, you're going to pass the same, and this I'm also going to give, maybe let's give a reason, and I'll give any for now, and then you're going to also pass this reason just to check. So I think this is done, and now also you're going to take one, maybe let's take a handle connect error. So here I'm going to take error, and what we'll do, right, simply, so I'm just going to just log error for now. Okay, and then we are going to render this error. So now I think this is done. So what we can do, simply we'll take the socket instance, we'll do on, and this is going to give us the connect this event. This connect event is going to call which one? So we're going to call the handle connect. Similarly you'll do socket instance dot on, and you're going to do disconnect, and you're going to pass the handle disconnect, and last we're going to do socket instance dot on, we'll do dot on, and here we're going to pass the connect underscore error, and here we're going to pass handle connect error. And also we need to actually return in the cleanup, so we're going to do socket instance dot off, and you're going to pass the same thing. So we'll do copy all of this, right? So let's copy all of this, paste it here, and just call off, right? Now this is going to remove the listener function for an event listener, and then we'll do the same thing. And also I'm going to disconnect from my socket instance also in the cleanup. I'm going to make the set connected as false, and also I'll do set socket as null. Okay, now this is very clean. Now I hope this will be clear. Like there is not that much very difficult things to understand here. We just created a socket instance, we just managing a connected state, and the important part actually this one here, this is actually very important, and this is where it actually do the connection. See, this is the base URL you are passing, and if you see here also, this is where you are actually passing the ORS origin, and based on that it's, so both are connecting together, right? So this is where you are going to pass event, you are going to consume, and vice versa. So this is completed. So this is the second thing that we need to do. What will be the next thing? Next thing, now there are a couple of things I wanted to explain, right? So if you notice that whenever I'll go here, right, and let's say you created this thread and now some other user is actually writing a comment, so what will happen, we are going to increase this count, right? So you're going to get this on real time that someone actually commented on your thread or someone liked your thread. What will happen when I'm going to click here, right, this will go to a notification page where I'm going to show all the notification list. Okay, now the important part is, let's say you are having 5 notifications and you clicked one notification. What will happen if you click? So what actually happen in your Facebook or Instagram whenever you click on any notification? You'll notice it will actually go to the details page or the detail of that post, and at the same time the notification count will decrease. I hope you're getting. So means whenever you're actually reading a notification, you need to also decrease this count. So that means if you're having 5 notifications and you're clicking on a notification, that means you're marking that notification as already read. So in that case you need to decrease the count from 5 to 4. I hope this is clear. And to do this one, why actually we need this? So we need to manage a global state because both are different component. So that is the reason we need to have a context. I hope this is clear. So that's why instead of writing, I just have to explain. So what I'll do, right, first I'm going to create a use notification count, something like that, .tss. So this will be a context that we are going to create. So I'm going to do use client, and what I'll do, right, I'm going to do type and I'll do notification, let's do count context value. So first of all I'm going to have a unread count. This will be a number. I'm also going to have a set unread count. So this will be a dispatch. So I'm going to import dispatch, and this will be set state action, and you're going to dispatch, we are going to dispatch a number. Next we are going to have an increment, increment, this is correct. I am very bad at this spelling, man. Okay, increment unread. Okay, so here I'm going to take a val, and maybe we are going to take a number, and what I'll do, right, it's going to return void. Similarly I'm also going to have a decrement unread, so I'm going to do decrement. Okay, so this will also, now you can take this one as delta also, it's up to you, whatever you want to take, but this is fine. So now I'm going to take const and I'll do notification count context, and we are going to do create context. Now remember, import this one from React. Okay, so create context. So what will be the type? Type will be this notification context value, or this will be null, and default value I'm going to take this one as null. Okay, so this is done. Now next thing what we are going to do, now we are going to create the provider. Now normal React concept, this is nothing we have to explain, right? Notification, if you don't know all of this, then I think you are in the wrong place. Means don't take this on personally, but I'm just telling the fact. If you don't know all of this, right, then doing this video will be definitely tricky. So what you need to do, you need to understand all of these, and then you can again come back and do all of this. So these all are basic React concepts. So I'll do provider, and this is going to receive a children, and these children, what will be the type? So these children will be a React node. Okay, so this is done. So now what we're going to do simply, so first I'm going to take a unread count, set unread count, and this will be use state of 0. Okay, and at the end, so first of all let's return. So what this is going to return, so it's going to return the notification context dot provider, no provider, and inside this you're going to pass the children, and this provider is going to take the value. So we are going to create the value, so I'm going to pass a value which will be value, and let's create this value here. So I'll do value, and this value will be what I can do, right? So what are the things we can pass? Let's take a, okay, first how many, okay, for now let's take a use memo, and what we'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to pass the unread count as a dependency, and in this one I'm going to pass the unread count. Also we are going to pass the set unread count, we also need to pass, well, let's do one thing. We need to also take two more things, right? So first we are going to take this increment unread and decrement unread, both we need. So I'm going to copy this. So I'll do const increment unread, and this will be, I'll take a use callback, and what this will this is going to receive, this is going to receive a val which will be number. And here what I'll do simply, so I'm simply going to check if this val is less than or equal 0, so I'm going to return, or else we're going to do set unread count. So this will be priv, and I'm simply going to do math.max of 0 comma priv minus val. So similarly we'll copy this, and here what we are going to do, oh man, we are doing opposite. This will be previous plus delta, we don't need this one. So priv will become previous plus val. Okay, I think this is correct only. Then we'll copy this. For decrement we need to do that, so we'll copy this. Now we'll do decrement, this will be same. Now this will become that logic, so we'll do math.max 0 comma previous value minus the value that we want to decrement. Okay, this value, that's it. And then you're going to pass this too, so we're going to pass the increment unread and decrement unread. Okay, still we are getting some value here. Why? Also let's take a default value here. That's why. So we're going to take a default value. Okay, so now let's save this. I think this is done. So now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'm going to export function, and I'm simply going to do use notification count, and then here I'm simply going to do const maybe ctx, and I'll do use context. Now why we are doing this, so that in every component whenever you're going to use this, you don't have to use context multiple times. Okay, so you're going to import this, and you're going to pass this notification context, and then you're simply going to do if this context is not present, so you're going to, okay, let's go here. So I'm going to throw new error, context error, something like that, and at the end you are going to return the context. That's it. So now let's save this. So this is what actually we need. So now we'll go to our app, and we'll go to layout, and then what I'll do, right, I'm going to just cut it. Let's remove this comment, and I'm going to cut this from here, and I'm going to use that notification provider, right, and then pass this. That's it. So this we need to have, right, so that our context will be now using all the child components, so that whenever we need this, we are going to use that. So now I think with this the basic setup is now completed. So we have the socket connection, we have the context for notification. So what will be next step? Next step will be, we need to start working on the Navbar component. Now this is very important, because this is actually where someone will, whenever someone will like this post, right, so let's see if I'm liking some other user, so you're going to update the count. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's implement that logic. Okay, now before that I wanted to mention that I just logged in with a different account. This is actually my family's account. So what I'll do, right, if I go here, right, in the profile, you can see that I just added a handle which is user_2 just to test the features. So first we'll go to a Navbar component. This is the component where we need to work. So first let's go to the top. Now remember, we already have taken this unread count and set unread count, although we haven't done anything till now. But before that, first we are going to take these two things. So I'm going to take use auth. So we are going to get auth, and also I'm going to get the user ID. Also I'm going to get this from my use socket. So we are going to get the socket. Alright, first let's do one thing. Let's go to here, right, so I'm going to copy this API client we need to create. So I'm going to paste it here. So let's import, and I'm going to create this. Okay, so this is the first step. Now second thing what we need to do, right, we need to take a use effect. So I'm going to take a use effect, And in these, right, what we are going to do now, see. So first I'm going to do that. Okay, first let's take as usual just we are doing, so I'll do is mounted as true, and then I'm just going to simply take a async function and I'll do load unread notifications. And here first I'm simply going to check if this user ID is not present. So what I'll do in that case, and I'll check if this is mounted is also true, so I'll do set unread will be 0. Okay, and then we are going to return. Now after this I'm going to take a try catch, and let's do if not equals. Again I was doing this mistake multiple times. Not equals mounted, we are going to return, and then after that I'm just going to log a error, that error occurred, something like that for now. Okay, so in this try, right, what we are going to do simply is I'm just going to do const data, so this will be await, and I'll do API get, and the type will be notification type that we have created. Just check the type once. No, this is using some different notification. Let me just check. Now we need to import this from the types. Okay, so this will be our notification type that we are going to use, and here we are going to pass the API client, and this will be API slash. Now let's check once. So we'll go to routes index API slash notifications, then we are again go to notification routes, and you can see we need to take this, right, so this one, but we need to pass this unread only. Remember, this one we need to pass, right? So now what we'll do, see, this unread only we are going to pass. So here what I'll do simply is I'm going to do question mark, and I'll do unread only equal to true. So this should give you all the notification, and then I'm just going to do if not equal to mounted, so I'm going to return, and then here I'm just going to do set unread count, and this will be this data dot length, and also just to test, just log this data for now. Okay, so I think this should work, and at the end don't remember to call this method or else this is not going to work. So this is the first thing. So now let's do one thing. First, we haven't done any real-time features implementation, but let's see if notification is at least working or not. So what I'll do now, so I'll go side by side now. Okay, and I'll go this also side by side. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, I'll go back. Let's go to this one, new thread added by Sangam1, and I'll go here also. Now remember, this thread is created by me and this is a different user, right side. So I'm going to do comment added by user 2. Okay, now I'm going to just inspect, go to network, and let's post a comment. Okay, we're getting 500. Why? 500 threads slash replies. Okay, that means threads. Okay, that means the error is coming from here, I think. Okay, let's do one thing, let's comment this out first. I'm going to save this. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, let's refresh this. So now I'm going to do okay, this is comment is being added, that's what the error is coming from there. Okay, comment added by user 2 again. Now this time if the error is not coming, right, so you'll understand the error is coming from that method. Okay, so this is coming from here, so that means we need to check what is happening here. Something we are doing here, right, something we are doing wrong here. Okay, let me just pause this. I need to debug this. So once the connection is actually working here, this is fine. So both the IDs we are getting, but we need to check what we are doing wrong. First let me just debug this, or else this is going to take some time, and then I'm going to again resume, and then we'll discuss where it is error is coming. Alright everyone, so the issue is I finally got it. So what I've done, right, so I'm going to show you. So in this method I just added a try catch, and here I'm just logging this and throwing the error, and then I'm just going to show you that what actually the error is coming. So we'll go here, refresh this, and you'll see this thread ID is not present in the notification table. Why? I think as much I remember, right, this one we have added later. So what are you going to do, right, so let's delete this. So you're going to drop the table, and then we are going to run the command again. So I'm going to show you that how we are going to do that. So first we're going to check the status. So we'll do docker compose up -d postgres. So this is running, so you're going to clear this. Now we are going to do ps, or we can do that, or directly we can run this, execute this. Okay, and then you are going to run because this is the name that we are using, so we can go and check this. So if I go here, right, docker compose, and you can see this is the sorry, not this one, the Postgres DB, real-time chat and threads app. So we're going to paste it here, enter, and now inside this, first we're going to check all the tables first if it is exist or not, and you can see that we are having the notification table. So first see the columns, and now you will see that we don't have the thread ID here. Okay, so this is the reason why this is happening. So what are you going to do, right, so I'm going to drop this table. So to drop table if exists notification, that is the table name. So I'm going to just enter. Alright, so now let's exit from here, and I'm going to do exit. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, so I'm going to clear this, and then we'll go to backend, and let's go here, and then what I'll do, right, so we already have the thread ID. So now we're going to run npm run migrate. Okay, so now I think this should work. Okay, so first let's go here, and what I'll do, right, let me refresh this. Okay, so for this one, right, I'm going to now do new comment again added by user 2. Okay, so now let's clear this and do post comment. Fantastic, now this is done. So now what will happen, right, real time is not yet completed. So if I now refresh this, we should have one notification here, although it is not real time, but the count should increase. So let's see if it is working or not. Fantastic, you can see we are getting one count, and if you see in the notification, you are getting the data here. Okay, so this is the actor, this is the display name, handle, created at, this is the thread. Awesome, and also the type. Now if you see, right, if you go here just like this and refresh this, see, so you're getting 2, right. So now if you go to the next one, right, just go to the next one and see the type, like on thread. So that means this is working fine. So what is the only thing that is left? So now we'll go to Navbar, and we in this component, and then we just have to implement the socket logic here, and then you will see that whenever the other user is going to like or comment, the notification count will automatically increase in the real time. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's implement the real-time logic here. So before that, I wanted to show you one thing just quickly. So if you notice that when we are doing or creating a like notification or a comment notification, you see on this particular event we are passing the payload. So this is the important thing that you need to understand. So now we'll go to the Navbar component, and what I'll do, that simply, so first I'm going to take a use effect, and in this also we are going to simply take the socket, and we are also going to take the let's take, okay, we also need the increment count, that method actually, and that we are going to get from our hook that we have created. So I'm just going to get the use notification count. And also, sorry, my bad, one more thing I need to mention, that I think I just cut it maybe by mistake. in this use effect, right, when you are fetching the list of notification in the dependency, you need to take the user ID. So this is sorry, I missed it. Why? Because this user ID is actually dependent, and based on that we are actually checking, right, if the user ID is not present. So in case you are taking this one as empty, so sometimes you'll see that you are not going to, this will not call the API. So you need to take the user ID as a dependency. This is important, so I just wanted to mention. Okay, now so this use notification count, so here we are going to get the unread count, and also one more thing, now this unread count we need to remove, right? This also is not needed. So what I can do, we can simply remove this and we'll get the set unread count from the context that we are using, and also I need the increment unread. So these three things. So now what I'll do right here, I'm going to take this increment unread as a dependency. So first thing what I'll do, I'm going to take socket. If it is not present, so I'm going to simply return. So this is the first thing. Alright, so after this what I'll do, right, we'll just create one method. So let's do maybe handle new notification, and here remember we are going to receive the payload, and payload will be type will be notification. And here what I'm going to simply do, first I'm going to increment the unread, and then we are simply going to do toast import, and then I will do new notification, and here let's do a description. So description I'll do if the payload, right, dot type, if this is equal to we are having the reply on thread. So if this is the case, so in that case what I'll do simply, so I'll do here payload dot actor dot handle, or else I'm going to do here someone, and I'll simply do commented or replied, whatever you want to do, commented to your thread. Or else you're going to copy this and you'll paste it here, and you'll do this one, like your thread. So this is done. So now after this, so I'm simply going to do socket dot on, and here you're going to pass the that event, right? So I'm going to do notification colon new, and here you are going to simply pass the handle new notification and return. So we are going to simply do socket dot off, and here also you're going to do this one, right? So you're going to pass this, and that's it. So now let's save this. So now I think this should work. So let's see what is happening. So let's refresh this. Sometimes this will be too slow. Let's run it 1 second. Okay, so now finally this is loading. So let's see what is happening here. Okay, let me just load here also. Alright, so now I'll just close this, and maybe let's go to this thread, right? So let's go here. Now let's go back. So I'll go to a different one. Let's go in this one. So now let's say if I like on this, fantastic. Now see, new notification, user to liked your thread, and this is also getting increased, right? This is working fine. And also if I just do, I'll do hey Sangam, how are you, something like that. Let's post a comment. See, so you're getting user to commented on your post, right? And this is also getting increased. Awesome. So now let's go back, and then I'm going to maybe go to this one, like, see, working right. Now this is a different notification, but here you're getting the notification, the actual, so real-time notification. So I'll do real-time logic is working, post, see, and this is also getting increased. Fantastic. That means this is working fine, and this is almost completed. So now in the next part, what we're going to do, whenever I'll be clicking on this, we'll go to a page, we're going to render all the notification, and every time we're going to click on a notification, we'll go to the details page of that particular thread, and at the same time we're going to decrease the count. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's start creating the notification page. So what I'll do, right, so I think we don't have any notification page yet, so let's click and let's create a notification and let's do page.tsx. so now I'll close everything else, and now what we'll do, right, simply, so we'll take a use client and let's take the component, so we'll do notifications page, and here let's return a div. Now the first thing, we are going to take a couple of things as usual, just like we have taken previously. So first I need the token from use auth, and let's take this one as get token. Also we are going to take the router, so this will be use router from next navigation. Now what else, we are going to create the API client. Now for that, let's do one thing, let's take this one from here instead of rewriting, so I'll just copy this and then paste it. Now import the use memo from React and also import the create browser API client. Okay, so I think this is done. Now this page will be pretty simple. What you're going to do, right, will be basically, so if I go here, on click of this, we'll go to the notification page. We're going to render the list of notification page. I think I have removed some CSS maybe by mistake. We need to remove this. Okay, let's do one thing, let's remove this one from here, right, and maybe what we can do, like, go to layout and then try to add it here. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, we need to make this one middle, but let's do this one later. We need to do this on MX Auto. That's why maybe it's coming like that. Is it? See, so now this is looking good. Okay, so I think that is the change. So what I'll do, right, simply, so first we are going to fetch the list of notification once we'll go to that page. So that is the first thing. And then what I'll do, right, whenever I'll be clicking on any particular notification, I'll be going to the details page of that thread, and at the same time I need to decrement the count. This is important. So first what I'll do, right, simply, so let's take our hook that we have created. So we'll do use notification count, and remember we have the decrement unread method. So first, now take the states also. Okay, let's take first, I'll do notifications set notifications, and this will be use state of. Now here what I'll do, right, we have the notification type that we have created, right, so notification type, and I'm going to take this one as empty. Also we are going to take a loading state, so let's go here, maybe let's go to the threads home page, and I'll do copy this. I'll do is loading, set is loading, this will be false, and I think that's it. So now let's save this. First let's go to the components Navbar, and then once we where we have that bell icon, right, so where is that bell icon? So let me just check unread count, that where we are rendering the unread count, right, so this one. So okay, we are already going to this page. So now let's go here. So now let's see, if I click here, right, it should go to the notification page. We don't have anything else, which is fine. So now we are going to take our use effect. So what I'll do, right, simply I'll go to the, so let's copy some of the things, right, instead of rewriting, because we still have a lot of things left, and you'll understand why I'm doing all this, to save some time. So what we can do, right, go to the threads home page, and we can copy this use effect. We need to do some changes, that's it. So copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. So now first let's import use effect. So is mounted will be true, load will be set is loading will be true, and here we are going to simply fetch the list of notification. So I'll just remove this, and also let's remove this. So here what I'll do, simply, so I'll take const data, and this will be habit, and I'll do API get. Here we are going to pass the notification type, and we are going to pass create browser API client, and we are going to pass, so what endpoint that we are having. So we have /API /notifications. So this is the endpoint that we need. So I'll do /notifications. Okay, Okay, I think why this error is coming. Okay, I think there are some different issue. Okay, fine. Also, let's pass the get token as a dependency. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so now here we are going to simply check that, okay, if this is not mounted, we are going to, oh sorry, I'm doing something wrong here, right? Create, we need to pass the API client, man, not this one. That's right. Okay, so now we will be getting the data. So first I'll check this one, that if not mounted, you are going to return, or else you are going to simply set notifications, which will be this data. And I think this is done. And at the end, load this load method. Also, let's take a return, and I'll simply going to do here set, not set, so I'll do is mounted will be false. That's it. Now let's save this. So I think this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, simply, so first let's see if we are getting the data or not. So I'll just log here, and I'm going to log the notification list. So let's see what is happening. Okay, we're getting 7 notifications. See, awesome. So that means this is working fine. So now we can start working with rendering the count. So first I'm going to take one variable. So I'll just do, maybe let's do unread count, and I'll do notifications dot filter, and I'll take notification, and I'll do if not equal to end dot read at dot length. So this will give me how many are actually the user not read yet. So now let's start with creating the again the boring task, right? So creating all the CSS. So I'll do mx auto flex, we'll do max w, maybe let's do 3xl, right? And then what I'll do, let's do flex column gap of 6, py of 8, and px of 4. Now here let's render the this header. So I'll simply just going to take a h1, and I'll just do, maybe let's render a inbox icon, and let's take a class name. So I'll do width of 7, height of 7, and we are also going to do a text primary. Now inside after this I'll just render notifications, and let's take a class name. So I'll do class name flex item center gap of 2, text 3xl, font bold, I'll do tracking tight, and text foreground. Save this. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, we're getting this. Awesome. So now also let's close this. So now after this what we can do simply, so let's render. So I'm simply going to do if notifications dot length. Okay, now this one is not needed. Let's remove this. We'll just simply directly render the card, notification card. So I'm going to take a card component, and here I'm simply going to do a class name. So I'll do border as usually we're using, divided by 70, and then I'll do bg as card. Save this. Now inside this I'm simply going to so I'll check loading state. If loading is true, so in that case I'll simply render a card content. So I'll do card content. Let's take a class name, and I'll do py of 10 and text center, and inside this I'm going to take a pe, and I'm simply going to render class name. I'll do text sm and text muted foreground, and maybe let's do no new notification, something like that, right? So I'll do no new, what we can do, let's do loading notification. These will be different one, loading notifications. Save this. So let's refresh this. Okay, so I think this is done. So now after this, here only we can check that if not equal to is loading, that if it is false, and if there are not any notification, then we are going to render that. So here I'm going to render the same thing. So let's render a card content, paste it here. So this will be same, and here what I can do simply, so I'll just take that no new notifications, something like that, right? No new notifications. Okay, so I think this is done. Now this one you should get here. If I go to the different account, right, where we don't have any notifications, if I click here, so you see no new notifications we are getting, which is fine. So now after this, what we are going to do simply, we are going to render the notification list now. So I'll simply do here, let's do if not equal to is loading, and I'll do notifications dot length if this is greater than 0. So in that case, now we are going to render the main content. Also, I think we can remove these. This is actually not needed, right? This is looking bad. Okay, so now here I'll take the card content. So just to check how this is coming now, this should be taking, so let's refresh this. Why this is coming this small, this what we need to check. Maybe because of some padding. Okay, we'll check this one later. So first let's render. So card content, because we will be having every single this notification, right? What we can do, right, we can give a class name here, and let's give a divide. I think it's called divide y. Okay, and then we are going to do a divide border divided by, maybe let's do 70. Now inside this I'm simply going to now do notifications dot map. So I'll take the notification, and here I'll simply going to do, so I'll do const, let's do a text, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to just do a format text. I'll create a method here, and then also I'm going to create an icon. Okay, so I'll do an icon. So I'm simply going to do if this end dot type, if this is equal to reply on thread. So you have two types, right? One is reply on thread, one is like on thread. So I'm going to maybe render a message icon. So you're simply going to do message circle, or else I'm going to do a thumbs up. And okay, let's do one thing. First let's return something here. So I'll do, or else this error will be there. Okay, so message circle, so I'll do a class name. So let's do width of 4, height of 4, and then I'll do a text chart 2, and same I'll do for this one, but let's change the color. So I'll copy and paste here. So for this one, let's make this one text primary. Also we need one more thing, so I'll just simply take if const is unread if not equal to end dot read it. So this is done. So now let's create this format text method. So we'll go to the top, let's create this. I'll do function format read. So I'll get the notification, the type will be notification, and here I'm simply going to do const get the actor. So I'll do the notification dot actor dot handle, right, if this is not null, and notification dot actor dot handle not equal to empty. So in that case I'll simply going to pass here, let's do @ and let's render this. I'll do notification dot actor dot handle, or else maybe what I can do, right, simply, so we'll just do if a notification dot actor dot display name, if this is present you render the display name. So either handle is present, render the handle, if handle is not present, render the display name, or else you render someone. Okay, that's it. Then we are also going to do if end dot type is equal to let's do reply on thread. So in that case I'm simply going to, oh sorry, this will be outside, so I'm simply going to return. So I'll return this actor, so this one, and now I'm going to add a message that okay, this actor or this person replied to your thread, or let's do commented, right, so I'll commented to your thread. If here I'm going to check if this is end dot type, and if this is equal to what is the name, that name is like on thread. So like on thread, so if this is like on thread, so you're going to return that liked or interacted with your thread. So I'll do interacted with your thread, that's it. Not interacted, maybe let's do liked your thread, liked your thread, or else if there is nothing, then simply just return just some by default. So this will be, now here we can do interrupted with your thread. Okay, so now this will actually render the text that we want to render. So now what we can do, right, simply, so now let's go here at the end. So here I'm going to return, so let's do something, maybe I'm going to return a button. Okay, now in this, first remember always take the key, which is important. So I'll do end.id, notification.id, type, you're going to pass this one as button. Then I'm also going to take a class name. So here take a template literals. So I'll do flex with full item, let's do start, gap of 4, px of 3, py of 4, text I'll do left. Alright, so after this I'll do transition colors, and I'll do a duration of maybe 200. Now here I'll take a dynamic value, so I'll check that if this is unread, so in that case I'm going to render a bg primary, let's do divided by 5, and I'll do hover bg primary divided by 10. If this is already read, so I'm going to hover bg primary divided by 90. Okay, so now after this I just render the, let's render this icon. So I'll take a div and I'll render this icon, and here I'll simply going to do class name. So I'll do margin top of 1, let's do a flex height of 8, width of 8, I'll do item center, justify center, and I'll do rounded full, and I'll do bg background divided by 60. So save this, let's see what is happening here and what we are getting. I think it's still loading, is it? Okay, it's coming like this, but something is going wrong here, some structure problem that we need to check. We need to take the width full, maybe that's why. Let's see once. See, okay, now I think this is fine. So like message, so these are coming, right? Okay, so now I think this is fine. So now what you can do, so after icon, what else we are going to render? So let's render this text. Now this text, the main text. So after this, what I'll do, simply I'll take a div and let's take a class name. So I'll do mean width of 0, and I'll do flex of 1, and inside this I'll take a div, and here I'll take a p and I'll render the text. And in this div, so let's take a class name. So I'll do flex column, gap of 1. For md I'm going to do flex, let's do md flex row. For md I'm going to do item center, and for md I'm going to do justify between. And for this p, so I'll take a class name and I'll take a text small, and I'll simply check if this is unread. So here I'll do font semi bold and text as foreground, or else I'm going to do text muted foreground. Save this. So let's see what is happening here. I don't know why it's taking this much time to load the page. Okay, so now it's coming. So you can see you're getting user to liked your thread, commented your thread, and this is working fine. So now what else? Also what we can do, right, maybe we can render the date also, right? So let's do one thing, let's make this on 0.5. let's see how this is looking. Okay, there are some alignment issue that we need to check, but first let's render the date also. So after this p, we'll take a span, and then I'm simply going to take a new date of, so I'll do n dot created at, and I'll do two local date string, and I'll pass en underscore us, and I'll simply pass a month. Let's do sort, then we are going to do day, which will be numeric. Then I'm going to pass a hour, so let's do 2 digit, and also you can pass the minute, which also will be 2 digit. Now here I'm going to take a class name, so let's do one thing. So first let's do a string 0, so I'll do text access, and I'll simply check is unread, so I'll do text primary font medium, or else I'm going to do text muted foreground. Okay, so this should render the date. So let's see. Okay, so once this is rendered, what I can do, we can render the title also. I don't know why this is taking this much time, man. Okay, so now it's coming. Alright, so now I think this is done. So we can render the title also maybe, right? So what I'll do, right, simply, so after this div, which is this one, so after this let's render the title also. So I'll do end.thread.title, and here I'll take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 1, and I'll do truncate, and also I'll do text small, and I'll do text muted foreground. Now we can maybe render one more thing, so I'll do, okay, I will do that. So I'll do if this is not unread, right, so in that case I'm going to take a div, and I'll take a class name, and I'll do margin top of 2, and I'll do flex items, maybe I'll do center and gap of 2, and here inside this, what we are doing wrong here, okay, need to take this. Okay, so inside this, what I'll do, I'll take a batch, and here I'm simply going to render new, and let's take a class name, so I'll do a variant I'm going to do outline, and class name I'll do a border primary divided by 30, bg primary divided by 10, I'll do text of 12px and text primary. So let's refresh this. See, this is looking pretty good, right? So now we'll be getting all the notification here. So every time you're going to, now remember, these notification page also, these data, so the data you're seeing, this also you can do real time. So you can try this on once you'll complete this, so whenever someone will ask, automatically one will be added. For now this part is not real time, but here it will be real time, so it will be updated, and you have to refresh this page, or you have to come to this page to see the latest list here. But now what we're going to do, right, simply, so we need to go to this button that you have created, and I'm going to take one click, and I'll simply going to do this one as open notification. I'll do open noti in short, and then I'm going to pass the n here. Okay, so this is the method that we need to create, and these we are going to do whenever someone will open the notification. So we'll go to the top. Okay, and now what we can do, right, simply, let's close this, and I'll remove this. So here I'm simply going to take a async function, and I'll open notification. Here I'll get the notification, the type will be notification, and simply you're going to do try catch. Okay, and then here the first thing what you need to do, so here you're going to simply check if not equals notification dot read at. So in that only we are going to call the API. So I'm going to do await, so I'll do API client dot post, and here what you need to do, we'll take a template little, so I'll do slash API slash, and then I'll go to my index, so I'll do slash notification, and then here we need to get the notification open one. Which one is that? So this is id slash read, remember. So now here we are going to pass the id, which will be n.id slash read. So this is what we are going to pass, right? And now what I'll do, simply I'm going to do set notification. I'm going to get the previous notification, and here I'm simply going to do a prev.map of notification, and here what I'll do, simply I'll check that if this notification.id if equal to the notification that we are having, this one, so I'll do n.id. so in that case what you're going to do, simply, so you're going to get this current notification, okay, and then you get the read@, and you're going to pass this one to new date to ISO string, okay, or else you're going to pass the n. That's it. And now what we need to do, simply here we are going to call this decrement unread, so you're going to pass it here, okay, so you're going to decrement by one number. So this is done, and now here what you're going to do, simply I'm going to do router.push, and I'm going to go to the threads details page. So whenever I'll be clicking here, I'll be going to the details page. So if I just go to the home page, right, so if I click here, so you can see that it is going to the details page. So I'll do /threads, alright, so I'll do /threads /notification dot thread id. That's it. So now let's save this, and now let's refresh this. So I'll go to the notification page first. Now let's click here. Okay, something is happening here or not, some error. Let's see what is happening. I'm going to click here. Why this is pending? Means something we are doing wrong, is it? Okay, that means something is wrong here. So let's log this. So I'll go here. Now what I'll do, right, simply, so first let's refresh this. So see, now it's working. Okay, something was wrong, is it? So on click of this, so 6, this is coming, mark notification as read. Then what is the problem? See, I told you, right, I'll do these mistakes. We need to send the response back here. Oh my god. So we'll do a 204 dot, and here I'm just going to do send. Okay, so now I think it will work for sure. Let's see. So okay, so we'll go to the, see, this is getting decremented, but that mistake I've done. I'm sure this will work. Let's click. Okay, we are getting some error. Okay, this is different, this is warning it's coming, but this is working fine. So now if I go here, right, you can see, right, these three are coming different. Okay, also we can change this hover property that we have given, something hover you have given, right? Let's make this one 20. Okay, so so let's say if I click here, right, let's click. Okay, so now I'm getting read, this is getting correct, and it's going here, and if I go back, and this error is coming from where to, okay, some key error is coming, that we'll check, but this part is working fine. So now I can see that this is already read, right? So now this is done. New is also getting removed. Also you can just test it. So if I just go here, right, maybe, so I'll just do this, maybe I'll go here, let's go to this page, maybe first thread I'm going to do something. So I'll do first thread. Okay, this is already liked, so now let's go different one, maybe this one. So let's like here. Okay, so now this is coming, and if I go in this, right, so you see second thread added and user to like your post, and if you click here it's going to this page, and if you come back, this is already, now you can see this is a new batch is not coming. That means this is working fine. So that was the mistake that we have done. So here we have to send the response back, so that we missed. But anyways, this is fine, right? If you are getting error and you are solving by yourself, that is the best thing that you can do. So with this, the notification functionality is now working fine with real-time features. Now it's time to start working on the chat features. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright everyone, so now we will start working on the chat features, but before that I wanted to mention one thing, and that is, first you need to create a Cloudinary account, because we are also going to have the image upload, and I'm not only going to show you that how you are going to manage the image locally, but instead we are going to store the images in cloud. So what you need to do, right, you need the cloud name and the API key. So I'm going to show you that what actually you need. I'm not going to show, because previously I've showed this one in one of my video, and some of you actually used my API using my API key, which is not correct. So first of all, you need the Cloudinary cloud name, the API key, and the API secret, and these you'll get once you create a free account in Cloudinary. Go to API keys and you'll be able to copy. So what I have done, I just copy and pasted these three things in my env file, where in the backend folder, in backend env here. Okay, so this is the first thing that you need to do. Now once that is done, now also let's go and do one more thing, and that is, first go to backend folder, and I'll do npm install multer and Cloudinary. So I'm going to install these two things. Now in the meantime, we'll go here and start working. So I'm going to close frontend again, go to backend, go to migration, and then I'm going to create one more. So I'll do 0005 underscore, this will be chat.sql. okay, now here what are the things that we are going to have? First of all, I'm going to do create table if not exist, and I'm going to give this one as maybe direct messages, something like that. So this is the table name. Now here, first of all, again id like big serial primary key. So this is the first thing. Second, we need the sender user id and the recipient user id, both the things. So I'm going to do sender user underscore id. So this will be big int. I'll do not null. We need to give a references will be users of id, and then I'll do on delete cascade. Now after this, do the same thing for recipient. So I'll do recipient. Okay, recipient, this also will be same. Then I need the body. So body, I'm going to do text, and also I'm going to need a image underscore URL in case, which will be text, and also I'm going to need a created at. So I'll just copy from here, right? Let's copy from here. That's it. So let's format this. Okay, so I think this is done. Now let's create an index also. I'm going to do create index if not exist, and I'll do idx underscore, maybe let's do dm direct message sender recipient, and I'll do created underscore at, and here I'll simply just do on. So we're going to do direct messages. So we're going to pass the sender user id, recipient user id, comma created at, and I'll do this one as descending. That's it. So this is as usual. So just go through again. So do id, sender user id, recipient user id, body, image URL, and created at. Now let's do one thing. Let's run the migration. So I'll do npm run migrate. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now after this, first we'll start working with what? Services, chat services. So in the chat services, basically we are going to have the list, how many users we have. That is the first service we need to create. Second, we are going to list the direct messages, second service, and the third one will be create a message. So these three things we need. Okay, so first let's go here in the modules, and I'm going to create a chat, and let's do chat.service.ts. so this is the first thing that we are going to start working from the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the services, right? So first, as I already mentioned, that we need actually three services. One will be first one will be to list all the users, right? So that on the left side we'll be having the user list, right? So that whenever we'll be clicking on a particular user, we can chat with that user. So I'm just going to do export async function, and let's do this one as list chat users, and I'm just going to take the current user ID, and let's take this one as number. Now here I'll simply take const result, and this will be have it. Also let's do one thing, let's take this try and catch. Okay, so here I'm just going to throw the error, and here I'll simply going to do const result, and result will be have it. So we're going to import the query. Now I'm going to do little fast, okay, because I think the video is almost 10 hours long and we still need to do quite a few things. Because why I'm doing, because by this time you will have proper idea that what is actually is happening and everything, right? So it won't be that much difficult. I'm also need the display name, also I need the handle, and also let's take the Auth underscore URL. And these I'm simply going to do so we need from users table, and I'm simply going to do where ID will be the given ID, sorry 1, and here I'm also going to do a order by, and let's do a coalesce, COLESCE, I think this is correct. And here I'm simply going to pass the display underscore name, and I'll do handle, and also let's do here user, and I'm simply going to do ascending, and here I'm simply going to pass the current user ID. That's it. And then I'll simply do return result dot rows dot map. So I'll get the row, and here I'm simply going to return the ID. So this will be row dot ID as number. Also I'm going to take the display name, so I'll do display underscore, sorry, display name. So here I'll do row dot display name as string or else null. Next I'm going to take the handle, so handle will be row dot handle as string, and this will be your, or else this will be null. And also I'm going to take the Auth URL, and this will be row dot Auth URL as string, or else this will be null. That's it. Alright, so this is the first method that we need. Now next thing, we need the direct list all the messages. So for example, let's say I have a user 1 and user 2, so I'll be able to see the previous messages. So I want to render all the list of messages for between two users, messages or the chats. So this will be export async function, and let's do this one as list direct messages. So direct messages between two person. Okay, so I'll do direct messages, and here I'm going to get some params. First I'm going to get the user ID, which will be number. Next I'm going to get the other user ID, because it will be between two user, right? So I'm going to get the other user ID, which also will be number. And also I'm going to pass another property. Now this is optional, but I wanted to pass that how many previous chat messages that I want to render. So this will be maybe let's say 100 messages or 50 messages, something like that. And here also I'll do the same thing. So I'll take a try catch, right? So here I'm simply going to throw the error. Now inside this, what are you going to do? First I'm going to get all this from params. So I do user ID, other user ID, and the limit. Now I'll simply going to do this one. Maybe let's create a default limit, right? So I'll do const, or let's do a limit, set limit, something like that, set limit. And I'll do math.min of math.max of, so I'll take the limit, that if this limit is getting, take this, or else take 50, comma 1, and here I'm going to pass this one as minimum. For this I'll keep this one as 200. Now I'll just do const result, and this will be await query, and here I'm going to get now quite a few things we need to do here. So first I'm going to select, so I'll take a aliases of direct messages as DM, so I need the dm.id, so direct messages.id. I'll take the dm dot, also let's do one thing, let's open this one, so I'll do dm.sender user id, comma dm.recipient user id, comma we're going to do dm.body, also we're going to have the dm.image URL. Next I'm going to get the dm.created@. Next also we are going to take, so let's take the sender or something, user. So user I'm going to take the aliases as is, so I'll take the display name, so I'll do display name as, so I'm going to do this one as sender display name. I hope you're getting, so I'll do sender display underscore name. Then I'll do s.handle means sender handle as, so I'll do sender handle. Also I'll use s.author URL underscore URL as, so I'll do sender author maybe, right? Next I'm also going to do the recipient, the same thing, so I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. So let's do this one as recipient, so I'll do r.displayname as recipient display name, and this will be recipient handle, and this will be recipient author, and this will become r, and this also will be r. Okay, now first thing, from where we are going to get this, so first I'll do from, so we have the direct messages table, so these aliases I'll take as dm. Then we are going to join user table. I think we have done these things multiple times. So user, first one will be for the sender, so I'll take s as aliases, I'll do on, so I'll do s.id will be this dm, and this dm will be having the sender user id. Okay, the same thing again, we need to join one more user table. Why? For recipient, so one will be for sender and one will be for recipient. Now in this case the aliases will be r, so I'll do on r.id will become now what? dm.recipient user id, so this will be dm.recipient user id. Now here I'm simply going to do where, now we need to actually check or give a check here, so I'll do here dm dot the sender user id will be equal to the provided user id, and I'm going to do dm dot recipient user id will be the provided recipient user id, or it can also happen vice versa. So I'll take or, I'll copy this and I'll paste it here. Now this time this will become 2 and this will become 1. Okay, so I think this is done. Now also I'm going to take a order by, and I'll do dm dot let's take the created at, so I'll do created at, and let's do maybe descending, that's it, and let's do a limit. Now limit will become the provided limit, that limit that we are going to provide. Now here we need to now pass three things. So first I'm going to pass the user id, second I'm going to pass the other user id, and third will be the limit, which will be the set limit. That's it. So I think this is done. So now what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to do rows, and this will become the result dot rows, and here I'm going to do a slice, and let's do a reverse. That's it. And now what we're going to do right now, we need to return the data format. Now what I've done, right, I just actually created this format so that it will save some time and you'll understand what actually we are doing here. So I'm just going to copy from here, and I'll just go here and just return this and paste it here. See what we are doing, right? Simply, so I'm just taking row.id, this row.id, sender user id. So basically nothing, just we have done previously, right, that this is our data format for our DB, and this is how we are going to send in our API layer. I hope you remember that logic. Same thing. So this is how we are going to store in our DB, right? So you have the sender underscore user underscore id. This is how we are going to send. Similarly, we are going to pass the recipient user id, body, image URL created at. For sender we have 3 things. For recipient we have 3 things. Okay, display name, handle, and the author URL. That's it. So now this is going to do what? So this is going to actually return all the direct messages between two users. And now we need one more, which is very important, because now we need to create direct messages. Create means what? So whenever I will be, let's say I have one user, so I'm a user, and let's say I wanted to chat with this particular user here. So whenever I sending a message, let's say hi, so that message I need to send to this particular user, right? So for that also I need a method. So now I'm going to create one more method, which will be, let's give this one as export async function, and I'll do create direct message, and I'm also going to take a params. Now here also I'm just going to do, so let's take user ID. No, this one, let's change this one, right? So it will be easier. So let's do sender user ID, which will be number. Then we have the recipient user ID, which will be number. I'm also going to take a body, which will be string or null, and also there will be a image URL. This is important, but this will be optional. Okay, so this will be string or null. Alright, so now let's take this one. So I'm going to take all this from the params, and first let's take the sender user ID, and also I'm going to take the recipient user ID. Now after this I'm going to take const raw body. So this will be params dot body, or else I'm going to give this one empty, and then I'm simply going to do it const trimmed body, and this will be raw body dot let's do this one as trim. Okay, also we're going to take the image URL, so we'll do set image URL, and I'm going to do params dot image URL, or else this will be null. Okay, I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, we'll simply just check if not equal to this trimmed body, or no, sorry, and not equal to let's do set image URL. So in that case we are going to simply throw an error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll simply going to do message body or image is required. Okay, so now after this what you can do simply, so I'm going to insert the response. I'll do insert response, and this will be await query, and here I'm simply going to do, so let's do insert into, so we have the table name as direct messages, so we'll do direct messages, and we're going to save sender user ID, comma recipient user ID, comma body, and the image URL, 4 things. Okay, so now here I'm going to pass the values. So values will be 1, 2, 3 and 4, and here I'm simply going to, maybe let's do returning ID, comma I want to also return the created at, these 2 things. Okay, so now here I'm going to pass the sender user ID, comma recipient user ID, comma, so I'm going to do trimmed body, or this will be null, and also I'm going to pass the set image URL. That's it. So now this is going to create a new row in your direct messages table. So I'm going to do const row, and this will be insert this dot rows of the first one, newly created one. Okay, now I want to return the full response back, so I'll do const full response, and this will be await query. And here what I'll do, right, we actually need to use the same thing that we have done, only some changes is needed. So let's do one thing, let's copy this part here, and then I'm going to show you that what actually changes we needed, and then paste it here. Okay, first ID we need to return, sender ID we need to return, recipient user ID, dm.body, image URL created at, fine, sender display name, sender handle, sender author, correct, recipient, same, 3 things. Now the change will be from direct messages aliases dm, you're going to join 2 times, one for sender and one for recipient. This is correct. Now here we no need to take this logic, so till this part you can remove. And now what I'll do, right, so after join, you're going to simply check now where the newly created direct message ID. So I'll do dm.id will be equal to what the given ID. Now what is the given ID? I'm going to show you. So here I'm going to give limit 1 because we need only 1, and this ID will be the newly created ID, which is this row.id. Okay, so here we're going to pass the row.id. That's it. I think this is done. So now what we're going to do, simply I'll do const full row, and this will be full response dot rows of 0, right? And then you're going to simply return, and I all again created this response also here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. This will save some time, so I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, so I'm going to return. Also, if you want, you can just give a check here, if not equal to full row, and then you're going to simply do throw new error, and here you're going to do failed to load inserted direct message, right? Direct message, so which will be DM. So this is done, and at the end if you see, it is returning the same thing, right? ID, sender user ID, recipient user ID, body, image URL, sender info, and the recipient info. So these will be all the services that you need. So now what I can do, right? First we are going to create the routes. So routes means, now let's go to the routes, and I'm going to create here, let's create a chat.routes.ts. so first thing we are going to import from Express. So let's create, so I'll do export const chat router, and this will be router. So we need two endpoints. One is to list all the users, and second is to list all the messages or the conversations. So first I'm going to do chat router.get. so this will be simply async. So the request response and next, and you'll simply take a try catch, and you're going to call the next middleware with error. And here first we are going to get the auth, so do const auth, and this will be get auth, pass the request, and I'll check if not equals auth dot user ID. So we are going to return res dot status of 401, or you can call the common method that you have created, both are fine. So but let's use this only, so I'll pass error, and let's do not authenticated. Okay, and then what you're going to do simply, so I'll do const get the profile, so I'll do avid, I'll do get user from Clerk, and here you're going to pass the auth dot user ID. And now we're going to, now remember if why we need these, because if I go here, right, we need this list of we need the current user ID here. So I'm going to do const, and let's do current user ID, and this will be profile dot user dot ID as number, and then you're going to simply do const users, and this will be avid, and do list chat users and pass the current user ID. Okay, that's it. And then at the end we are going to pass rates.json, and we'll pass the data, which will be these users, and this is done. Okay, so this is the first endpoint we need to create, and the second one will be for this list direct messages. Now why not for this one? Because I'm going to show you that because this will be in real time, right? So we need to write the logic in our socket. So now first let's create that next one. So here I'm going to create one more, so I'll do chat router dot get, and let's do this on slash maybe conversations slash, here we're going to pass the other user ID. So I'm going to do other user ID, and then I'm going to do slash messages, and here also we'll do the same thing, right? So let me just copy from here, and we'll paste it. Now I need to do, so first of all this will be same profile also you need, right? And also you need the current user ID, which will be this one till this, but this is correct. Now after this you also need the other user ID. So after this, what I'll do right simply is I'm going to do const raw other ID, and this will be request dot params dot other user ID. Okay, and then you're going to just convert this one. So I'm going to do other user ID will be number of raw other ID, raw other user ID. Let's make. That's it. And now what I'm going to do right simply, I'm going to do const, let's do limit param, and here I'm going to do request dot query dot limit, and now I'm going to do const. So let's create the limit. So I'll do if type of limit param, if this is equal to string. So I'm simply going to do parse int of limit param comma 10, or else I'm just going to do this one as 50. Okay, or you can also give this one as 100 if you want. That's it. So I think this is done. Now you're going to get the messages. So do const messages await, and then we'll call this we'll call this method list direct messages. So do list direct messages, and here you're going to pass. So we're going to pass the user ID, which will be current user ID. We're going to pass the other user ID, right? So this will be other user ID, and also you're going to pass the limit, so which will be this limit here, or you're going to pass this one as 50. And at the end we are going to return the messages. That's it. So these two are the endpoint that we need here. Okay, now I'm going to show you that how we are going to do the real-time logic. Definitely for creating the messages we need a real-time logic, right? It will be in the real time. So, but before that also, let's go here and let's copy this in the main index file and just add for the chat router also, and this will be chat. Okay, now let's see if there are any error or not here. Okay, there is no error. So I think this is done. So what will be next step? Next step, before I'm going to implement the chat logic, right, in our socket, basically in our real time, before that we also need to implement the upload router. Upload router means whenever we are going to upload an image, we actually need to store that image in our Cloudinary, right? So first let's write that logic, and then only we'll move to the real time one. Alright, so now let's start creating the upload routes. First I'll go to config, and let's create a Cloudinary.ts file. Now this will be very simple. If you have worked all my Node.js parts, right, I have used Cloudinary in almost all of them. So, and also it's not that much difficult. So you just import this one, and then I'm just going to do maybe version 2 as Cloudinary. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, simply first I'm going to take from process.env, and I need these three things. So let me just take, so I'll need the Cloudinary cloud name, Cloudinary API key. So I'll do Cloudinary underscore API underscore key, and then also you're going to have one more, which will be the secret. So copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now what I'll do, simply I'm simply going to check if this is not equal to Cloudinary cloud name or Cloudinary API key or Cloudinary API secret. So I'm just going to throw errors. I'm going to do throw new error, and I'll do that Cloudinary envs are missing. Okay, so next we are going to take Cloudinary, and you'll do config, and then what you're going to do, simply you're going to pass, first you're going to pass the cloud name, which will be Cloudinary cloud name. You're going to pass the API key, which will be Cloudinary API key, and then you're going to pass the API secret, which will be Cloudinary API secret. That's it. And then you're going to do export Cloudinary. That's it. So this will be simpler. So now once the configuration is done, now you can go to routes, and then I'm going to create upload.routes.ts. Okay, so first thing, again, let's import from Express. So I'm going to take the router and I'll do simply export const upload router. So this will be router, and simply first I'm going to take upload and let's do multer. So okay, let me just import these. So I'm going to do import multer from multer. We need to install the types also. Let me quickly do it. So I'll just do clear. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so here we're going to pass the storage. So I'm just going to do multer dot memory storage. Then we're going to pass the limits, and I'm going to keep, for now let's keep maybe 5 MB only. That will be enough. Now if you want 10, we can do 10 also. Maybe let's do 10 1024 into 1024. Then what we're going to do simply, so I'm going to do upload router dot post, and I'm going to do this on a /image upload. And here what you're going to do, right, so this will be our route, and I'm just going to pass, so we're going to do upload, and I'm going to do a single upload for now, and let's do file, and now I'm just simply going to create the callback. So I'll do as async, so request, and this will be request from Express. Okay, and we're going to take the response and the next. All right, so now here I'm going to take a try catch and then call the error. Let's take error only because we are taking error in all the places. Now inside this, first, very important, you need to always check if this request.file is not present. So we're going to return raise.status of 400.json, and I'm simply going to do error. Let's do maybe no file provided. And after this I'm simply going to take the file, so I'll do const file, and this will be request.file, and here I'm simply going to do one more check, that if not equal to file.MIME_type dot starts with this is not an image. So in that case we're going to simply do this is not image, so I'm simply going to do one more return, and I'll do here that okay, error will be only image files are allowed. Okay, so I think this is done. Now next what you're going to do, now you're going to create the promise. So I'll do const result, which will be new promise, and here what you're going to pass, right, so first we'll be getting a secure URL which will be string, then you're going to have the width which will be number, and also I'm going to get the height, also this will be number. Now here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to take resolve and comma reject, and here the first we are going to do const, let's do upload stream, and this will be Cloudinary dot, so we need to import uploader dot upload stream, so we're going to have upload underscore stream, and here what you can pass, right, you can pass a called folder. So this is just to keep your images organized, and I'm going to do real-time chat threads app. Okay, and here what I'm going to do simply, so I'm going to take an error, or this will be uploaded, and I'm simply going to check if error occurred or if this is not uploaded. So I'm simply going to return what you need to return, because this is returning a promise, you need to call reject, right, this is the promise concept. You're going to return the error, or else you're going to do something like maybe a new error of upload image upload failed, or else you're going to simply no outside. Yeah, so here you're going to resolve, so you're going to resolve the secure URL which will be uploaded dot secure URL. Then you're going to get the width, which will be uploaded dot width, and you're also going to get the height, which will be uploaded dot height. There you go. Now this is done. So now after this, what we're going to do, right? So we have this here. Okay, here we are going to simply end this stream. So I'm just going to upload stream dot end, and I'm simply going to pass the file dot buffer, and this is done. And at the end, don't make the mistake, I'm always doing this, so I need to send the response back. So I'll do status of 200.json, and we're going to pass a URL, which will be this result dot secure URL. I'm going to pass the width, which will be result dot width, and we'll pass the result dot width, and also you're going to pass height, which will be result dot height. And now I think this is kind of why we are getting this error. We need to take await here, man, and this will be height. Okay, all right, so I think this is done. So this is all the logic that you need. And now what we can do, right, simply you can go here, and you're going to do copy this and then paste it here, and then you're going to do upload, and you pass the upload router. Let's see if there are any error or anything, right? Okay, so I think this is fine. So with this, the upload logic is also completed. We only need one endpoint. Now in the next part, we will finish our backend with real-time logic, because we need to handle the chat here. So this we are going to do in the next part. Alright, so now we are going to implement our backend logic for our chat that we are going to implement in real time. So now remember, most of the things we have already done, like getting all the online users, adding online users, broadcasting the presence and everything. So what we need to do, right, see, remember here till this part we are actually fetching, we are adding our user ID, which is also okay. We are getting the profile based on the user ID. Now we actually need two more things. Remember why when we are working with and returning the data for our chat, we are returning the display name and also the handle, right? So we actually need the profile display name, that user display name, and the user handle. So first I'm going to start with, so I'll take a display name here, and I'm simply going to do this one will be profile.user.display name, or else I'm going to do this one as null. So this is the first change. And second, we are going to take the handle also. So this will be profile.user.handle, or else this will be null. So now next thing what we are going to do, remember in the socket data, now see, in the socket data we are saving the user ID. Okay, we also need to save both display name and the handle. So this will be the second thing. So here I'm just going to take this one as display name. Display name type will become string or null, and also we need the handle, which also will be string or null. Okay, and here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to pass display name, and also I'm going to pass the handle. Now this will be nothing but this display name and the handle. So this is the second thing that we need to do. So now what we'll do, right now we are going to create our direct message or the DM room. So when we are going to do that, now remember here we are actually creating our notification room. Similarly, we need to create one for our DM room. So here I'm going to do join DM room or something like that, or create DM room, right? Or create room. So first I'm going to do const, and I'll do DM room, and I'll simply going to do this one as DM. Let's do colon user colon, and first I'm going to pass our local user ID. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then I'm simply going to do socket dot join, and here you're going to pass this DM room. Okay, so this is the second thing we need to do. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our chat handlers. Now there will be two handlers. The first one will be whenever user is going to send a message, so you're going to create a handler called dm::send. And second, I'm going to show you one very interesting thing. When user is going to type, right, whenever they will be typing, that time also I'm going to send one more handler, which will be dm::typing. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first, let's do one thing. After these, right, so I'm going to do socket.on, and here I'm simply going to pass, so this will be dm::send. So this is the first event, and here I'm going to do async. So this is going to receive a payload, so I'm going to give this one as unknown. And here what I'll do, right, simply first I'm going to take a try catch, and inside try, so I'm just simply going to first take const data, and I'm going to do payload as, and here I'm going to get the recipient user ID. So this is the first thing, which will be number. Second, I'm going to get the body. Remember, we have the body, which will be string, and also I'm going to get the image URL, which will also be string. So this is the first thing. So this will be my data format. So now what are you going to do, right? So we are going to handle the sender. Sender means the here the auth user that will be attached to this particular socket. So first I'm going to take this on a sender user ID, and sender user ID will be the socket dot data, and here I'm going to do as, and I'll take user ID, which will be number, no sorry, this will be number, and here I'm going to do dot user ID, because we are already saving the user ID, display name, and the handle. So this will be my sender user ID. If there is no sender user ID, you are going to return. Okay, and now we are going to do what? You are going to take the recipient user ID. So basically chat is between two users, right? So one user is going to send, one user is going to receive. So recipient user ID will be getting from the payload that we are going to send. So I'm just going to do const, and I'll do recipient user ID, and this will be number of data dot recipient user ID. Okay, and then you're going to give a small check that if number dot is finite of recipient user ID, or recipient user ID is less than or equal to 0, so you're going to again return. You can directly return this. Let's do like this only. Okay, so you're going to return. Now third thing, very important, if both the user ID is the same, that means for now we don't have the feature where you are going to self DM. In Slack what happened, right, you have a self DM option. Self DM means you have your own option where you can store your own messages. For now we are not going to keep this on this much complicated, so I'm simply going to check if the sender user ID is same as the recipient user ID, then also I'm going to return. Okay, no self DM for now, so I'll do no self DM. Alright, so now what you're going to do, simply now we'll be saving our message. So I'll just do a log here. So I'm going to do maybe dm::send, and you can just log all this, right? You'll do sender user ID, recipient user ID, all this. And now I'm going to create the message, and this message will be await. And now we will go to our modules, chat, and now we are going to call this create direct message. I hope you are getting now. Okay, so now we have the create direct message. Okay, and this is going to receive the sender user ID, recipient user ID, then you are going to pass the body. So body will be this payload that we are going to send, right? This body and this image URL. So we have to give a check here. So you check data dot body present, so you're going to pass this, or else this will be empty. Same you're going to do for image URL. So I'll do image URL, and this will be data dot image URL, or else this will be null. Okay, and this is done. So this will be your message. And now what you're going to do, right, simply, so you're going to create two rooms. One will be the sender room, and I'm going to do here dm::user:, and I'm going to pass the sender user ID, and I'll create one for the recipient room. So I'll do recipient room. So this will be dm::user:, pass the recipient user ID. And now very important, you need to actually communicate between two users, right? So how you're going to do that? You're going to send from sender to receiver. Okay, so how you can do that? So we'll take io.to. Now here you're going to do sender room. So that means you're sending from this room. you're sending from this room to this room. So to sender room to recipient room. This is important. If you don't do that, what will happen, right? If you send a message, one message will go to every user. You can check it. So if you just don't do this, right, and then you're going to do emit, and what you're going to emit, you're going to emit a event which will be going to dm : message, and then you're going to pass this created message, this message, okay, and in the catch you can just log the error. So this is the first thing you're going to do, okay. So this will be the first event that you have created. Now second thing, I'm also going to do one for typing. So I'll do socket.on and I'll do dm : typing, and here I'm also going to do the same thing. So here I'll do, right, so I'll take payload, I'll take this one as unknown, and here what I'll do simply, so I'm going to do const data, and this will be payload as, so I'm going to pass the recipient user ID as number, and also I'm going to do is typing, and this will be boolean. And here what I'll do simply, I'll do const sender user ID, so this will be the socket dot data as, so I'll do user ID which will be number dot user ID. Again, just give the check here if there is no, so that you can understand what is happening, and the same thing you will do for the recipient. And we'll just paste it here. Then what we'll do simply, so we're going to do const, we'll do recipient, because what will happen, let's say I am a user and I'm talking to you and I'm typing a message, so you will be seeing that, okay, this user is now typing. I hope you're getting. In Facebook also it will happen, right? Let's say you are talking with someone and the other user is typing. From your side you are going to see that, okay, this user is typing, something like that. So that means we need to take the recipient room, means the opposite room, right, not your room. So we're going to do dm : user, and then you're going to pass this recipient user ID, and then you're going to do io.to, and you're going to pass to recipient room, and I'm going to do emit, and I'll do dm : typing, and here we are going to pass sender user ID, recipient user ID, and here I'm going to pass is typing, which will be the data.typing. So I'll do data.is typing, and this is done. So these will be the changes that we need to do, or logic that we need to add. So that means we have created two events. One is dm : send, so this we are going to call whenever user will be entering a message, so we're going to get the message real time, and one is dm : typing. So with this our backend is now completely completed. Okay, so this is now completed. So now we are going to integrate this logic with our front end. So let's start with the front end. Alright everyone, so now let's integrate our chat component, right? So let's refresh this. Okay, so we'll go to the chat component. I think we haven't created this component. Okay, that's fine. Let's close this backend now first, and I'll go to source app. Let's create our chat, and let's do page.tsx, and let's close everything else. So I'm going to do use client, and I'll create the component. So I'll do chat page, or let's do chat only, and I'm going to return, let's return a div, and let's take chat. Okay, so this is the first thing. Second, inside types I'm also going to create one more, which will be for chat. Now why I already created this is just to save time, because the same thing we have done in the backend also. So I'm just going to quickly show you. So this is the file I just created, and this actually we need, so I'm going to explain this one later when we need this. For now just copy this, and for you what you can do, right, I already have given the source code. Download the source code, just copy this file only, don't copy the other things, because we are going to implement from scratch. Copy the types, then chat this file, and then paste it here. Okay, and this is going to save a lot of time. Also we have to write all of this, so this we are going to use later. the first thing what I'll do, right? So let's refresh this. So we're getting chat here. Okay, now first we are going to start with taking all the things that we normally need. So first I'll start with use auth, and we need get token. Second, we are also going to need to call our use socket hook, and we need the connected method and the socket. So I'll take the connected and the socket, these two things only we need. Then we are going to create the API client. So let's copy this from here. Okay, paste it, import this from React, and also we're going to import our create browser API client. Okay, now how many state we need? First of all, we need to store all the users, right? Second, we need the active user ID. Third, we are going to have a loading state, and fourth will be all the online users IDs. Okay, 4 things. So let's take one by one. So I'm going to take users, and I'll do set users, and this will be use state. And now you can see that we have the first one, which will be our chat user, which has ID, display name, handle, and after URL. Okay, so that's why I've already created all this. So we're going to use the chat user type. So I'm going to take here chat user, and this will be array, and we're going to take this one as empty array. Then we're going to have the active user ID, set active user ID, and this will be use state of number or null, and I'm going to take this one as null. Then we're going to have the loading users, set loading users, and this will be, let's do use state of true. And at the end we need the online users. So I'm going to do online users user IDs, set online user IDs, and this will be use state of number of array, and here I'm going to take this one as empty array. So these 4 will be more than enough. The first thing what we need to do, right, we'll go to backend, go to source, go to routes, go to chat routes. We need to first fetch the list of users. Okay, so this one actually we need. This is the first thing. Now here what I'm going to do, right, I think the what is the name that we have given, that we need to check here, right? I think we have given this one. Maybe we can change this one to chat/users, right? Maybe let's do one thing. I'm thinking, okay, let's change this one to users, and this one is correct only. Conversation. Okay, so now this is fine. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so first we are going to call this. So I'll go here, take use effect, again the same thing, and then I'm just going to take, first of all, take the get token as a dependency. And here what I'll do, right, simply, so first I'm going to take let is mounted be true, and I'll take a try catch, and also I'm going to take a finally, which I'm going to make set loading user as false. So here I'll do set loading users as true, and here simply log this error. So here first we are going to get the response. I'll do const, let's do const, and also let's do this one. We are doing wrong, man. We need to take this one inside a method. So I'll take async function load, and also we're going to call this load method, and inside this we're going to do all this. Okay, all right. So now I'll do const response. So this will be API get, and also here we need to take await, and here what we can do, right, we can pass this chat user of array, and here we're going to pass the API client comma, and then we need to pass /API/chat/users. Okay, so now let's log this response, and let's see what we're getting. So save this, okay, we are getting see, we are getting the user here, right? So ID, handle, display name, and the after URL, which is fine. Okay, so now what we can do simply, so we're going to just do const, so this will be list, and here we are going to get res dot map, and here I'm going to get the row, and let's do this one as, so I'm simply going to do id. I think we can directly set this one, right? Let's do one thing, we already have taken this, we just have to give a check here. Let's do if not mounted, then we're going to return, and then you can simply set users to this response. That's it. And then what I'm going to do, I'll simply check if this res dot length greater than 0 and if active user id is equal to null. So in that case what I'll do, I'm going to do set active user id, which will be res of 0 dot id. Now after this, I think this is done. In the finally we're going to do this one as set loading user as false. Fine. And also let's do one thing, I'm going to return, and I'll just do is mounted will be false. That's it. So now what we need to do, we need to actually make use of one socket event that we have created, and that is if you go to the real time here and you see we have this presence update, right? So this actually we need to manage or handle the presence. So to do that, what we can do, right, simply we are going to take one more use effect here. So I'll take one more use effect, and now what I'll do simply, I'm going to take the socket as a dependency, and I'll first check if not socket is present, so I'm going to return. And now I'm simply going to do function handle presence, so we're going to get payload, and let's pass the online user IDs, right? So we have the online user IDs, so the online user IDs which will be number of array, and here I'm simply going to do const list, and this will be payload dot online user IDs or else empty array. And now we are going to do set online user IDs, and this will be this list. But the point is when you're going to call this, now this call you need to do socket.on, and here you need to give the event, and this event will be this presence update. Okay, this is where we'll be getting the online users from the online users. I hope this is clear. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this is where you're going to do handle presence, and same you're going to return. So here you're going to do what, socket.off, and you're going to do the same thing here. Alright, and I think this is done. So now I'll simply just take here const active user, so I'll do if active user ID if not null, then I'm going to do what, so I'm going to find these ones. I'll do users, so we have the users, right, users dot find, so I'll get the user, so I'll do the user dot id is equal to active user ID, or else this will be null, or this will be null. Also let's do one thing, let's create one more which I'm going to count some online users, and this will be users dot filter. So I'm going to get the users, and I'll do if online users IDs, so these online user IDs that we are setting, if this online user IDs dot include this user dot ID, means this user dot ID, then I'm going to get the length. So out of 10 users we'll be finding the how many users are online, based on that we'll be getting the online count. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, we'll be rendering this the left side the list of users that are online, and the right side there will be the chat panel. So first, before that, also let's do one thing. So I'm going to log here, so let's do users, let's do active user ID, let's do active user, and also I'm going to log the online count. And now let's save this, so refresh this, and I'm going to also go here and open this side by side. So go to console. Now notice the difference. The first thing, okay, so you're seeing here that okay, this one is the, so you're seeing the first one is the users,
Okay, so means the other is, so I'm logged in as a Sangam right here, so I'm getting the other user here. This is the first thing. Then you're getting the ID means the active user ID. Why? Because this user is actually online. I hope this is clear. And then you're getting what? So what next we are having? Next we are having the active user, so you're getting the active user information. And then you're getting the 0 and online count. 0 means online count you're getting. Okay, I'm sorry, active user, sorry, I'm getting, this is also getting confused. 1 minute, let's do one by one. So I'm going to just save this. So I'm going to do users count. Let's do one by one. So I'm going to log users count. Okay, so we're getting one user, which is correct. So now I'm getting users count. So here we'll be getting my user, this user, Sangam Mukherjee. Here we are getting this Ravindra Mukherjee. This is right user, correct. Now I'm going to go to the which one is that? Active user. No, sorry, active user ID. Let's do active user ID. Now save this. So I'll be getting the opposite. Now here I'll be getting the user ID of this user. Here I'm getting the user ID of the left side user, which is also correct. Now I'll be getting the active user. So active user, we are getting this user, and here we are getting the left side user, correct. These, I think something going wrong here. Online count, we should be getting something here. We are getting 0 here, and here also we are getting 0, but this should be 1, right? Online count, so online user IDs is something going wrong here. This part we need to check. So let's save this. Oh, we are getting 2 only. Then why it's coming like that? Online user ID. So what you are doing wrong? Something we are doing wrong here, man. Okay, I got it. Okay, so these, let me just log these users here. See, so that means these will be number of. Now let's see. So now I'll be getting online count. Save this. So we're getting 1, and this we are getting 1. See, that's right. So that was string. That's the reason it's working. So what we can do, right? We can actually convert this one here. That will be the best thing. We can convert this result here instead of doing this. Okay, so what I'll do, right, maybe let's do one thing. This I don't want to do it, so let's convert this one. So here we are setting the users, right? So I'm just going to do const, I'll do final result, and I'm simply going to do response.map. So I'm going to get the row, and then I'll simply going to do id, and this will be number of row.id. Then we're going to have the display name, which will be row.display name, or else this will be null. Then we're going to get the handle, which will be row.handle, or else this will be null. And also I'm going to get the Auth URL, which will be row.auth URL, or else this will be null. And then I'm going to set this final result here, remove this. Now I think we should be getting the online count as 1 because we are already converted. So let's verify once again. See, we are getting 1 and we are getting 1. Fantastic. So now that means this is working fine. So all the main logic is done. So let's render the users on the left side. So again the boring task. So we need to again write all this CSS. So I'll do class name, and I'll do mx of auto. We'll do flex w full. I'll do flex column, gap of 4, and I'll do py of 6. For md I'll do flex row, and for md I'll do gap of 5 maybe. Let's do 6. Now inside this we are going to have the user side words. I'm going to take a side, and I'll take a class name, and here also let's give a max w6xl, and I'll give this one as width as full, shrink 0 and MD of W72, and inside this I'm going to take a card and I'll do a class name. I'll do height of full, maybe I'll do border divided by 70 BG card. Same thing, these things we have done I think 100 times, right? I'm not going to explain all of this. Let's do quickly. See, you know the problem, if the video length is more than 12 hours, right, 12 hours, sometimes it will be very difficult to upload in YouTube. There are some limit is there, so that's I'm doing little first. So here I'm going to take card header and I'm going to do, for you can always save, pause this and you can do, right, you have the time. For me it will be completely different. So I'm going to take a div and I'll do this one as class name. I'll do flex items center gap of 2. There are some videos I have given like 15 hours 14 hours, but that took a lot of time to upload. So I'll do message, maybe do message square. I'll take a class name, so I'll do width of 5, height of 5, and I'll do text primary. And after this I'm going to take a card title, so I'll do card title, and maybe let's do direct messages. And here let's take a class name, so I'll do text sm and text foreground. Okay, alright, so I think this is fine. Now after this, what I'll do, I'm simply take the p here and I'm going to do online count, and I'll do these many users are online, and then I'm going to do a dot, and let's maybe do a users dot length, and this will be total users, and a class name, so I'll do margin top of 1, text access, and I'll do text muted foreground. So let's see. So it's taking so much time. Okay, this is fine. One to online, and let's do maybe hyphen. Alright, so I think this is done. Now after card header I'm going to take the card content, so I'll do card content, and here let's take a class name, so I'm going to do flex, so I'm going to do maybe let's do a max height, and I'll do calculation of 100 VH minus let's do 12 rem, and after this I'm going to take a flex column, gap of 1, and overflow y auto. Now let's do loading users, and you can simply just render a loading, that loading users, something like that. And maybe let's take the class name as text muted foreground. Now after this I'm simply going to render the user, so I'll simply take, if the loading user is false, so in that case that means users has loaded, so I'll do users.map, and here I'm going to take the user, and first let's return something, and here I'm going to do first const is this user is online or not, so I'm going to do online users IDs dot include, and I'm simply going to do the user.id, and also I'm going to do const is active, and I'll do active user ID equal to user.id. So now next thing, let's take a label also, so I'm going to take a label, so I'll do const label, so I'll do user.handle, and user.handle is not empty, so I'm going to simply render, so I'll do @ I'll do user.handle, or else I'm simply going to check if user.displayname is present, or else I'm going to do user. So now let's do one thing, let's return a button, and here the first of all I'll take the key, which will be user.id, then we have the type, so type will be button, and also we are going to have a on click which will set the active user, right? So I'm going to take a on click, and this I'm going to do this on a set active user ID, which will be current user dot ID, and then we're going to have a class name. So for class name, what I'll do, right, I'm going to take the cn is a utility that we have in our types, sorry, lib and then utils. So this is the to merge CSS. So I'm going to take cn, and here I'm going to merge. So I'm going to take flex, width of full, item center, gap of 3, I'll do rounded large, px of 3, py of 3, text left, and I'll do text excess. Alright, now here we will do simply, let's do transition colors, and also I'm going to do this one as let's do duration of 150. Okay, so now also here I'm simply going to just merge weight. So I'm simply going to do is active if this is true. So I'm going to do bg primary, and sorry, bg primary divided by 20. I'll do text primary, and also I'm going to do a ring 1, and I'll do ring primary divided by 30, or else I'm going to do this one as text muted foreground, and also let's do a hover bg card divided by 90. Okay, so now inside this, first I'm going to take a other component, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do height of 8, width of 8, and inside this I'm simply going to check if the user has the URL. So in that case I'm going to simply render a image. So I'll do other image, and here I'm simply going to take the source. So this will be user dot other URL, and alt I'm going to give, maybe let's take the label. That's it, and I think this is done. So now, so after this, what I'll do, simply I'll take a div, I'll take a class name. So I'll do mean width of 0, and I'll do flex 1, and I'll do flex as column, and here inside this I'm going to render the label. So I'll take the span and I'm going to render the label, and here I'm simply going to take a class name. So I'm going to do truncate text of maybe 12px, font medium, and let's do text foreground. We need to remove this, and this will be text 12px. Okay, so you can see that you are getting this. Refresh this. Okay, so this is fine, and here also you'll be getting the different user. Awesome. So now this is working fine. Now also we need to render some online or not. So in that case I'm going to take one more span, and I'll simply check if this user is online. So I'm going to render online, or else I'm going to render offline. And for class name, here I'll simply going to take, let's take the cn only, and here I'm going to take text 12px. So I'm going to give, I'll give comma, sorry, here I'm going to give comma. So I'll check if this is online. So I'm going to do this one as text primary, or else I'm going to do text muted foreground. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now I think with this will be completed. So let's see how this is looking. So refresh this. Okay, you are getting this one, this user online, and also will be getting here. So now what we need to do, right, we need to render the right side component. Now right side, two things will be there. One will be the DM panel, which will be the direct message panel, and second one will be the okay, let's do only one component, because why? The image upload component we can include in the direct message panel only. Alright, so now let's start creating the main, right? So I'm going to take a main, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do mean height, and let's do a cal. So I'll do 100 vh minus, let's do 8 rem, and also I'm going to do flex 1, and for md I'm going to do mean height auto.
Now inside this I'm simply going to check that if active user ID and active user both are present, so in that case I'm going to render a component. So go to this component here and then I'm going to do chat, and I'm going to create maybe direct chat panel.tsx, and I'll do use client, and let's create these components. So I'll do direct chat panel. Okay, so save this and then you're going to call this, right? So I'm going to do direct chat panel, or else what I'm going to do is I'll take a card, and here I'm simply going to take a class name. So I'll do let's do height full, and I'll do item center, justify center, I'll do border divided by 70, and I'll do bg card, and inside this I'll take a card content, and let's do class name as text center, and here I'm going to take let's take a users, and let's take a class name. I'll do mx of auto, I'll do margin bottom of 3, width of 12, height of 12, we'll do opacity maybe let's do 65 or 55, and I'll do text muted foreground, and inside this I'm going to take a p, and let's do select a user to start chatting, and I'll take a class name. I'll do text sm, and I'll do text muted foreground. Okay, so now here let's see what you're getting. So now you can see that you're getting select user to start chatting. Okay, so this is fine. So now what we need to do, right, also remember we also need to have a method that I already told you in the button, that whenever there will be more than one user, so we can switch from one user to another user. I hope you're getting. So let's implement all of this in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the chat panel component. The first thing what we'll do, right, so we're going to take a couple of props here. So I'm going to take a type. Let's do direct chat panel props. So what are the props? First I need the other user ID, and this will be a number. I also need the other user, which will be, so let's import the chat user type, or this will be null. Then I need the socket. Now here we are going to get socket, so we're going to import this one from socket, and then let's import this one as a type. Okay, and this will be null, and also I need whether the user is connected or not, which will be a boolean, and these we are going to receive here. So we'll take props, and these will be direct chat props. Now we need to actually pass all of these from the parent component now. So what I can do here, so first we are going to pass the other user ID. So other user ID is nothing but the active user ID. Okay, similarly other user is the active user that we have created. Then we have the socket. Socket is the socket that we have okay, let's explain so that you not get confused. This socket is the socket instance that we have created. Okay, and also we are going to pass the connected. So I'll pass the connected, which will be connected. This is also from our socket hooks. So these four things actually we need. So now let's start working on the logic. The first thing what I'll do, so let's get all of this from props. Okay, so first I need the other user ID, socket, and connected. Four things. Then also as usual we are going to get the token from use auth. So here I'm going to do this one as get token, and now let's go here and then just copy the client, API client. So I'm going to copy this and then we'll paste it here. So I'll import this, and also let's import this one. Now here actually we need to do a couple of props that we need to take. Okay, so first we're going to handle all the messages, right, that whenever there will be two people that are talking to each other, we are going to save all the chats, right, in your DB. So you need to fetch all the chats. So these I'm going to take as messages. You can take whatever you like, and I'll do set messages, and this will be, so I'm going to do use state. And if I now go to the type, right, if I go to the type, you can see that I have the created, I already created this type, which is direct message. So this is what we are going to use. I'm going to just use here direct message, and I'm going to take this one as empty array. Okay, then we are going to, as usual, take a is loading, set is loading, and this will be use state of let's do true. And also I'm going to do here a input. So we need to have a message box, right? So I'm going to take this one as set input, and this will be use state of empty string. Let's take one more. So I'm going to do sending, set sending. So this is basically whenever you are going to sending a message, you are going to show some kind of loading state. This also I'm going to do use state of, let's do false. And then I'm also going to do one for typing, because we have a typing event, right, in the socket in the backend. So I'll do set typing, and let's do this one as use state. So here I'm going to take this one as a string or null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. And also we're going to have one more, which will be for our image URL. So I'll do image URL, set image URL, and this will be use state of string or null, and default you're going to take this one as null. So I think all these states that we need. Now I don't have to explain all this, because you will be getting the idea, right, what actually we need all of this till this part, because we have actually covered each and everything in details. Okay, now here we are going to take two ref. The first one will be whenever we are going to talk to each other, right? So there will be message box. So whenever I'm going to type a message. So now let's say there are more messages. So what will happen? If you notice any social website, what will happen whenever you're going to enter, it will scroll down to the end. I hope you're getting. So the same thing. Or else what you need to do, right? You need to, every time you need to scroll to go to the end. We don't want to do that. So this is where we need, so I'm going to take this one as, maybe let's do messages end ref, or reference, whatever you like. And you're going to take this one as use ref, import use ref, and the type will be, this will be HTML div element, and I'm going to take this one as null. Alright, so after this I will take one more. So let's do this one as let's do timing timeout ref, and I'll also take the use ref, and here let's take this one as timeout. So I'll do node.js dot timeout, or this will be null, and I'm also going to take this one as null. The first thing, because I told you, right, that messages will changes when, so whenever we are going to enter a message, it will always go to the, or it will always scroll to the end, and these depend on this particular array. But there is a dependency that we need to check. So whenever we are going to type a message, means these messages, if this value will change, that means this array will change, that time we are going to do that. And to do this, it's very simple. So what you can do, you have to take a dependency array, and here you have to give these messages as a dependency, because every time message, so you're going to add a new message, means what, we are going to store that messages in this state, right? So that means this value is getting changed. So whenever messages value is getting changed, so in that case you're going to call the ref. Now these all are very normal concepts. So like, so you just have to take the current property, and current will give you this scroll into view, and here you're going to pass a behavior and pass this one as smooth. So every time the messages will changes, it will automatically go to the end. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now next thing what we can do, right, so we are also going to get, so let me just do one thing. We also need to fetch the list of messages between two users, right? And to do this, if I just go to the backend, let's go to the service, no, not services, go to the routes, and you'll see that we have this endpoint, which is this endpoint. So conversation between one user and the other users. So this is what actually you need, where we have this, all this limit and everything that we need to pass, that how many messages that you want to show, and these we are going to store. So first I'm going to take use effect, and here inside these we are going to first keep some dependency. So I'm going to keep API client and the other user ID both as a dependency. Now as usual, let's take is mounted, and this will be true. And now what I'll do, right, simply, so here I'm going to take a async function, this will be load, and also first call this method, and also same thing we have done I think 50 times till now, the same thing, and you'll make the use mounted. So let's make this one is mounted. This is mounted will become, no sorry, this will become false. Okay, so I think this is done. So now inside this, first I'm going to do set is loading will become true, and now I'll take a try catch, and also you're going to take a finally, and you're going to do set is loading will become false again. So here first let's get the messages. I'll do response, so I'll do await, and I'll do API get. So here if I'm not wrong, so let me just quickly check. So we have these, right, so where we are going to fetch all of this, all this, right. So here what I can do simply, this will be this direct message that we have the type direct message, so this we can take, so this will be array. And now here what I'm going to simply pass, so we're going to pass the API client first, and then I'm going to do slash, sorry, let's take a template little, so we'll do slash API slash chat, and then we will go to the routes. So we are going to copy these, right. So if you see here we have the slash chat, and then you paste it here. Okay, this other user ID will become what, the other user ID. See, everything is mapped. So now this is going to give you the messages. Now here you're going to pass one property, and the property you're going to pass is params, and here you're going to pass a limit property, and limit, let's say I want to pass 100 messages, something like that. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we can do simply, so we are going to log, first let's log this response, and let's see what we are getting. Okay, so let's save this, and we'll go here, go to the console. Okay, let's refresh this. I think this is empty if I'm not wrong, so we need to select is it. So let me just check, or it is not calling at all, this is not getting called. Okay, so we'll check this. So I'll just log here the other user and the other user ID, and we'll see what is coming here. So we have the other user, okay, oh I got it. So if this active user is present, then only this will call. Got it, makes sense, right? And if I'm not wrong, I think we have already said this, right? We have a button, see, we have on click, so that means we need to first select here, select on this user, because on the other side this user is also active. So what we can do, right, so I think we have to just select. So let's select here. Now you can see this is getting called, correct. So now, so we are getting empty because we don't have any messages between two users, which is correct. So that means this is fine. So now what we can do, right, for now we will just set it. Okay, so for now you are going to set this. Okay, first I'm going to check if this not mounted, so I'm going to return, let's directly return, and then I'm simply going to do set messages will become this res, but later we are going to change this. So now I think this is fine. Next thing what we're going to do, right, we also need to handle the socket and everything, but before that first we need to have the messages box at least, because until unless we are saving any message, how we are going to test the things, right? So that means we need to first create the JSX. So let's remove this and let's start working with the boring part again, right? I think you know this, I don't like to write all this, but again, no options, we have to do it. Okay, so to flex for you, if you're getting little bored, you can just copy all of this from the source code that I have given. So I'll do overflow hidden, and then border. See, at the end the main objective is like how I usually learn all of this, right? I focus on the functionality, that how things are working. This CSS and everything, whatever companies that you are working, right, you will see that every company uses different CSS, and you have to learn there, and you can learn very easily. It's not like very difficult. So I'll take item center, justify between, I'll do space y of 0, and now you might be thinking how I'm doing all of this. I think I've already told in some of my other videos also, right? I have actually the skeleton already created, so I'm just taking reference from there. Or else if I'm doing all this now, right, this video will be 30 hours long. I think all the YouTubers are doing the same thing, but the functionality and some of the CSS that I'll be doing real time. So that is the reason, especially in the functionality, you'll see that I'll be getting a lot of issues, right? Sometime I'll be doing the issues while recording, or if it is a very complicated, I'll take 2-3 minutes, I'll fix it, and then again I'll record. Okay, so now I'll take this one as pb3 padding bottom, and then inside this I'll take a div, and let's take a card title. So card title, what we are going to do, right? So let's render a title here. So first I'm going to take a title, and I'll do if this other user dot handle if this is present, and other user dot handle if this is not empty. So in that case I'm going to render the handle of that user. So I'll do @ and I'll pass other user dot handle, or else we'll do other user dot display name, or else I'm going to do maybe what you can do, like let's do conversation, and these I'm going to render here. So I'll do title, and let's give a class name. So I'll do text as base, and I'll do text foreground. So this is the first thing. And now, okay, so now after this what I'll do, I'm going to take a p, and let's do direct chat conversation or message conversation, and here I'm going to do class name. I'll do margin top of maybe let's do 0.5, text access, and text muted foreground. Okay, so I think this is done. Now after this what I'll do, I'm going to maybe let's render a connected property, that if the user is connected we are going to show online, or else we are going to show offline, something like that. So I'm going to take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do flex, let's do item center and gap of 2, and here I'm going to take a span, and let's take if the connected. So I'm going to take, so I'll take a Wi-Fi icon here. Okay, so I'm just going to take a Wi-Fi, and then I'll do maybe online, something like that, and here you're going to do Wi-Fi off. Wi-Fi off. Some of these icons you'll see that I'll be doing very immediately, because the number of times I've done all this project, right, I know all of this, some of the things, but some of the things will take time. But most of the icons, the popular ones, I already know the names. So these will be class name, and here I'll do width of 3, height of 3, same thing I'll use here also. Save this, but this looking little odd. Let's give a class name. So I'm just going to give a flex, let's do item center, maybe gap of 2, I'll do rounded full, px of 3, py of 1, let's do a text of maybe 11px, font medium, and also now I'm going to simply take if connected. So I'll do bg primary divided by 10 and text as primary. What else I'm going to do, bg accent and text accent foreground. Alright, so I think this is done. So now after this card header, now let's render the card content. So I'll do card content, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do class name flex 1, I'll do space y of 3, I'll do overflow y auto, and I'll do bg background divided by 60, maybe do padding of let's do 4, and I'll simply just going to do if loading, sorry, what is the name, is loading is true,
and then I'll simply just going to do div class name. So I'll do flex items center justify center py of 8, and inside this I'm going to simply just loading messages, something like that. And here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do text access text muted foreground. Save this. So refresh this. So we have selected user start chatting. I'll click here and we are getting this. Fantastic. Okay, so I think this is done. Now I'm also, this is very important, right? If this is not loading and if the messages dot length is 0, that means you don't have any chat yet. So you're going to render something here. So I'll just copy this and let's make this on padding of 12, and inside this I'm going to just use the same thing, but let's do no messages yet, right? Start the first initiative, something like that. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now I'm going to render the messages. So I'm just going to do if not equal to is loading and so I'll do messages dot map. So I'll do message, and here first let's return a div. Key will be message dot id, and here I'm simply going to check is this other user. So I'll do is other, and I'll do if message has a sender user id. Remember, if this is equal to the other user id, so then you are going to understand. Also I'm going to take a title, and let's do if is other, then I'm going to do title, or else it will be no, not title, let's make this one label. So if this is title, or else it will be you. So that means if it is other user, I'm going to render this title based on the other user handle, or else it will be you, means you are the one that the other user, right? It's written two users. Also let's create a time. So I'm going to do time, and I'll do new date of message dot created at dot to local date string, take even us and pass a hour. I think we have done this one before, 2 digit, and what is the next thing, minute. So we have the 2 digit, and I think this is done. So now here what I'll do simply, so let's take a class name, and I'll take this will be flex gap of 2 text access, and here I'm simply going to take is other. So in that case, very important, so you're going to do justify start, or else you're going to do justify end. Okay, so this is one important that you need to take, or else this will look very odd. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'll take a class name, so I'll do maybe max w access, and I'll do is other. No, you have to take template literals. So I'll do is other, then I'm going to do empty, or else I'm going to do order 2. For now I think we don't have anything, so we can't see any messages. So now inside this what we'll do, right, simply we're going to render the level and the time, both the things. So here what I'll do, simply I'll take a div, and here I'll take a class name, and let's take a margin bottom of 1, text maybe let's do 12px, font I'll do medium, and I'm simply going to check is other. So I'll do text muted foreground, or else I'll do text muted foreground, and I'm just going to make the text the right side for the your own user. And here I'm just simply going to render the label, and let's render the time. So now we are also going to render the, so let's do one thing, maybe after these, right, we can render the message body now. So I'm going to do message dot body. So in that case I'm going to render the message body. So I'll take a div, and inside this, so let's take a p and render message dot, now this is not needed, dot body. And here I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do wrap break word text. I will do 14px, maybe let's do 15. Let's say how this is looking, 15 or 16 we can do, based on that we can change. And what else, we are going to do a leading relaxed. And for this div, so I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do inline block, I'll do rounded large, let's do px of 3, py of 2, I'll do transition colors, duration let's do 150. And here I'm simply going to check, is this other user, so I'll do bg accent, and I'll do text accent foreground. Or else I'm going to do this one, bg primary divided by 80, and I'll do text primary foreground. So this is going to render the message body. We also need to render the message URL in case we have any message URLs. I'm going to do the message.image URL is present, so render the message URL. So here I'm simply going to take a class name, so I'll do margin top of 2, overflow hidden, rounded large, I'll do border and border, and inside this we'll take an image, so source will be image, sorry, message.image URL, and I'll do alt, let's give like attachment, and I'll take a class name, so I'll do max height, maybe let's do 52, and I'll do max wxs, I'll do rounded large, and I'll do object cover. That's it, I think this is done. So now, okay, this will render all the message content. Now I'm simply going to check if the typing level, no, I think we have the typing level we need to take, right? So I think we need to take one more, what is the name that we have taken, typing level or something. Okay, we have the typing, so let's do one thing, maybe let's make this one as typing level, and do set typing level. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, so whenever the other user, so let's say you're talking with someone, right, and the other user is actually typing, so in that case you're going to render this. So we'll go here and let's make this one as typing level. So if this is true, so in that case I will take a let's do a div, I'll take a class name, so I'll do flex justify start gap of 2 and text access. Inside this I'm simply going to take a div, I'll do a class name, and let's do this one as italic and text muted foreground, and we'll simply just render the typing level. Okay, so this is done, and at the end you will take a div, and here you're going to give the ref, and this ref will be this message ref that we have created, message and ref. Okay, so I think this is done. So now I think we have the this main body is created, but still we need to do quite a few things, right? We need to have what else? So first we are going to have the message box where you are going to type the message, then also we are going to have the image upload button and quite a few things. So first thing what I'll do right here, so I'm just going to take a div, and I'll take a class name, and I'll do space y of 3, and let's do border top, border, I'll do bg card, and I'll do padding of 5. inside this I'm simply going to check if this image URL is present. So I'm just going to take a div and I'll take a class name. So I'll do rounded large, I'll do border, I'll do bg background divided by maybe 70 and padding of 2. And inside this I'm going to take a p and I'm going to do image ready to send, something like that. And here I'm going to take a class name. So let's do this on as text 12px and text muted foreground and margin bottom of 2. Now here I'm going to take the image and just render the image here. So I'm just going to do the image URL and alt I'm going to mark this one as pending. So this is the image that you want to send. And class name, let's do max height of 32, I'll do rounded large, let's do border, and also I'm going to do object content. Okay, so this will actually show you that whenever you're going to type an image or upload an image, it's going to show whether the image is uploaded to Cloudinary or not. If yes, then we are going to send the image to the other user. Okay, so this is done. So now after this what will be the next step, right? So maybe let's do, after this only we can do, right? Now here, not here, we have to do this one after this. So here what I'll do, simply I'll take a div, I'll take a class name, so I'll do space y of 2, and inside this I'll take one more div, let's take a class name, so I'll do flex items center justify between and gap of 2. And here we are actually going to have the image upload component. So here we're going to have the image, here we are going to have the image upload component that we are going to create. And I'm simply going to, so you can give some span, right? Maybe Cloudinary image upload, give a class name, so I'll do text, maybe let's do 11px and text muted foreground. So I think this is done. And after these, now we are going to render our text area. So I'm going to take a div class name, so I'll do flex gap of 2, and here we're going to have our main text area. So here I'm going to take the rows 2, let's take the value, so value will be now this input. Okay, so we'll go here, so we'll do value will be input, then I'm going to take a on change, and here we're going to do, let's do handle input change. I'm also going to take a on key down, and I'm going to do handle key down. So these two are going to create, let's do a placeholder and type a message. So let's take a disable property. So when this will be disabled, if the user is not connected, very important, or if sending is true, both the cases. Also let's take a class name, so I'll do min height of, let's do 14, I'll do resize, we can't do resize, we'll do border, I'll do bg background, and let's do text sn. Okay, and then we are going to take a button, and here I'm going to take a send icon. So we'll take a class name width of 4, height of 4, and here we're going to take a size which will be icon, and on click we're going to do handle send. So all this method we need to create. And when this button will be now disabled. Now first of all, this will be disabled when we are going to sending the message, or if the user is not connected, or here also you need to take if not equal to input dot trim. So if there is no message, you can't send anything, right? And if the image URL is also not present, very important. That means either you have to write a message or you have to give an image, or else it's not going to work. So now let's create all these method, right? So we have handle input change, handle send, and handle key down. So just I'll create this first. So we'll go here and I'm just going to do function handle input change. So this will be what, event, and this will be it will be a change event, and you're going to pass a HTML text area element because it's a text area. That's it. Then you're going to have a function handle key down, right? Key down. So for key down it will be event again, and you're going to do keyboard event, and here you're going to pass HTML text area, and also you're going to have one more, no, text area element, this is correct only, right? We haven't imported this, is it? Okay, let's import this one. Okay, and then we are going to have the handle send. So I'm going to do async function and I'll do handle send. Alright, so now let's save this. You see that we are getting this. Okay, this part we need to check. Okay, but this is working fine, right? We also have to implement the image upload, but this is correct. This is working fine. First, let's implement these features. So first I'm going to start with the handle input change. So here what I'll do simply is I'm going to do const value, and this will be what, event dot target dot value, and then you're going to do set input will become this value. Now I'm simply going to check if there is no socket, I'm going to return, or else here I'm simply going to check if this typing timeout ref, if the current, if this is present. So I'm going to do a clear timeout first, and I'm going to pass the current. Alright, so after this what I'll do, right, so now, so whenever user will be typing here, we are going to show a event to the other user, right, that this user is now typing. And for that, if I go to the backend, you'll see that in the real time we have a typing event that we have created, dm:typing. So this event we are going to now use. So first what I'll do, right, so let's quickly create a method here. So I'm going to do function and I'll do set send typing, something like that. And here I'm going to simply check a is typing, which will be a boolean. So first you're going to give a check. If socket is not present, you're going to return. And here after this you're going to call this method, so set send typing, and this will become true. So this is the first thing. Now second, we are going to set the current now, because you already, if it is current present, you're using clear timeout, then you're doing what, the user is again typing, means you need to set the current again. So we'll do current, and this will become set timeout, and here you're going to do set send typing, this will become false. And here I'm simply going to do timing ref dot current will become null, and let's keep a maybe a 1.5 second or 2 second timeout, it's up to you. Now this is not yet done. Here now what you need to do, very important, now you're going to emit an event. And what will be the event? Now see, all these are connected, so this will be the event. Okay, so dm:typing, so that means the user is now typing. And in the payload, if you see, you need the recipient user ID and is typing, true or not. So here how you are going to pass, so that means here you are going to pass two things. So first, this will be the recipient user ID. So recipient user ID will become the other user ID, because anyway other user needs to understand whether that user is typing or not, right? So, and this will be is typing, so this will be true or false, and this is what actually you are getting here, is typing, right? So this one, so this is done. Okay, so now I think this should work. So now what you're going to do, right, first let's also work on the handle key down. So in handle key down, what you're going to do, simply you're simply going to check that if this event dot key, if this is equal to enter, and if this is not shift key, so in that case you're going to do first event dot prevent default, and then you're going to do void, and you're going to call this handle send. So whenever user will enter, we are going to call the handle send, as simple as that. And in this handle send, now you are going to do what, you're going to
call the we are going to call the event, correct? Which event? Now in this time this will be dm::send, because user is sending a message, right? So now what you're going to do, simply in this handle send, so first, very important, you need to check this always. If there is no socket instance or the user is not connected, so you're going to do a toast and you're going to do not connected, and you're going to give a description and you'll do real time connection is not established yet. Okay, and then you're going to return, or else you'll simply do const body, and this will become input dot trim, and you're going to do if not equal to body, or no sorry, and if not equal to image URL also, then also you're going to return. Okay, so now again what I'll do, I'm going to do set send typing, this will be true, and I'm going to take a try, and then we'll do finally, and here I'm going to do set, no, this is not set send typing, this will be set sending, this is the sending one, this is this one we need to do, that means message we are sending, and this will be set sending will become false. And in this try, what you're going to do, you're going to do a socket dot emit. Now this time you're going to call the dm::send event. So this event you're going to pass, and in the payload, what are the things you need to pass? Now let's check. So you're going to pass recipient user ID, body, and the image URL. That's it. So recipient user ID will become the other user ID. Body is the body, basically the image that you are typing, or it will become null, and you're also going to pass the image URL, right? So image URL will be the image URL, or this will be null. That's it. Okay, so now once this is done, then you're going to do set input, so this will be empty, set image URL become empty, and you're going to do send typing. I think we need to also do send typing, we need to actually set here, so we'll do set send typing. We are going to make this one false, because once user will send, if any current instance of this ref is present, right, this ref, so you are going to again make this one false, so that it will actually stop this event. Alright, so now till this part this is done, but is this completed? See, not yet, but we can actually test the feature. So I'm going to show you. So let's go here. Okay, let's make both side by side, and now what I'll do, right, so now let's say from this user, so this is actually my the user 1, I'm sending the message to this user, and see what will happen. So I'm going to send this on hi. Okay, and you can see for now you're not getting any typing event or anything, but I'm just going to send the message. See, nothing is happening. But if I refresh this, right, so let's refresh this, let's click here, so you're getting hi, that I send this hi, which is fine, but see what will happen in this user also. Okay, so if I click here, right, you're getting hi here, but it's also saying that okay, he is the only one who sent the message, so something going wrong here. So we have to give some check, and also at the same time in real time we need to update the message. So how we are going to do that? And for do this one, we are going to take another use effect and just see carefully what actually we are doing here. Okay, so first I'm going to take the socket as a dependency, definitely we need to take, and also the other user ID, both. So first I'm going to take, okay, if socket is not present, I'm going to return. And now what I'll do, right, I need to handle two things. First I need to handle the messages, second I need to handle the typing event. So I'm going to take two functions. I'm going to handle messages, and this will receive a payload. And now if you see, if I go to the type, right, let's go to the type, and you can see that I have this raw direct message. So I'm going to just use this. So I'll do raw direct message. Okay, and also I'm going to take one more function which is going to handle the typing. So I'm going to handle typing. So this is going to receive payload. So in the payload I'm going to get the sender user ID, then we are going to have recipient user ID, I think recipient, this is correct. Okay, and then at the end we are also going to get is typing or not, right? So I'm going to make this one as boolean. And then what we'll do, right, first we are going to take socket dot on. So we have two event, right? One is dm colon, so let's do this one. So let's search for dm colon message. See this one. Oh, sorry. So this is what, this is emitting from sending to sender to receiver. It is sending the message, right? So this is the event we need. So I'll do dm colon message, and here I'm going to call this handle message. Let's do handle message, not messages. And also I'm going to take one more. So I'll do socket dot on, and this will be what, dm colon typing, right? And here you're going to pass handle typing. So now what I'll do, simply I'm going to return, and I'll do here, copy this and paste it, and you just do off, and this will also become off. So what logic we need to do here? The first, I'm going to go here, and I have this map direct messages which is going to convert the format. So I'm just going to use this. So I'll do const mapped, and this will be map direct message, and then I'm going to pass this payload, and then I'm simply going to do if this mapped dot sender user ID is not equals the other user ID. Okay, that means this is if this is the same user, and if the mapped dot recipient user ID is not equal to other user ID, so in that case we are not going to save the messages. So I'm just going to return. On other cases I'm just going to do set messages, and I'm going to do prev. So I'm going to take the previous messages, and I'm going to pass the mapped. So this is the first thing. And in the handle typing, what we need to do, right, we're going to get the sender ID, and this will be number of payload dot sender user ID, and then you're going to simply check if the sender ID is not equals to the other user ID. That means this is the same user, so you are not going to show the typing. So if I'm typing, I don't want to show myself that I'm typing, right? I hope you're getting. And then you're going to do if payload dot is typing, so you're going to do set typing level. Now we are going to set the typing level, and I'm going to set here typing. I hope this is you're getting. So that means this will show to the other user that user is typing, and then you're going to do set typing level as null. So now I think this is done. So if I now save this, and now see what will happen. Okay, so first, now see, I will be sending message here, but notice on the right side, so I'm going to do hello. See, here you're getting typing. Okay, so see, after 2 seconds this will be moving. Okay, I'll do type here. See, again you're getting typing. So hello. Now you see what will happen. If I'm going to send the messages, right, so I'm sending, but here you're getting which user, the other user is receiving, means other user is sending. Here you're receiving as a other user, that okay, Sangam1 is now sending me hello, and from here you are sending this message, and I'm going, what are you doing, something like that, right? Now this will be, so if I send here, so now this will be you, and this will be the other user. Fantastic. That means this is now working fine. So this is a very, very important logic that you need to do. Hey, doing good. Okay, awesome. Hey everyone, before we'll start creating the image component, right, I found a major issue, so I'm going to quickly show you. So I just deleted all the messages. Okay, now see what will happen if I just send a message. Okay, so from this user I'm sending, which is correct, that okay, from here I'm sending, and this is the other user. This user is getting that okay, Sangam1 is sending me this message, but I'm just going to refresh this page. So I was just checking that okay, now I need to do the image upload, then I found this issue. So if I click here, so you can see that these I'm sending, but what will happen if I just go and click this side also, and you see that in both the side you are getting the same issue. Now this is actually happening because of a very minor issue. So I'm just going to show you quickly why this is happening, right? So if I go here, you can see we are checking if this is other, and this message.sender user ID actually is string, and this is a number. So this is the problem here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I'll just log here, and I'm just going to quickly show you, and then I'm give you the fix.
So I'll do other user ID, and then just check this, save this. So you can see now, see what is happening. So we're getting 1 and 272. So this is a string. So, and to do this, it is very simple. So what I can do, right, if I go to the types, you can see that I have this map direct messages. This is a conversion function that I have created. Okay, so here we are going to simply call this map direct message response, or we can also directly call these also map direct response. So what I'll do, right, I'll go here, and where we are fetching the list of messages at the first, here set messages. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do map direct message and just pass this response. This is okay, maybe okay, got it. So we'll do map direct response because it's don't know the type. So here let's just quickly check. So it is, oh, it is getting the raw direct message, fine. So now I'm simply going to pass this and pass the expected response that I'm getting. And if I now go here right now, you'll see what will happen. See, this is getting changed. So this is one fix, although this is very important that we need to do. So now we can start working on the image upload component. So I'll do image upload button.tsx. Okay, so let's create use client, and I'm just going to do image upload button. And here, so let's first let's return a div for now, and here we're going to take all the things that we need. First we'll start with getting the token. So this will be get auth, now get token, right? And then we'll go here, and then I'll just copy this API client also. So I'll just paste it here. Let's import both. And then we need couple of the first we need a uploading set uploading, and this will be use state of false, and also I'm going to take a input ref here. Okay, so I'll do input ref, so I'll do use ref. So here this will be a HTML input element, or this will be null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. Then I'm going to have two methods. One will be to, on click of a button, I want to open the file uploader, and also I'll be having one more which will do handle on image file change. Okay, so this will receive an event which will be a change event, and you're going to pass HTML input element. That's it. So now let's create the structure. So first I'm going to take here the input. So first you're going to pass the ref. So ref will become the input ref. Then you're going to pass the type. Type will be file. Then you're going to pass the accept. It will only accept image for now. Then you're going to pass the class name. So I'm going to make this one hidden. So this is the default input that we have, the browser input. And then you're going to do the handle change. And now I'm going to take a button here. So first I'm going to mark this one as size. I'm going to do icon variant. I'm going to do this one as ghost. Also type we need to do button. On click I'm going to do handle. Oh no, sorry. On click I'll do handle click. Disabled we are going to do uploading, and I'll take also a class name. So I'll do border divided by, maybe let's do 40. I'll do bg card divided by 60, or let's do 70. I'll do text muted foreground. Let's do this on 60 only. And then I'm also going to take on hover. I'm going to do bg card divided by 90, and I'll do on hover text foreground. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm simply going to take a uploading if this is true. So I'm going to render the loader icon, or else I'm going to take a image icon. So I'll do height of 4, width of 4, and also I'll copy this, paste it here, and let's make this one as animate spin. So if I go here, okay, we also need to go to this component, and okay, first let's remove this console. So let's go down, and here what I'm going to do, right? So let's go to the place. Okay, this is where we are going to use. I'll do image upload button, and here I'm also going to receive an on upload prop. Okay, so this I'm going to simply pass. So visually receive a URL, and I'm going to set the set image URL will be this URL. So I'm just going to get this on upload here. So let's do one thing. Let's go here and just pass this type. So I'll do image upload button props. So this will be on upload, which will receive a URL string, and this is going to return void. So now I'm simply going to take these. So I'll give the type. So I'll do image upload button props, and I'll do on upload. That's it. So now I'll be getting this, right? So now on first, okay, let's do the on click. So on click, it is very simple. On button click, what you'll do, right, you'll do input ref dot current, and you're just going to do click. So if I go here and see what will happen, if I click here, right, so this is going to open this. Okay, so I think this is done. Now on change. Now on change, first we are going to get the file. So I'll do const file, and this will be event dot target dot files of 0. If there are no file, very important, so I'm going to return, and then you're going to do set uploading will be true. Now I'll take try catch, and finally, and here I'm going to do set uploading will be false. So here for now I'll log this error, and here I'll simply going to do, so I'll do const form data. So I'll do a new form data, and I'll do form data dot append. So I'm going to do file, and I'm going to pass the file, and then you're going to get the response. So I'll do const rest. So I'll do await API client. Also you need to convert this onto async method dot post. So here you're going to pass. So I'll do slash API slash what is the name of the route, slash upload, and then again we'll go back and we'll do image upload. Okay, and you're going to pass the form data. That's it. Then you're going to getting the URL, right? So I'll do URL. So URL will be either a string or there might be no URL, and this will be res dot data dot URL. Okay, and you'll check if no URL, just throw new error. Okay, and at the end, if URL is present, now you are going to call this on upload method, right? Let's do one thing. Let's make this an on image upload. And make this onto on image upload. So now we're going to call this on image upload, and here I'm simply going to pass the URL, because if you don't pass the URL, it's going to give error. And then at the end you're going to pass a toast, and you'll do image uploaded successfully, and I'll do description. You can now send this image as message. Awesome. So now I think this would work. Okay, so now let's see what is happening. So first let's click here, and I'm going to select this. Hope there is no error. Fantastic. So now we can send. Now let's send. That's it. So I'm sending, and this is the other user is receiving. So now I'm going to send another message. Maybe let's do this one. And let's do what about this one. Now you'll be getting both image and the messages. So what about this one? You're getting this one.
Fantastic. So now that means this is working. So if I refresh this, and you can see that if I click here, so both the messages and the images are getting loaded correctly. Click. Okay, so that means we have actually completed the project finally. Now remember, we have done a lot of things. Okay, now coming to the very important part. Now you might be thinking, okay, what about deployment? Now here till this part, if you are here, I wanted to explain a couple of things. First of all, to do the deployment this video, it will be difficult because this will cross 12 hours and it will be very much tricky to upload on YouTube. So that is very difficulty. What I'll do, right, I already have a lot of videos in mind. Okay, so I will be creating a complete dedicated deployment video where I'm not only going to show you the AWS EC2 or let's say VPS. I'm going to show you the various way that you can deploy a particular backend and full stack, or basically full stack, like backend can be on Node, it can be let's say Next.js. So I'm going to create a video, but that will come little later, maybe next month. So I just wanted to explain that don't worry, deployment video will come for sure, and that deployment video will be too much general so that you can do any deployment later on. Okay, so it won't be any specific project specific. In case still you wanted to learn, so what I'll suggest, right, you go to my channel. Okay, and you go to my channel here, and now I'll show you some videos that I already have the deployment. The first one will be the Node.js part 2. So this is the video that I have, Node.js part 2. Okay, you can search Sangam Mukherjee Node.js part 2. This has a VPS deployment details. In case you want very recent video, this DevOps one, this has AWS EC2 deployment. This part 3 has Kubernetes deployment. So everything is already present in this channel. I given you 3 options in case you are in a hurry, so you can make use of these videos and do the deployment or try. In case you want to wait, please wait, there will be a dedicated deployment video coming soon. So with this, we have actually completed our project. So I hope that you learned a lot of things. So that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.